reporting live from the Boston waterfront, Chet Curtis and Natalie Jacobson.
Good morning, Natalie Jacobson and Chet Curtis reporting to you. You are looking at a picture of Boston Harbor from a camera atop International Place. The pleasure boats in the foreground that you can see are waiting to catch a first-hand glimpse of the tall ships as they come by.
And beyond, you're looking at Broad Sound, just at the mouth of historic Boston Harbor, where the most extraordinary fleet of tall ships ever assembled is waiting to begin the parade of sail. In all, nearly 250 sailing vessels from around the world are here, flying the brilliant colors of their countries.
All of this part of a grand regatta in the celebration of the 500th anniversary of Columbus's voyage. And these ships took the very same route that Columbus did. Beginning, how many months ago was it now? Red Shannon,
April.
let me say hello to Red Shannon at this point, Captain Red Shannon, who was the captain of the Sea Cloud square-rigged ship, who's going to be with us throughout the day. And also
Dennis Conner, America's Cup skipper, will be talking with Dennis Conner and with Red Shannon throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon as our coverage continues live from the waterfront until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I started to say, Red, the planning for this regatta has been in the works for about 8 or 9 years now in celebration of this 500th anniversary.
Yes, Natalie, it's been a long time coming, but it's come to fruition, and it's going to happen.
And the ships began their sail?
They started in April from Genoa and went through the Straits of Gibraltar up to Lisbon, then down to Cadiz, the Canaries, San Juan, New York, and now Boston.
And the final leg of the race will begin here on Thursday.
Right.
As they head back to Liverpool, England.
Back to Liverpool and back to Europe.
You know, the presence of the tall ships is expected to draw tens of thousands of spectators to the shores of Boston Harbor, especially here because Boston is a city of such diverse cultural heritage, and these vessels from all of the foreign countries, more than 30 countries represented, provide a link between the old country and the ethnic communities here, the Portuguese, the Poles, the Italians. It's just going to be an extraordinary event.
Which is one of the main things that this thing is all about, is to bring people from different countries together. You know, we have Dennis Conner here just for this first hour this morning because he was kind enough to helicopter up just for us here from Newport and is headed back there. He hopes to make the start of the race, racing the Etchells down off of Newport this morning. Give us a sense of what that kind of a race is all about.
Well, it's a little different in Newport, but it's a big event down there. They have 240 boats out racing in the Newport Sound there, and everybody's having a good time. And it's important for the sailors involved, but not to the national importance of what we have going on here today.
Well, that'll be an exciting race, but here is where the focus is today in Boston Harbor. And Dennis, one of the world's best-known sailors, three-time winner of the America's Cup, and your name is synonymous with the faster boats, the Indy 500 boats, if you will, the IndyCar boats. And have you ever been on a tall ship? Ever had an opportunity to sail one?
I've been around them all my life, of course, but the only one I really had a chance to sail on was called the Star of India. It wasn't in the same class as the Eagle, but they're interesting, and it's a nice comparison to see the difference and get out there once in a while and enjoy part of our heritage.
But if someone who likes to go fast, I bet it was difficult for you.
Fast is a relative term, and actually the sailboats that we race don't go a heck of a lot faster than these tall ships. It's just that you're a little closer to the water and gives you a little better feel for being right down there on the water. But these big ships move along quite nicely in the right conditions.
We're getting a look from various vantage points around Boston Harbor now. We have almost 24 cameras placed strategically around the harbor. We were to have one aboard the largest of the vessels in the tall ships parade today, the Set-Off, from the Commonwealth of Independent States, the former USSR. The Set-Off was due to be in Broad Sound with the rest of the fleet last night. However, until just a short time ago, the Set-Off was AWOL, Captain Shannon.
Can you imagine that?
We just located. This is the largest vessel, 385 feet long, and she was missing.
Right. They took their time getting up here, but it looks like they're coming up into the anchorage now, and they'll be forming up to start off their flotilla.
Just to interrupt here, you're looking at the Kuzenstern, birthmate of the Set-Off that we're talking about, the Kuzenstern from Russia here. The looking at it from a camera. In fact, it is aboard the Crucian stern. I tell you, Captain, I can't imagine you can lose a set-off, for goodness sake, between Boston Harbor and New York Harbor, but nobody could find her, including the Coast Guard.
That's right, Natalie. She's the set-off is the largest sailing vessel in the world at the present time. She's a magnificent vessel.
About 9 o'clock, about 7:30 this morning, actually, Old Ironsides, the USS Constitution, was tugged out of her berth over in Charlestown at the Navy Yard and taken out to Broad Sound, where she'll link up with the first flotilla, which will be led by the Coast Guard bark Eagle. And then the Tall Ships Parade will be underway. We'll bring you all of the colorful action as the ships make their way through the harbor, past the airport behind us, behind our vantage point here at Anthony's Pier 4. Then they'll turn around and come back. We'll get actually 2 close-up looks at all of the vessels before they go to their various berthing spots in Boston
Let's catch another
Harbor.
vantage point here, Chet, and go to David Ropeek, who's aboard the Valiant Lady right in the Boston Harbor. Good morning, David.
From Boston Harbor, where things are, I can promise you, quite exciting and quite crowded, though I have to tell you, remarkably under control. There are, I think you can probably see behind me, thousands and thousands of pleasure craft out on the harbor who've come for a front row seat. They all are in designated, I guess you could call them parking lots that have been delineated by the Coast Guard by size of craft. There are some for fishing vessels, some for recreational vessels. Further in towards town from where I am, there are some of the cruise boats with paid customers and so forth, although I suppose many of these people have paid as well. But all along the harbor, they've lined up, and there are probably several hundred policing craft from various agencies, the MDC, the Environmental Police, the Coast Guard, of course, the auxiliary number of them, and keeping things remarkably under control. There is a very clear and open channel along the harbor. It is a little cloudy. Some people are getting a little bit nervous about that, but there's a great deal of excitement. There's been horn tooting, and a lot of these people have been out here since 5 or 6 in the morning to get what amounts to a front row seat, and they're looking forward to it. Way out in the distance, you probably can't make it out. It's a difficult shot for my cameraman, Zip Bradwell, to make, but the Constitution has already been towed out. She's off Deer Island right now, ready to be tugged in. I think it's something like 3.5 knots, they told me the other day. She will come in a ways, fire her cannons. That'll be the official start of things, and that's moments away. A very excited moment out here on the harbor, and I have to tell you, it's exciting to be here, too.
All right, David, thank you very much. Dennis Conner, what do pageants like this Parade of Sail do for the image of sailing? We were talking a few minutes before we went on the air that, the television has really made sailing certainly a more popular sport than it's been for some time.
Well, certainly the medium which we live with, and the opportunity for sailing to be highlighted is a very important one. These boats are magnificent. Their presence is, I think, in awe for everyone. And just seeing these people here and bringing the public awareness of yachting and sailing, it's great for everybody. It has a synergistic effect on all of sailing.
You've seen sailing grow in interest over the last couple of years. Is that primarily due to the commercial interest involved, the greater commercial interest which has been brought about through television?
Natalie, it really came about, I think, in the America's Cup down in Perth after we lost in '83, and we went down there. ESPN did a terrific job of onboard cameras and gave the people a chance to share what's really going on the boat that made the difference. Sailing is really, sailboat racing is by itself fairly dull to watch. It's a participant sport that's exciting, and having television get aboard the boats and really participate in the race, I think, made a big, big difference.
It does, because as one who watches you on television, you can feel that you're right there, the excitement of being part of the sea, the excitement of fighting and controlling, if you will, nature when you can.
And the television is really the only way to market product on a broad base today, and it gives the sponsors a chance to get involved and invest in the event, and then hopefully sell some product back.
But it also brings some money into the community where
absolutely.
the race is held, and it's something I think it's a fact that's lost on a lot of people if you don't think this thing through. The amount of money that a sailing event like this, or the America's Cup race, or even the Etchells race, or the one that you were involved in just recently over in the Baltic match.
Well, you see, not only do the competitors come, but the spectators come, and they're bringing fresh dollars to the area. It has a turnover, and everybody benefits in the form of jobs, tax revenues, and so on. So this event here in Boston is important not only for the sailors and the yachtsmen and the people on the ships themselves, the spectators, but all of the community here will benefit from having the boats come.
Captain Shannon, how do you read the importance of this? You know, why are we doing this? What this all about is from your vantage point.
Well, Natalie, it's bringing vessels from all over the world coming here to Boston. It's also bringing the people from the state of Massachusetts and the city of Boston together to meet these people from all over the world. It's really an international goodwill.
It's a major diplomatic mission more than anything, isn't it?
That's correct.
You know, when we sat here in 1956, I remember Captain Shannon, there were a number of people, and Dennis, who were saying this may be the last time we'll ever see so many tall ships. They're the last of a dying breed. And in point of fact, there are actually more of these magnificent vessels in 1992 than there were the last time, well, we got together again in 1980 and in 84, but actually a number of them have been built in recent years.
You meant 84, not 56.
Did I
last sat here
I
in
say 76?
As a small boy.
76. I wasn't. I'm still a young boy now.
Byron
Right.
Pitts is aboard the Eagle, which is, of course, the lead of this parade, the United States Coast Guard Eagle. Byron, how does it look from your point of view?
Natalie, it looks pretty good. Good morning and welcome aboard the U.S. Coast Guard bark Eagle. It is the largest active tall ship, the only active tall ship in the U.S. military. It is a 295-foot floating classroom. It is here that cadets from the Coast Guard Academy in New London, Connecticut get their first taste of salt air and sea life. Now, to the uninitiated, it's a very impressive sight. It's about the length of one football field, 22,000 square feet of sail, 5 miles of rigging. And trust me, these young men and women work awfully hard. Now, right now, we're moving by motor because the westerly wind is in our face. Hopefully, at about 10:30 at the turnaround, they will pull the sails up and we'll sail on in the rest of the way. Now, so right now, there isn't much activity on the ship except here at the helm. And this young man here, George Borlis from Fairfax, Virginia, is going to explain to us what you guys are doing over here. Good morning, George.
Good morning. What happens is the captain is up there standing on top of the bridge, and he sees which course the boat is steering. And what he'll do is he'll yell down to the main helmsman here what course to go to, steer by, or how much to shift the rudder. And then he'll yell back to make sure that he heard correctly.
Right, but you guys don't yell as loud as he yelled, right?
Oh, no, we don't yell as loud as he knows. He's God of the ship. The captain's pretty much God, so he yells out, and then we yell back, and then we steer by that.
Okay, all right, sure. Now, I understand there is one young man here from Danvers, Massachusetts. We can get a picture of him.
How you doing?
Good. Now, tell me your name.
My name's Eric Demley.
From Danvers?
Yeah, I'm from Danvers.
All right, want to say hello to anybody?
Just a bunch of my friends back home, Doug and Mike and Fletcher Callahan. I hope they're watching.
All right, great. Thank you very much. There are a number of cadets, men and women from Massachusetts. Hopefully in the course of the morning, we'll have an opportunity to talk with them, as well as the captain of the ship. This is his last major voyage before he retires later on in the year. Chet and Allie, a wonderful day. We're a little concerned about the clouds earlier, but about 8:45 it began to clear up, and so people started smiling again. We were worried that it might be rained out or something. But things are going well. Hopefully the sails will go up here at about 10:30, so we'll talk to you a little later.
Okay,
right.
take more than a few drops of rain, I think, to rain this parade out.
You bet. And, you know, there's nobody that knows more about the Eagle than the man who sits to Natalie's right here at the anchor desk, Captain Richard Red Shannon. He was aboard the Eagle for, what, a dozen years as the sailing master, and he certainly knows that boat from stem to stern.
Yes, Chet, I was very lucky and fortunate to serve 3 tours on the Eagle. Came out to about 12 years of service.
You were
in
the
Eagle.
sailing master there, Red. Tell us a little bit about that. What is it you try to teach these young men?
Well, we
and now
were
young men and women, I should say.
Young men and women. Since 1976, we've had women aboard Eagle. My job aboard Eagle was to develop the seamanship program and the navigation program aboard to ensure the training went properly, training of the deck department, of the enlisted hands, and to husband the ship through numerous shipyard periods.
You know, a little while ago when we were talking with Dennis Conner, talking about the America's Cup race and television, which was able to bring these exciting events to the public. And one of the companies responsible for that is ImageCam. They develop these little cameras that they're about not much bigger than a pen, and there's one right now. You're looking at a camera aboard the tall ship Cruisenstern. And let's talk to Bob Davis of ImageCam, who's aboard the Cruisenstern. Bob, I understand, can you hear us all right? And you're in broad sound.
Yeah, I hear you fine, Chet. We've got 2 of these small cameras on board the ship today. We've got one, what you're looking at right now is up on the bow, and we've got full control over it, and we can pan around and see exactly what is around us, which is a lot today.
Are you manipulating that camera right there?
Yeah,
by the
I'm
remote?
talking to you and flying the camera at the same time.
What
And
a
that's
guy.
one of the bigger cameras. You've got some that are, as I said, about as big as a ballpoint pen. That,
Yeah, we've got them up in the rigging right now, and as soon as they get the sail set, we will show you pictures from them.
Well, play reporter for us for just a second. Will you tell us what's
Sure.
going out aboard the Acushnet stern and what you see around you?
Actually, we've got all the young, and they're very young, midshipmen on board the ship here. It's a training vessel for the Russians. It's one of the largest ships in the fleet out here today. 376 feet in length. It's a typical four-masted square rigger bark, and it is really something to behold. If you've never had an experience like this, it is truly amazing.
What were we watching just there, Bob?
You're seeing the foresails up right now.
I'm sorry, the picture before you. Here we go.
The grinders.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
explain
These guys are grinding. These guys are trimming sails right now. That's what you're seeing. And as they come back to me at the other position, I'm showing you the sails that they're trimming out.
Not quite as sleek, Dennis, as the grinders and the rigging you have on one of the America's Cup class boats.
Well, it all works, and just a different way of doing it.
Bob, this is Dennis Connor's voice here,
That's right.
here with us this morning, and also Captain Red Shannon.
You know, let me ask you, Dennis, and maybe Captain Shannon, jump in on this. What makes a sailing ship so beautiful? You know, it's only masts and yards and canvas and wood and steel, and yet you can't help but, you know, it takes your breath away a little bit when you see one of these things in full sail.
Well, it's a little bit of the romance of the sea, and harnessing the nature here to get out there and enjoy the water. And to me, it's a chance of freedom, and it's just fun, whatever boat you're on, from a windsurfer or a big ship.
Yes, I'd like to add a little bit. There are many, many ships here, but even though they're out of steel or wood or iron, some of them, they still have to have a crew. And the crew really is what makes the ship. They're give the intestinal fortitude to the vessel. Without a good crew and a good master, the ship is really lost. So with those things, it becomes a mark of beauty.
We should tell you, there's another shot from the Russian vessel, the Krusenstern. The parade of sail will be broken down into 19 flotillas, each flotilla led by a flagship and joined by several smaller vessels. The first flotilla will be led by Old Ironsides, the USS Constitution, the oldest active warship in the United States Navy, and by the Coast Guard bark, the Eagle. In case you're wondering about that space-age sound, those are jet airplanes taking off from Logan Airport. The winds are such that the takeoff path is taking these jets almost directly over our anchor booth, the top Anthony's Pier 4 here in Boston Harbor. So that may be a problem from time to time, but that's the way it goes.
Wind's picking up a little bit here. We're going to take a break. We will be right back with our coverage of Sail Boston 1992 Parade of Sail.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by Stop and Shop, official sponsor of Sail Boston. Toyota, reminding you to always buckle up. And by the less sweet taste of Canada Dry.
Throughout history, few have mastered the art of painting it. Even fewer have mastered the art of growing it. Tree-ripened fruit, copied by many, originated by Stop and Shop. Larger, incredibly flavorful because they're left on the tree longer. Tree-ripened fruit on exhibit now at Stop and Shop.
Somehow, people have gotten the idea the new Toyota Paseo is a wildly exciting, sporty coupe. The Paseo is a practical, sensible car. Okay, so it has some muscle, and a low starting price could be a big turn-on. And sure, you're going to be instantly popular. That's no reason to do something impulsive. Think it over. The all-new Paseo, a very practical car from Toyota.
Here's the advertising idea for Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. A blues thing.
Cranberry in my ginger ale is not too sweet, oh yeah.
Cranny, the cranberry bird. And he says, not too tweet. Tweet?
New Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. With less sugar than most leading soft drinks, it's less sweet. What a refreshing idea.
We do a blind taste test.
Hmm.
Do I detect cranberry in this ginger ale?
We're back with our live coverage of Sail Boston 92. Chet Curtis and Natalie Jacobson from atop Anthony's Pier 4 in Boston Harbor.
And we have cameras and crews all around this harbor, so let's whip around and show you what they can see at this point. The first camera will be able to pick up the tall ships is at Long Island. That's at the lighthouse out there. You get your first look of the ships as they come in from Broad Sound. Long Island, you know, has been subject to some controversy, but just yesterday, the mayor of Quincy and the mayor of Boston agreed that indeed this was not a safe place for people to go out and view the ships because of all the damage that was done in the last storm, which was really too bad because so many folks in Quincy were counting on being able to sit out there and get a good view. The next vantage point for our cameras that you'll be able to catch the ships is from Castle Island. That's a big public viewing area there, and Dick Albert and Susan Warnick are out there, and we'll be able to talk with some of the folks. I just let this plane go by. And then following Castle Island, we've got another camera at the Fish Pier, which today is the official reviewing stand. You may be able to pick up some music that's coming from there. The official ceremonies, various officials from different countries and so forth will be stopping there, and our cameras are there, and we'll get you whatever happens there, too. And then we move on to our camera location here at Pier 4. We have a number of cameras. The ships will pass right by here. You'll be able to see that. From there, Bay State Lobster. And Pam Cross is up at Bay State Lobster, and that's where you'll see the turnaround, which I guess, I don't know, it seems like no small feat to me, but Captain Red Shannon says, don't worry about it, they'll handle it. And then at International, it's mentioned International Place, and they come back around, or I should say International Place is this long shot that you see here, where you can see the whole panoramic view of the Boston Harbor. And they'll turn around at that point, and we'll catch them coming back. I have to ask Dennis Conner
this. This is a great quote.
That is. Time magazine in '87 quotes you as saying, I don't like to sail, I like to compete. I guess I don't dislike it, but my sailing is just the bottom line, like adding up the final score in bridge. My real interest is in the tremendous game of life.
Well, I like to compete, and whether it's tiddlywinks or playing my Nintendo, I'm a competitor, and that's what I really enjoy. And, sailing's okay, but I like to race. Any kind of boat, anywhere, that's for me. So sailing's fine, but...
So if you'd grown up with motorcycles, we might know you as a motorcycle
if I grew up in Indianapolis, I'd be racing an automobile.
And Dennis said, you know, do you think Mario Andretti likes to drive down to the grocery store to get a loaf of bread? He'd like to be out on the track. Right?
I think so.
Well, you know, no one's going to argue about that, Dennis. And you certainly have had more than your share of success with sailboats and racing. Certainly one of the best-known sailors and America's Cup winner in 74, 80, and 87.
Talk to us about these maxi yachts, Dennis, while you're here.
Well, the maxis are here for is to publicize the Whitbread race, which is every 4 years. It's a race around the world. It has 6 stops. It starts in September of 1993. It goes to South America. It stops there for a little refueling, if you will. Then it goes on to Perth, Western Australia, then on to Auckland, New Zealand, back to South America, stops in Fort Lauderdale, and then finishes back in England in June of 1994. So it's a big event, and they're here practicing with their crew, just as Captain Red's training his cadets. These guys are training their sailors here for the Whitbread, getting used to the boat and being at sea and working together, and also giving their sponsors a little extra publicity.
We've got some pictures, Dennis, of you in '87. I'm fascinated with all the attention that's been given to the boats and how they've changed throughout the years. And you were telling me earlier that you wait till the last minute before a race to really put your your ship together so you'll have the very latest equipment?
Well, what you're seeing here are the 12 meters that used to be used in the America's Cup, and it's a technology game. It's not just sailing. Sailing's really the bottom line on how it all works, but it's really a game of life, and gosh, I really enjoy it.
There's a great moment for you. Remember that?
Big time.
A couple of goosebumps when you look at that one, Elsa.
You got that right. Here's some of the scenes off Perth. It was quite windy there. Ooh, boy. It's like a little problem on Stars and Stripes right now, but the guys got their act together, and in a minute and 30 seconds, we cut that sail loose and got a new one up on deck. We had a little narrow lead there, and we managed to sail across and keep the lead. A fabulous job by the crew, and keeping their wits about them and maintaining the victory.
Your adrenaline's got to be flowing at moments like we just saw.
Oh, that was a great moment for us to come through there. The conditions, as you can see in Perth, were very demanding, and it was a great test of the crew and the equipment.
Which made the trophy all the more valuable. Dick Albert's out at Castle Island. Dickie, we were looking at some clouds up here. Should we worry about these guys or not? Dick Albert, can you hear us?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Oh, Susan helped you. Good.
You know,
Hi,
there's
Susan.
a lot of people standing around here and saying to me, Dickie, is it going to rain or not? There's a lot of clouds out here. Yeah, well, we did have a front pass last night, and we had some thunderstorms, and some of that moisture has gotten up in the air, and it is cloudy right now. And the winds are supposed to be northwesterly. Actually, at Logan Airport now, they're northeasterly. And that's not really where we want them to be. I think they're going to back towards the northwest, and when that happens, it'll dry out, and things will get better in a couple of hours here. Right now, it's a little cooler than we expected. It's about 70 degrees. But, of course, the ships, when they come in here, they would like to see an easterly wind. I think they'll see a northwesterly wind, about maybe gusting to as high as 15 to 20 knots. Whether that will allow them to go full sail or not, that is the question. But I think as far as the weather's concerned, we are going to get warmer, and the basic forecast for the day is the clouds to slowly go away and the wind to turn to the northwest, and it will warm up in the afternoon. Should get above 80 degrees. So even though now a few people are saying, shiver me timbers, it is going to get warmer here, and it will get better, Nat.
I don't think anybody's complaining right now. It's just very pleasant. We've got a nice breeze. And we remarked earlier, Captain Shannon, that there aren't as many spectators this year as we saw in years past. However, there's still, I can see them walking in along Northern Avenue. You know, many of the streets, roads and streets around the waterfront area have been shut down since very early this morning. So if you're at home and you're thinking at all about coming in, consider public transportation.
That's correct, Chet. We notice not too many spectators, and also not too many spectator yachts out there in the anchorages.
But I wonder if that's due to the economy, or if people worrying about crowds, or if in fact there was enough, they just weren't allowed in.
No, there was plenty of time for the yachts and other recreational vehicles to get into the anchorages. I think it might be the economy for the boat owners.
What can be more important to any seaman than the weather? Dick Albert was talking about winds, and as they come up this canal, Red, they're not going to have their sails full, are they? Because the winds are in the wrong direction.
Right now, it looks like that they might be able to...
the harbor, excuse me.
That's correct. Up the harbor, into the inter-harbor, they'll probably be able to carry their fore and aft sails, their staysails and headsails, and at certain opportunities, they'll carry their square sails, keeping them in their gear, and then when the right moment is, they'll set their square sails to catch the wind when they can.
You know, you can see the fireboats and old Ironsides out there. It's got to be kind of tricky to maneuver this number of vessels, and some of them very big, and they're not highly maneuverable boats. They're certainly not as maneuverable as the boats that Dennis Conner is used to sailing on. And they've got to go, they're going to try to keep them going at about 5 knots. And you've got a flotilla with, you know, anywhere from 6 or 7 boats, and you've got 19 of those that have to make their way down the harbor. And there's the Eagle's got quite a few of her sails.
Right, the Eagle is doing well there. She has her all her square sails up except for her foresail and mainsail. Those are the 2 lower squares on the foremast and mainmast, and she's under full sail. She looks real handsome out there.
he said with great pride on his face and in his voice.
Would they be, at this point, also motoring or using the auxiliary engines for any kind of stability or to control speed a little better?
Yes, most of the square riggers have internal combustion engines there, and they're going to control their speed of advance with their engines.
As you sit here, Red, do you wish you were on board? You still?
No, I had 12 fine years with the ship, and now I've been 5 years with a German four-masted bark, and I'm on vacation now, so I enjoyed it.
All right, Jim Boyd and Susan Burke are at the Fish Pier, which is the official reviewing stand. Let's check in with them now.
Hi, Chet. What's happening right now is we have a couple of sort of competing bands with us now. The fife and drum that you just heard a second ago here at the official reviewing stand down on the other end, we should be able to see in a couple of moments or so, is a group from the Lexington Minutemen.
That's right.
And they are now presenting their colors. It's going to be quite a ceremony out here over the next couple of hours. There's going to be a 21-gun salute. I'm sorry, a 19-gun salute that will be presented as the ships pass by. Oh, that should be coming up in about another 40 minutes or so.
That's right. You know, we've got a lot of the dignitaries, a lot of the VIPs have begun to arrive. It's not quite full yet. They've been taking their time. I'm sure most of them had parking passes, so it wasn't a big problem. We have been seeing a lot of people down here walking down to the Fish Pier area and even past that area.
And Chet, Natalie, I think that you may be able to see in the shot that we're providing you now some of the colors representing the flags of the 34 different nations that are involved in today's parade of sail. As Susan mentioned, you know, the stands are starting now to fill up for the big spectacle as the parade of ships gets underway in a very short while.
You guys were talking a little bit earlier about why we do this kind of thing, and I was talking to one of the tourism officials a few minutes ago, and he was pointing out that what this does is to build Boston's international world reputation, particularly as we move ahead to 1994 in World Cup soccer. So it really serves many, many purposes here. And one of the things he also pointed out is that all of the hotel rooms are full. So it will bring certainly a lot of money. It's projected to bring something like $450 million into the local economy, and it may well live up to its reputation. One of the things that, you know, Dusty Rhodes, I was talking to her a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying that after seeing Puerto Rico and the tall ships coming into Puerto Rico, they literally ripped up their concession plans, their public safety plans, their transportation plans, and realized that they had to regroup and make them even more extensive because they just didn't have the Puerto Rico situation was so overwhelming. They had traffic jams of 3 hours and 4 hours. And this has, they've certainly done a good job. Everybody has been saying how well organized this Sail Boston is, and it's been a lot of effort. That's the beginning of the salute here.
That's the Minutemen firing off their salute. And I think right in your view now, you're getting, you know, the actual picture of the Minutemen as they are standing in their formation. I can't quite see what the instruments are that they're playing, but sounds like there's at least a flute or two and a set of drums. You know, again, all part of the spectacle that makes this just one absolutely outstanding event.
Oh, yeah, we've got the governor out there on the state police boat. He's going to be all over Boston Harbor today. He will be speaking here in probably just about an hour or so.
Governor William Weld riding by, as Susan says, on the state police boat. And it gives you a nice little panorama of just the beautiful Boston Harbor.
You know, one of the interesting things, I was talking to the Boston Historical Society a couple of days ago, and this is, of course, the biggest collection of ships to ever come in Boston Harbor. But they were saying that back in the 1800s, when the tall ships were, of course, the way that commerce was moved around the world, that on any given day, you would have at least a dozen big flagships coming into Boston Harbor, as well as a dozen, dozens and dozens of smaller ships. So it's a very authentic look at how Boston Harbor used to look in many of the ways that you see the paintings filled with ships from the 1800s.
And I must say that we are among the fortunate. I think this is one of the great spectating points along the harbor. And we'll be watching, as you will be watching. I'm going to toss it back to you now, Chet and Natalie.
All right, Jim and Susan, thank you very much. Great shot of the fireboat and Old Ironsides, the USS Constitution. who, after her participation in the Parade of Sail, will be going into dry dock for some serious restoration work right now.
Oh, yeah.
And for the first, that'll be the first time she's going to be in dry dock in some time.
And we'll be firing a 19-gun salute, or one gun will fire 19 times. I'm not sure which way they go. Why 19 and not 21, Red?
Well, the 19 is for the state of Massachusetts and the governor. If the president was here, it would be a 21-gun salute. But 19 is for the state of Massachusetts and the governor.
What a history that ship has had.
You know, we
Old
mentioned Red and Dennis earlier that in the 60s, as we sat here, we were talking about the tall ships being a dying breed. Only a handful of them remained in the world. And now there are nearly 3 times as many of the Class A ships afloat. 16 tall ships at the 76th bicentennial, 20 at the Statue of Liberty celebration in 1986, and almost 30 of the big square riggers will be here, along with some 200 smaller vessels, making this by far the largest such gathering of vessels in modern history. Right. What do you think is responsible for this movement gaining steam?
Let's just identify the cruising stern here for you that you're looking at from Russia. Sorry, Red, go ahead.
Yes. The square riggers, or the tall ships, are really not a dying breed. Many of the maritime nations of the world are building these ships for sail training and leadership training. So they'll be around for a while.
But why did we think they were going to be? Why has there been such an increase when we were talking with you a dozen years ago saying that might go the other way?
Well, I think the cost of building them, and most of the cost in building these vessels is set up by the various maritime nations. It's very difficult to build them out of private funds. They're very expensive, but they're wonderful ships as training vehicles.
Just a couple of notes on the cruising stern, which began her sailing days in Bremerhaven, Germany in 1926. She was originally christened the Padua. I remember from times past she's identified by that massive black hull accented by a white stripe. Magnificent looking vessel, and we have a camera, a couple of cameras actually aboard the cruising stern, and we'll be going to those cameras as cruising stern and the other vessels make their way.
Have you been aboard her, Red?
The Parade of Sail.
Yes, I saw the cruising stern in May. I was with Sea Cloud off the Canaries, and we sailed with it for about 2 hours on the 7th of May. We intercepted the tall ship's fleet coming down from Cadiz.
Tell us about square rig versus other kinds of rigging here. We've got a number of square rig ships here, and they're magnificent. But from your point of view as a sailor, how does that? What's the difference as you go through the water?
Well, they're very, very practical ship because the square rig was a Northern European design as opposed to the Arabic plantain rig. The square rig was used for trade wind sailing to carry cargoes across the wide oceans. Most of the time, the wind has to be on the beam or has to be abaft the beam on the stern of the vessel, where on Dennis's vessels, the wind can be forward of the beam and they can beat to windward fairly well. But they were really carried out trade and commerce and exploration throughout the world, the square riggers.
And it's been said there can be no greater teacher than Mother Nature and no better classroom than a ship. Dennis, you must work with some young people, as does Red. Do you agree that that is great training in terms of discipline and character building?
Well, I think it's really an opportunity of something that can play in any kind of life. You learn to work with other people, and you learn to be out there on your own and take initiative and take matters into your own hands. And then whether you're doing that at sea or you're doing that in real life, it works the same.
It's a great combination because your individual effort aboard a ship, every sailor's individual effort is critical, and yet you must work as a team at the same time.
You really learn that life is working with the guy on either side of you, and the synergy involved can really be more than 2 and 2, adding up to 6.
As Captain Shannon is fond of saying about leadership training, before you can lead, you've got to learn to follow. So it's a great opportunity to learn to take orders from a captain, to execute those orders, and to work together as a team. Some of the sailors aboard the cruising stern.
I love this. Read to you from one of the young cadets who was on the Eendrak, as he described his sailing. He said, "It is the sense of self, integrity, and self-esteem overflow in the thrill of learning more about what you can achieve. You can perform your tasks alone, yet you do them with others. Everything is shared, from hanging over the lee rail to peeling spuds for dinner. The experience of living on a tiny ship illustrated for me, he said, the very significant role one person plays in a closed society. In his case, we discovered that all of us is necessary. All of us were necessary.
Cruisenstern, you're looking at again. She is the first recipient of the Sail Training Association's coveted Cuddy Sark Trophy.
Right, Chet. She's a real handsome vessel. She's a four-masted bark built in Germany. Originally, you mentioned the Padua. And she was owned by Ferdinand Lease of Hamburg, which had many ships called in the Flying P line. Some of you have been down to South Street Seaport. You'll see her sister ship, the Peking. And the Pommern is in Travemünde in Germany. The Flying P line was very famous, carrying nitrates from South America back to Europe and grain from Australia. They were really bulk cargo ships and magnificent vessels.
And a sister ship, for those who don't know, is basically a ship that is very much like the other, of similar design, but can be built from different eras, during different eras.
Yes, it can. It's a similar design and scantlings, as we say, and is used probably in the same trade.
Right now, the Cruisenstern is operated by the Kaliningrad Higher Marine Engineering College as a cadet training vessel. She has a crew of 232, range in age between 18 and 60. And you know, we were talking some of these young men and women aboard the vessels from the former Soviet Union have no idea how or if they're going to be paid or what's happening back home. And there were all sorts of reports of problems in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and in New York. These poor guys were running out of food and other supplies, and Americans and others rallied around to give them a helping hand.
Have you talked with some of the Russians, Red, that recently about the problems they were experiencing? And I'm thinking of the naval people, especially, of course, after following the breakup of the Soviet Union, and now the arguments going on among the countries that were in the Soviet Union. What ship belongs to whom?
Yes, it's been quite interesting, Natalie. I had the good fortune 2 years ago to be aboard the Druzhba, sister ship of Mir. We had 40 American cadets aboard doing a joint Soviet-American sail. And at that time, 2 years ago, all this was coming on, and these ships were operated by maritime academies, naval academies and maritime academies, and they were quite concerned of the future breakup and how they would be funded, because it's very difficult now with no central government in the old Soviet Union to maintain these ships and to fund them.
This is a great opportunity for us as we look at these tall ships and think about the countries that they represent to refresh our sense of history of Boston Harbor, an area of some 50 square miles that's dotted with roughly 30 islands, which together cover about 1,200 acres of land. It's a magnificent and historic harbor. And sometimes, you know, those of us who live here particularly forget that some of the greatest sailing ships in the world were built just a few hundred yards from where we're seated right now. Donald Mackay and the clipper ship, Old Ironsides, built over here at a shipyard in the North End. There's Old Ironsides.
Old Ironsides coming up now.
Steady stream of pedestrians walking down Northern Avenue, and the viewing sites are beginning to fill up along the Pier 4 and the Fan Pier area. You can see behind us down to the Rose Wharf area. People are beginning to take their places.
Just trickling in, I might add. This is what, the fourth time we've had tall ships coverage here, and it is extremely sparse. So if you've been scared away by the lack of crowds, by the thought of 3 million people, maybe you should rethink that. We'll take a break here and be back as we continue with our coverage of Sail Boston 1992.
This Does it seem like all the summer travel bargains have passed you by, leaving you with just two choices? One, pay a fortune to go somewhere, or two, stay home. Enter Greyhound. We're cutting our summer fares in half. Plan ahead and you'll get half off every seat on every bus to over 1,700 destinations, all summer long. So get on the bus and get rolling. Greyhound, half price for the whole summer.
Remember when moms were a little too perfect?
Would you like to have some of your friends over and have a little party?
Come on, June. Now there's a home-style snack for people too busy to bake all day. Introducing Kudos Pan Squares.
What's the big idea?
Real peaches, cream cheese, roasted almonds, and crunchy flakes of grain. They're the kind of snack June Cleaver would love if she ever left the kitchen.
You know that never happened.
New Kudos Pan Squares home-style snacks. The way snacks used to be, for the way things really are.
Something old is new again. Longs. Rediscover a New England tradition of fine jewelry and giftware. When you expect personal service, unsurpassed selection, quality, and value, look to Long's. Long's 3-diamond Boston ring in 18-karat gold and Long's Regal Gents diamond ring in 2-tone gold. At Long's, we put quality, value, and memories in every bag.
With summer really just beginning, this is the time for a cool pool from Namco. Complete pool packs with filter, ladder, and maintenance get started only $749. Namco.
The one for fun is Namco. It's Namco.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
Well, if you were up with the sun, this is what you would have seen at Boston Harbor this morning. A magnificent sight here. If you've never been on a boat in your life, you can't help but be moved as you stand here and anticipate the ships, watch them as they come into the harbor, and watch that sunrise over the water.
The actual parade is underway. It'll be a while before the first flotilla comes by the reviewing stand at the fish pier, but they're kind of a good overall shot of several of the sailing vessels together with just dozens and dozens of private pleasure boats that have been in the harbor. Many of them anchored there overnight, just waiting for this parade of sail.
Again, you're looking at the Kuzenstern, the Russian ship, and Dennis is going to leave us in a few minutes because he's headed back down to Newport, where he's involved in another race. Tell us about the Etchels.
Yeah, for the landlubbers, just what is an Etchel?
Well, it's a one-design boat that is about 32 feet long, and it's not really particularly high-tech. It's just a boat you can go out and race with your friends, and there's a number of local fleets. We have one of the best fleets in the world right up here in Marblehead, where Dave Curtis is a perennial world champion. So it's just a chance to get out there and enjoy the water in a competitive spirit with your friends. It's not like the America's Cup, but, you know, so that's one of the great things about sailing is that you don't have to be sailing in the America's Cup to enjoy it. You can enjoy it in a tall ship. You can enjoy it in a windsurfer. You can just get out there and use the wind and the weather and have a great time.
What's your favorite? It's got to be the America's Cup, huh?
I actually like the one design racing in small boats the best, where the boats are all pretty much the same, and it's just a matter of your sailing skill that prevails on the results. But America's Cup is special because it's really a game of life. You have to raise the money, you have to get out there and get your sponsors, and then you got the technology involved in building a boat and getting it out there in the water. Then you, of course, have the training of the crew and the design of the sails. And it's a whole, it's just like running a big business, and the bottom line, instead of profit, is who wins the event.
You learned to sail as a little boy, didn't you?
Well, my father was a fisherman, and I, of course, grew up around the water. And fortunately for me, I hung around the San Diego Yacht Club and got to have some of my people I looked up to, my mentors, were involved in sailing. And
how old were you when you took when you soloed?
Long enough, though, that you weren't around then.
I wasn't too far behind those guys.
You're very kind. What did you first take out? Can you remember?
I remember sailing a little 8-foot dinghy that most of the kids that learn how to junior program sail. And once you can sail a dinghy, you can probably get on there with Captain Shannon and sail almost anything.
Well, it's a great day. The sun is beginning to break through. We were a little concerned this morning when the clouds were heavy, and they were thick, and they were low. But I think now, as Dick suggested, these clouds are going to move on out, and we're going to have a decent day for this parade of sail. It's a nice day in any event. And frankly, those of us here, and I'm sure the spectators who have already lined the shores of Boston Harbor, are grateful that at the moment, at least, we're not looking at 85 degrees and any high humidity at this point.
Well, before we move on to some of our other locations here, I know Dennis is anxious to get down and make the start of that race, which is at 11. So we're going to helicopter him down back to Newport.
Well, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed it. I know you're going to have a great day here, and it's great to have Captain Shannon here as an expert to identify all the boats and give you a real feeling of what's going on aboard the ship. So I'm sorry I'm going to miss it, but I know you're going to have a great day.
Well, we are. We appreciate your sharing your sense of sailing and competition and racing in some of the boats that we're not going to see here today.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll have the America's Cup right here in Boston.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Whoa, see if you can arrange that.
Live and on board.
Good
Thanks
to
for
see you.
having me.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Cap.
Good
to see you again.
Down there off Newport. All right, let's see. There's Jim Boyd is at the fish pier, and that is the site of the reviewing stand. Jim?
Chet and Natalie, we're here. Jim and I are both here with Dusty Rhodes, who has spent the last 4 years of her life working on Operation Sail, heading it up. Dusty, I know after Puerto Rico, after seeing them in Puerto Rico, you kind of began ripping up some of the plans and regrouping. We were talking about that a few minutes ago. How's it going today?
It's going very well. We're on time. We're on schedule. No injuries. Nothing bad's happened. You know, a lot of 20% of that reactive management I talked about before.
That's right.
Well, definitely noticed a tremendous amount of coordination here and getting everything together. As a matter of fact, just before we went on the air a couple of seconds ago, I see you punching numbers into 2 different walkie-talkies so you can keep control of it all. It's just been a monstrous job to try and pull together all the details. I mean, how have you been able to do it at this stage of the game? If things are going according to plan, are you satisfied?
We're very satisfied. The reason it's going according to plan is because the 67 agencies I talked about prepared so well. So they're all doing what they had planned to do, which is good.
Dusty, I know that you've been very concerned about the Russian ships, especially with the finances of the Russian ships, and you started a food drive to make sure that they had food. And how is the situation with those Russian ships now?
The Americans, both in New York, Boston, and even in San Juan, have been very receptive to that need and been overwhelmingly gracious. And we're glad Boston has come forward and been as hospitable to the Russians as she has been.
You had said that the Russian ships would not leave here unless they got some financing. Do they seem to be picking up some of the money that they needed?
Yes, what they're able to get in food and stores, which has been great, has enabled them to save their money for the fueling, which is the most expensive, of course, for the transit back.
Any potential pitfalls that you see today? Or everything seems to be
I think by the end of the day, some of the berths will be different than we had planned, but that's part of what tall ships are all about.
And some of the other details that obviously you've been worrying about for all these many long months and years. What's the situation outside here? Now, we've been here for the last 3 or 4 hours, but what's the situation outside in terms of all of the 3 million people that we were expecting and, you know, the horrendous job of getting people around and the transportation and those sort of... Is that working as well?
It seems to be. We've been up in the tower at Logan, of course, with the Coast Guard, and the launch system out of Lynn, getting our people aboard that needed to get aboard. We had more people show up, of course, than we expected, so naturally we had to add quite a few more vessels. And also, until 700 this morning, we couldn't find set-off, but we found her. So everything seems to be going quite well now.
Dusty, we don't want to keep you. I know you have a lot of places to go and a lot of things to take care of, so we won't keep you now. Thanks for joining us this morning, and Chetnat, we're going to go back to you.
All right, ask Dusty to please stop by our position here. We'd love to say hello to her, too, and congratulations to her for this extraordinary feat that she captained, if you will.
That we can see the fireboat making its way down to just a few hundred yards away now from the official reviewing stand. And behind the fireboat, you'll see Old Ironsides, and behind Old Ironsides, the USS Eagle. Actually, it's the U.S. Coast Guard vessel Eagle. I say USS, but I guess, how does that work, Red?
USCG.
USCG?
U.S. Coast Guard Bark Eagle.
Bark Eagle, right. Okay.
Susan Warner, can you hear us?
Can hear you. I can hear you, Natalie.
Hi there.
Boy, we are just in awe here. This is an unbelievable scene. The USS Constitution now just a couple of... What would you say, Steve? Is that about 500 feet from us? Like you can reach out and touch it?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
I'm here with some Steve Carr and Jim Malone, who work for Boston Towing and Transport, the tug company that is volunteering boats, men, and service this afternoon. And tell me what you guys did this morning with the Constitution.
Well, this morning we helped assist the Constitution off the pier, so, you know, we can make its way out to the Winthrop.
And what's up for you the rest of this afternoon? Yeah, I know you're going to be busy in a minute.
Well, after we put the Constitution back in her berth, we'll be staying with her the whole time till she's got all the lines out. Then we'll be assisting the other tugboats and putting the tall ships into the pier.
I know that many of the people out here, Steve, were mentioning it seems rather odd. They call them tugboats, but there they are behind her.
That's the Cameron Tibbetts behind the Constitution now with the Tug Heidi and other workboat we use.
Anything unusual out there that you've seen so far today?
No, there's a lot of boats, though. It's rough out there. That's why we came here and we tied up on Castle Island.
It may be rough out there, but I'll tell you what, it is very exciting here, Chet and Natalie. There are thousands and thousands of people, all very excited. A lot of mouths open, a lot of gaping people. Just a few minutes ago, of course, the fireboat went by, and we felt the spray of that. We heard the cannons roaring and the sailors waving, and it is just remarkable. It is going to be an absolutely spectacular day. Chet, Nat?
All right, the USS Constitution approaching, you know, rapidly approaching her bicentennial year, too, Captain Red.
Right, Chet. I think 1797 when the vessel was built, so she's getting ready to be 200 years old.
What a history. And sailed blockade of the Barbary Coast and launched back in 1797, as you say, and she achieved her greatest renown during the War of 1812, of course, as she stood invincible against the Royal Navy.
And in 20 minutes, what school child doesn't know the story? As 20 minutes reduced the Gruyere to driftwood. Old Ironside, she got that name when someone said they saw a cannonball bounce off of her side.
Wooden ships and iron men.
Indeed.
Never lost a battle. Almost lost one, though, when she was finally out of service, and it really might not have her today if it weren't for a giant grassroots effort that took place some years ago to save her.
Right, in 1830, Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. wrote a poem, All Ironsides, and from that poem and fundraising by various school children throughout the United States saved her.
Fred, there's a great shot of the Gloria.
Right, the Columbian square rigger. She's a three-masted bark from Columbia, a really modern bark. Built
1968.
1968, yes. She's a forerunner of four other vessels that were built for South American and Latin American countries.
The Gloria sailing out of Cartagena, Colombia.
Now, when you say she's modern as compared with some of these other ships, do you mean technologically in terms of her technical equipment?
In her layout down below and her safety equipment aboard, being built in the 60s.
What would she have that some of the older ones wouldn't have?
Well, she'd have better subdivision for the case of...
As we look at the Gloria, let's pause for these messages, and then we'll come right back to resume our live coverage of Sail Boston 92.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today. Home quarters. When you've got a job to do, HQ to the rescue. And by New England Telephone, part of the Nynex family.
The taste of real lobster, it's amazing what we'll go through to get it.
Little forks, claw crackers.
But McDonald's is making real lobster real easy. Our own summer favorite is back, our delicious lobster sandwich.
Napkins, gloves, poncho.
It's made with 100% real lobster on a fresh bed of lettuce and a special bun. A real value at just $3.99. McDonald's Lobster Sandwich. All the taste of real lobster, without all the fuss.
Enjoy.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Ah, feeling squeezed, paying more than you should for home improvement? At Home Quarters Warehouse, we sell quality home improvement products for less. On July 2nd, 27% less than Grossman's on this Waterpik shower massage, and 26% less on a Wood 6-outlet coax surge protector. At HQ, we guarantee you'll never feel the squeeze of paying too much.
HQ to the rescue!
Choosing the best answering machine is now a simple process of elimination.
Introducing call answering from New England Telephone. It picks up where answering machines leave off. Nothing to fix or clutter the house. All you need is your phone. To order, call 1-800-499-5200. We're the one for you, New England. New England Telephone, part of the NYNEX family.
Looking at historic Boston Harbor as the Sail Boston Parade of tall ships gets underway. We'll be here live with continuous coverage until 4 o'clock this afternoon. The first flotilla is just a short distance away from the reviewing stand at the Fish Pier, not too far from our anchor position atop Anthony's Pier 4.
And maybe we could get a picture of the Eagle, because we have Tim Woodhouse with us at our anchor desk here at Pier 4, owner of Worldwide Hood Sailmakers, a champion ocean racer himself. And it was he and his business that designed the new sails for the Eagle, something Brett ought to know about. At least you knew about the old sails.
We're looking at the Eagle right there. We were surprised that in this breeze, Tim, that they were able to set virtually all of the sails.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Just the way you designed it, right?
Well, oh yeah, it couldn't be more perfect.
Well, we were talking about the difficulty of maneuvering all of these vessels, and they've got to be obviously extremely careful. And there was some suggestion earlier that they may not be able to set all of the sails, but obviously the Eagle, people feel confident enough to do that, and several of the other tall ships had set all of their sails as well.
Yeah, well, the breeze is light out of the north, and as long as it doesn't get too puffy, they should be able to maneuver in the harbor.
What changes or innovations did you make on this new set of sails, or did you pretty much follow what you had?
Well, we followed the sail plan of the yacht to make sure they'd fit. The major difference is that we used modern Dacron sailcloth, woven more like yacht material, and we were trying to get sails that would be lighter, stronger, and have more durability, last longer.
What difference would that make from your point of view on board, Brett?
Well, back in 1968, we converted from flax sails, linen flax in 68, and went to the stabilized Dacron, the synthetic material. It's really good material. We were using 17-ounce then. Right. I think you're probably down to 10 or 12 ounce.
Yes. Does it affect the way you sail, or is it a question of durability?
Durability, and it's a flatter sail. We used to use flax, which was very, very heavy when it would get wet. These synthetic sails look a lot better for parades of sail. They don't...
And a little easier on the crew?
Well, if you have a large cadet crew, they're very, very easy to furl. They're very stiff. On Sea Cloud, where you only have 20 hands on deck for a four-master, we use a different type of sail. It's a combination of cotton and synthetic material, Duradon. I'm sure you're... Yeah. But it's easier to furl than the stabilized material.
Yeah. What can all of these modern materials do, Tim, to enhance the old-style sailing ships? Does it make them go any faster? Does it make them any safer, any more efficient?
Well, it'll make them slightly faster because the sails are less prone to distortion as the breeze comes on. They're also lighter, and they don't absorb moisture, so that when the crews are up in the yardarms trying to furl or reef the sails, they are lighter. So.
How much do those renovations cost, these latest ones for the Eagle?
Oh, it was in the neighborhood of $150,000 by the time we got finished.
And there's a good shot of Boston Harbor from Newscopter 5. And those sails normally should last how long?
Well, with proper care and maintenance, they should be go the equivalent of 2 circumnavigations of the world, so 50,000 miles.
Does she have one full set of sails aboard, or
they would carry a full set and some spares. They also have some sail repair hardware aboard. They can do fixed tears and seams.
And a great shot of the Eagle right there.
And somewhere on that deck is News Center 5's Byron Pitts.
We're at the pilot house with the captain now. Excitement is building as we move further into Boston Harbor, and perhaps no one is more excited than the gentleman with me right now, Captain. Hello, sir. Captain. You are retiring later this year. This is your last major voyage. What's going through your heart right now as you enter Boston Harbor?
Well, it's exciting to see all these people, you know, on Castle Island, and it's a great high to finish my career on. I must say I've got a lot of other things on my mind besides retiring right now. because we've got we've got this long line of ships behind us trying to hold position as we get up the harbor to meet the schedule. But that's exciting. I can't think of a better way to finish a career.
Yes, sir. Your family's here with you today, friends, classmates?
My wife, well, no classmates, but my wife, my 3 children, my 2 grandchildren, my mother, my brother. Yeah, it's a great crowd. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
All right. What memory do you think you will take most from this experience and your voyages in the past?
This experience today, or?
Yes, sir.
Well, as of today, I think just seeing all these ships and all these people watching them, it's just obviously something everybody loves, and no one's ever exactly explained it, but I think the idea of tall ships is something that brings out the best in people. Really, they remember it's a harmony of people and human creation and nature that really makes everybody happy.
Thank you so much, Captain David Wood, commanding officer of the U.S. Coast Guard Bark Eagle. The working vessel, I think I'm in the way now. So, Chet, now let me back out of the way and send it back to you guys as we move into Boston Harbor.
You probably couldn't see it. We had a great shot of a little kid in a bosun's chair, a hood bosun's chair, Tim said.
Well, we're also quick to point out that that was not aboard the Eagle. It was obviously aboard one of the spectator boats.
Yes, that's a safety no-no.
And Tim Woodhouse was his heart's good. There it is, right there. Cute little shot. That youngster's having a great time in the bosun's chair. But, well, at least they're not moving very fast, if at all, and they're probably not moving at all, so I guess he's pretty comfortable there, Tim.
Tim, you're a student of sailing history. Can you tell us a little bit about the sailor of the 19th century?
Well, actually, going aboard the square riggers today, it's not much different. The rigs and the ships and the sail handling capabilities were really a compromise, and they were based on the materials that were available during the time. And most of these ships were developed to handle cargo, so very little accommodations available. It was really ships and the sail plans were laid out to handle the sails with as few men as possible. And today, these ships, other than new and modern materials, the sail handling equipment is still very much as it was.
The USS Constitution as it leads the parade of sail. Coming into our view here, and in a couple of minutes we'll be able to pick up the Constitution and the ships behind it with our cameras here on the rooftop at Anthony's Pier 4. You know, Tim was mentioning the ships and the life aboard that Red. Can you give us a sense of the quarters aboard a square-rigged vessel?
Well, on these cadet ships, most of the quarters are very tight for the cadets. There's not too much room. Some of them have hammock berthing, some have pipe bunks, but it's very tight quarters. They have very little room to stow their gear, but it's good training for them. They learn how to go to sea, how to take care of their gear, and how to take care of themselves.
I think I'd be claustrophobic, I got to tell you. I've been below some of those. I'd last about 3 seconds. I can't breathe.
You know, it's pretty claustrophobic aboard some of the big boats. I spent a couple of nights aboard the aircraft carrier, the Eisenhower. I mean, she's 1,090 feet long and has a crew of over 5,000 men, but the enlisted personnel don't have terribly sophisticated or comfortable quarters, let me tell you.
No, they don't, Chet. It's very tight quarters even on our naval vessels throughout the world because of all the equipment they have aboard. That comes first, then the berthing of the hands comes second.
Well, you see the fireboats leading the parade, and then Old Ironsides as the first ship in the flotilla. You'll hear the 19-gun salute here very, very shortly. As all of the ships pass the reviewing stand, which, as we told you, is located at the Boston Fish Pier, they will render honors. All naval ships will render a hand salute. The merchant marine training ships will render a hand salute and or dip the ensign. Commercial or private vessels will dip the ensign. It's all part of the symbolism that goes together with this great pageantry we're watching in Boston Harbor this morning.
That's right, Chet. It's naval customs and traditions. The man of war will fire gun salutes, and the merchant vessels will either dip their ensigns. The Old Ironsides is doing the salute for the whole parade of sail, giving the 19-gun salute. They're actually saluting the state of Massachusetts and the governor for the entire fleet. As the other vessels go by, they'll either hand salute or dip their colors.
What you're seeing now is the camera just a few feet from us, in fact, on Anthony's Pier 4, and well, I've already changed the picture here, but that was a stationary ship that was right outside this area that you were looking across the bow of as you watched the USS Constitution come in. Now you're seeing pictures from News Center 5's helicopter, pictures of Boston Harbor, good shot of the Constitution there and the water boats, and if you're watching in color, they're spewing blue and red and green.
And red, white, and blue is what they're trying to get, Natalie. There's kind of a mixture.
Sorry. It came off a little
They're sort of all blended together. You know, Tim, we were talking earlier with Dennis Conner and Captain Shannon about the beauty of a sailboat. Colonel John DeVoe, a retired Air Force colonel, sent me a quote the other day, which I thought was kind of pretty. And as beautiful as anything that man has made, built for strength and speed, and yet strangely tender for ships of sail. And that kind of says it.
Well, I think that square riggers were certainly the pinnacle of man's ability to harness nature's energy and utilize it for his benefit. And these ships today are some of them are almost 100 years old, and I think it's wonderful that there's been an increase in interest in them in the last 10 years.
You're listening to the 19-gun salute now from Old Ironside's USS Constitution as she passes the reviewing stand at the fish pier.
You know, Tim, I can't help but be taken up by the romance of the whole scene here in the larger sense of the word, but sail-making is a big business, isn't it?
Well, it has grown. I mean, the ability to build boats cheaply and quickly out of fiberglass has certainly led to a worldwide expansion in sailing, and it's made a lot of people avail themselves of yachting. So it's certainly been an increase in interest.
You know, there's quite a concussion from from the cannon aboard the Old Ironsides. You can feel it here at Anthony's Pier 4 at our anchor position.
Here, we'll be quiet for a second and see what you can pick up off of our microphones.
You can hear the report of the guns going off.
You know, the wind's just perfect to bring the sound right to us here.
I guess they're finished. I didn't count 19, but they must have done 19.
I'm sure they did. Old Ironsides will be tugged back to her berth at the Charlestown Navy Yard, and then she'll go into dry dock for a period of perhaps 18 months while she undergoes hull inspection and undergoes whatever repairs.
She'll still be playing a part in these festivities this day, though. You know, as you know, Prince Philip will be touring the Constitution on Monday along with Governor Wells.
As we look at a picture from aboard the Russian ship, Krusenstern, let's pause now for these messages. We'll be right back.
Some other guys think they're tougher than Midas. They claim they can beat us. They're blowing smoke. Do they make a better muffler than Midas? No. They don't even make the mufflers they sell. Is their guarantee better than the famous Midas guarantee? Far from it. It's full of loopholes. Can they beat Midas quality at any price? No way. Get their estimate. Bring it to us, and we'll meet or beat their price. Somebody beats Midas? Nobody beats Midas.
Attention, it's Chevy Rock Solid Value Day. There's never been a better time to get a 92 Chevy S10 Blazer, the only full line of sport utility vehicles with the security of four-wheel anti-lock brakes standard. Now get $2,000 cash back on S10 Blazer for the first time ever, along with the biggest V6 on the road and most popular four-wheel drive system, InstaTrack. Rock Solid Value Days. The right time to get Chevy trucks. The trucks you can depend on. The trucks that last.
Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on. Cold Miller Lite, I like it like that.
Brewed from the start to be the one great tasting beer that's less filling, Miller Lite's everything you want a beer to be.
I didn't think she'd come.
I knew she'd come.
Miller Lite, I like it like that. Come on.
Relive all the majesty and pageantry of the magnificent parade of sail into Boston Harbor. The Return of the Tall Ships, a 90-minute video highlighting the tall ship extravaganza, can be yours for just $24.95. To order your VHS copy, send a check payable to WCVB-TV Tall Ships, 5 TV Place, Needham, Massachusetts, 02192. The $24.95 price includes shipping, handling, and sales tax.
You're looking at sailors aboard the USS Constitution.
Up and manning the yards, as Red would say. And Constitution firing or completing her 19-gun salute as she passes by the reviewing stand.
Yes, Chet. The Constitution finished her 19-gun salute, and she's receiving a salute from the shoreside battery at the fish pier.
And as you said, it's 19 guns because the highest-ranking person here is the governor.
The governor, right.
And if the president were here, it'd be 21.
21, that's correct.
Does the vice president make 20?
No.
You know, there was some thought that the president might make a brief appearance here for this parade of tall ships. He was flying back from the G7 conference and actually has now made his way to his summer home up in Kennebunkport, but there was some thought, it obviously never materialized, but that President Bush might stop here for a brief.
There you see the Constitution firing the guns just a couple of minutes ago. A great sight. You know, there are about, 100 little spectator boats right in front of us here at Anthony's Pier 4. What a sight that they have. It's the same one you can see, of course, because our cameras are right here. But it's fabulous to feel the air and see it firsthand.
You know, it's sad in a way that they couldn't put some sails up on the Constitution right now. She probably couldn't withstand the the pressures, but it just would sure make a beautiful picture right about now.
Oh, she's beautiful anyway.
Right, but she's an old vessel, and to put any strain on that rig and the hull by putting any sails up, she's really an antique, and we want to take good care of her.
As we said, approaching her bicentennial year. Just the tug is on her starboard side, moving her right back to her berth at Constitution Wharf. And very shortly, the U.S. Coast Guard bark Eagle will be coming past the reviewing stand.
You're looking at the Denmark from the vantage point of the camera on Long Island.
Yes, the Denmark is a real fine vessel. She's a full-rigged ship, and has been around for many years, built in 1933. She trains cadets from the Danish Merchant Marine. It was built by a consortium of Danish shipping companies back in the early 30s, and has been training vessels, one of the training vessels of the world there. She was a Coast Guard vessel during World War II, when she was interned in 1940.
Interesting bit of history, Brett. In 1940, Denmark was docked at Jacksonville, Florida, when news reports about the German occupation of Denmark precluded a return trip home.
Yes, Chet. She interned herself at Jacksonville, turned herself into the Coast Guard captain of the port, and immediately was assigned to the Coast Guard Academy. She was used as a sail training vessel for the Coast Guard Academy and trained over 5,000 officer candidates and cadets.
I understand the U.S. rejected her initial offer, however, to help out during that period of time, and then about a year later, administration had some change of heart.
Yes, she's a wonderful vessel, and many of our senior Coast Guard officers, most of them are retired now, sailed aboard Denmark.
Good view of the sailors aboard the Denmark, on the decks of the Denmark. I would imagine that at some point they might man the yards, maybe if not on the inbound trip into the harbor, maybe on the outbound journey.
That's right, Chet. Usually when all the square sails are set, it's very difficult to man the yards. But once they turn around, make the turnaround, they'll bring their sails up in their gear, and the hands can go aloft and man the yards.
For those who don't know what that means, man the yards.
Well, man the yards is when they go aloft, either stand on the foot ropes, which are below the yards, or they stand right on top of the yards with help from stanchions and some backstays to keep them from tumbling off the yards.
Tim, where is technology going to take us in terms of sail manufacture?
Well, I think for these type of yachts, I think the woven Dacron is probably the most suitable limit of technology, given current fibers. There are new fibers available. Some were developed for the America's Cup, but the major benefit that most racers are looking for is lightweight and absolutely minimal stretch. And they're not always the most practical or the most durable types of fabrics to utilize.
And not necessarily a prerequisite for the tall ships either, are they?
No. We were looking for durability and longevity.
You know, an interesting part about the Denmark, as Red started to say, is, you know, that the cadets were, 5,000 some cadets were trained on board, and that program was so effective that the service inspired to take Germany's Horst vessel and commission it as the Eagle, which, as you know, is the United States Coast Guard vessel now. It's interesting how the history of some of these ships and where they came from. The U.S. ship should have been a German ship at one time.
Right. Between World War I and World War II, there were a lot of war prizes, and many of these square riggers shifted their nationality quite regularly.
Still, the spectators continue to make it on foot along Northern Avenue and finding the place along the harbor to view the tall ships parade. This will be going on for some time. The entire parade is set to go at about 5 knots. There are 19 separate flotillas involving well over 200 sailing vessels. And they estimate it would be 4 o'clock or maybe a little after before every vessel that participated in this parade of sail is finally tied up at a berth somewhere. Actually, they're using, I think, virtually every foot of space available in Boston Harbor. From there are some docks and berths along the Mystic River and Charlestown, and just about everything here along the harbor is being utilized.
Yes, Chet, berthing space is at a minimum for these vessels, so a lot of these small Class C vessels are up in the Mystic River to berth. Very limited space in the harbor now for these vessels. The A's were well taken care of, and the B's over in Charlestown Navy Yard, but the C's have had a little bit of a problem.
Might be interesting. We're talking about tall ships, Class A's, B's, and C's. Just to go over, we use these terms interchangeably sometimes, and we tend to lump all of these boats under the heading tall ships. Why don't you do that, Red, for us? The Class A vessels are what?
The Class A vessels are over 170 feet long. The majority of them are square riggers of various rigs. The Class Bs run from about 100 feet up to 170 feet. Some of them are square rig and some are fore and aft. And then the smaller vessels are Class C under 100 feet. They're fore and aft rigs and maybe a few square riggers in there.
And a definition of a tall ship is somewhat vague, really, right?
Right from John Macefield's poem there.
Yes, I must down to the seas again. Great shot of the fireboat. Red, white, and blue water spewing forth, and here comes the Eagle. We've got a great shot of the Eagle now from our vantage point, atop Anthony's Pier 4 on the harbor.
There you see it right there, right in the center of your screen.
Right. You can see her racing stripe, the Coast Guard racing stripe, actually our identification signal on the hull. And she's under full sail with the exception on her foremast and mainmast. She has her lowest squaresail up in its gear. That's the foresail and the mainsail.
And the Eagle, as you mentioned earlier, Red, a sister ship to Portugal's Sagres II, to Germany's Gorschfock II, to the Ukrainian Tovarish. all in today's parade of sale. Also, Romania's Mircea, if I'm saying that correctly.
Mircea, right.
Mircea.
They're the five sisters. The first one built was the Gorsh Falk #1 in 1933. She is now the Tovarish of Russia. The second one built was the Hortzwessel, which is now the Eagle of the United States. And the third one built was the Sagres, which was the Albert Leo Schlagetter, built in 1938. And the final one built in the 30s was the Mircea of Romania, which is still in commission.
And I think most Americans are used to calling Coast Guard ships cutters, and this is called a cutter, but in fact is and remains a bark.
Right. She's officially a cutter of the United States Coast Guard, but she is a sailing bark of the bark rig. In 1958, the West German government built the fifth sister of this class, and she's called Gorsh Falk #2, which you'll see in the parade today. They were all built at Blumenboss Yard in Hamburg. Real fine shipyard, still operating.
And along with the Black Pearl, she was the first American ship to enter a tall ships race in Europe back in, what, 1972, Red?
Right, 1972, Captain Cassidy took the vessel to Europe, was in the tall ships parade, and in the race from the Solent in southern England over to the Baltic, and then attended the Olympics in 1972 at Kiel.
And she's undergone some major renovations, too, in 81, 82, a big difference made in separating the watertight bulkhead areas, make her a safer ship.
Right, that was an 8-year project. It started in 1974, and it ran through till 1983. From 74 to 79, work was done, then a 2-year break, and then from 81 through actually 84. $15 million was spent on the ship.
And the cadets moved from hammocks to berths, right?
Yes,
Not all ships did switch, though, did they?
No, they didn't. In 1976, we started to enter young ladies into the academy, women cadets, so we had to change our berthing and messing areas around.
Looking at a shot from our camera on Castle Island now, and some individuals in colonial costumes firing ceremonial cannon and salute to the tall ships as they pass by. Just before that, you had a great shot of the cadets aboard the Eagle, rendering a hand salute to the dignitaries on the reviewing stand at the fish pier. But the shot here from Castle Island.
You mentioned women, Red. There's some 20 women now on the Eagle?
Yes, we have
cadets?
We have berthing space in the Eagle there for 21 young ladies, and they do a real fine job.
We'll be back to continue our coverage of Sail Boston 92. First, let's pause for these messages.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by the new advanced Formula Mobile One. Mitsubishi, the word is getting around. And by Off, Skin-tastic insect repellent. Feels so good you'll forget you've got it on.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using new Mobile One. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. New Advanced Formula Mobile One. It keeps your engine running like new. Car and Driver has named it to its 10 best list 4 years in a row. Now, there's a Mitsubishi Eclipse you can lease for just $500 down and as little as $149 a month. But hurry, this Eclipse will soon disappear. Mitsubishi, the word is getting around.
Did I put it on?
You put it on. Oh, I put it on.
This is Off Skin-tastic, a repellent from the makers of Off.
I don't think I've got it on.
You've got it on. Well, I've got it on.
Off Skin-tastic keeps bugs from biting and feels great.
Doesn't feel like I've got anything on.
You've got it on. Well, I've got it on.
Off Skin-tastic even smells good.
Are you sure I've got it on?
Are you being chewed alive by mosquitoes?
No.
Then you've got it on.
Off Skin-tastic feels so good, you'll forget you've got it on.
Well, I've got it on.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
Oh, what a great picture.
A great shot here as we continue our live coverage of the Parade of Sail for Sail Boston 92. The Coast Guard Bark Eagle has just passed by the reviewing stand. There's the Gloria with some of her cadets manning the yard.
Yes, Chet. You can see the Gloria there. You notice the square sails are bunted up under the yards. They're what we call the sails are in their gear. All the square yards there. And the hands are aloft manning the yards.
We should get a shot. We will show you very shortly here the Coast Guard cutter Eagle, the United States flagship, will be getting to the point where she'll have to be turned around. And they'll have some help from some tugboats because that's going to get pretty tricky down there. And the breeze has died down somewhat, but nevertheless, there's only, what, 200 or 300 yards, we're estimating, Tim, where they have to turn around, and it's very difficult to maneuver one of those ships in that little space.
Right, Chet. The turning circles of the vessels are quite large, and the distance from Charlestown over to the north end is pretty tight. They'll put a small pusher tug on the starboard bow and maybe one off the port quarter, and they'll spin the vessels around.
You know, we should point out, too, as we look at the Eagle, that there are 6 other vessels in the first flotilla. Among them, the Spirit of Massachusetts, a Class B boat, the Zenobie Graham of Belgium, the flagship of Belgium, the Beachcomber, the Voyager, a boat called the Asta, and the Danza, which is the flagship of Puerto Rico.
Let's see if we can't pick up some of those ships as they come by us here. They're right behind the Eagle.
And most of the other ships in the flotilla have most of their sails set. They really look magnificent.
Right. The wind is fair enough where the fore and aft vessels, the little schooners and yachts can carry their fore and aft sails with ease.
It's a good test of seamanship to be able to hold their position here now.
Right. There's a good
without the use of the engines.
Yeah, well, I think the tug captains have got the job of the day, I think.
Right. There's a lot of station keeping going on today.
You can see the Eagle here now and the ships behind her. These are set up in flotillas. The lead ship of the first flotilla is the United States Coast Guard cutter, the Eagle. And behind her, on your screen off to the left, can you see? I'm having a little trouble seeing the screen. No, you're not going to see it just yet. I'd love you to see the Zenobie Graham, a beautiful catch, and the Spirit of Massachusetts, which is moving just alongside of her. Maybe we can pick that up from the rooftop cameras.
Right. Zenobie Graham is from Belgium. She's used to train Belgium naval and merchant marine cadets. She's over in the port side formation of this flotilla, and then over in the starboard side is the Spirit of Massachusetts, which is the flagship of the state of Massachusetts.
Are we not able to get a shot of the Spirit of Massachusetts? No, that's too bad. Hopefully when they get a little further down the line here, we will be able to do that. Spectator fleet that has anchored, most of these boats right here in the Spectator fleet have been here since yesterday afternoon. They just dropped their anchor and spent the night, and they certainly have some of the best seats in the house here.
The schooner we see in front of us is the little Voyager there, and she's sailing right along.
Part of the first flotilla right behind the Eagle.
And the Spirit of Massachusetts, which you can see as we zoom in on the Spirit. There's a great-looking shot.
Yes, that's a grand shot. She's an old Gloucester schooner of the Fernandina design, and does a lot of sail training for the New England Historic Seaport. The master on that vessel is an old third mate of mine, Bobby Hall. I had Bobby on the Sea Cloud for a year, and as my third mate, and now he's master of the Spirit of Massachusetts.
You know, there's an old saying in broadcasting, Red, you know, the world is made up of 300 people and you spend your life running into them. It must be the same in your circle.
Certainly is. Certainly is. You can see the upper works, upper sails of the Spirit right now.
Topsail schooner.
That's right.
Built in 1984, carries a crew of 30. She'll be berthed at Charlestown Pier 3 for those that might like to take a look at her. And she's the official ambassador, as Red mentioned, for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She's operated by the New England Historic Seaport as a sail training vessel. Her design, as you mentioned, I think, is typical of the Gloucester fishing schooners of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. She sails in the Caribbean, familiar waters to you, Red?
Yes, I see her down in the wintertime down in the Caribbean quite a bit, so we pass each other at sea.
The weather just couldn't be more ideal, I would think. You know, the breeze has died down just a little bit.
Right. I think it's coming in nice now. If she hauls to the right a little more, we'll get a little more of an easterly breeze and an onshore breeze, and I think we'll have a nice day where the square riggers and the fore and aft vessels can carry most of their sail up the inner harbor.
The Eagle is getting close to the point where they'll be turning around, and as I mentioned earlier, we do have a camera located down at Bay State Lobster, so we'll be able to see that process take place. It looks like the Eagle has also decided to drop some sails right about now, too, although we don't see that on our screen, but we'll see the Eagle turn around and make her way back. We're still looking at the Spirit of Massachusetts.
And behind her will be coming up the flagship from Puerto Rico, and the captain of that ship is going to be joining us a little later here at our, once he brings his ship into its berthing position there, he'll be joining us a little later.
Just a couple of weeks ago, more than 1.5 million people out of a population of 3 million lined San Juan Harbor to watch the tall ships come in down there. It's an incredibly well-attended event.
Our colleague Pam Cross has got an interesting position along this route. She's at Bay State Lobster. Pam, are you there?
Yes, Natalie. Good morning.
How's it look from your angle?
Oh, it looks great. We're ready in the inner harbor. There are thousands of people alongside me on the Coast Guard dock and several thousand more across the way at the Charlestown Navy Yard. The USS Constitution went by just a few minutes ago, as you noted, and she is now being berthed. She is now being berthed over in the Navy Yard. And the Eagle, as you noted, is on her way up. She's beginning to pull the sails in. I guess, what do you call that, Red? Putting the sails in gear? Is that
right, they're
stowing them?
No, not yet stowing them. They're going to put them in their gear. They're going to haul around their buntlins, leechlins, and clewlins, and they're going to take in the sails, getting them ready for stowing and furling.
Good for you, Pam. You had that right.
It's a whole other language you have to learn.
There's another term, the advance and turn. Now, that's what we're working on. To us laymen, it's a U-turn. Most of these tall ships have to turn around and head off to their berthing spots. So that's what we're waiting for.
I know the captains of these vessels must be grateful that the people of Massachusetts haven't installed any rotaries or roundabouts in the harbor.
Right, Chet. The advance and transfer is a little bit tight. The turning circles of these vessels are quite large, so they have to be very careful with their advance and transfer. So that's why the small towboats are standing by to turn them around.
There are 2 tugboat companies that are involved in helping to turn the tall ships around, and as I understand it, one of the tugs goes on either side and helps them sort of just turn on their axis. Do we have time to listen to the parade marshal, Dave Folsom? He's the retired Coast Guard captain, and he's in charge of this tall ship parade, and he said that this turning point is one of his main concerns.
Well, it's not that wide at the turnaround point, so in order to assist them around, we have several small tugboats we call pusher boats, and they will come alongside the large vessels as they approach that turnaround point and just get on the bow and push the bow around. What we're attempting to do is to get the large vessels turned and headed back down the harbor, of course, before the next flotilla arrives at that turnaround point. And we have about 12 to 15 minutes between flotillas.
It'll be a few minutes, I suspect, before we see the Eagle doing any turnaround. And I guess she's almost going to have to come to almost a stop. Is that right, Red Shannon?
Yes, she'll come to almost a stop there, and the small tugs will come in and assist turning her around.
Pam, we're going to leave our video here of the Eagle in your position so that we can get this wonderful shot here of the Krusenstern from Russia as she passes by the reviewing stand.
Yes, she's a magnificent vessel. We sailed with her last May off the Canaries, and she's a fine training ship. As you can see, she's a 4-masted bark, and she's carrying all her square sails with the exception of her lower sails. On her foremast, her foresail is furled, and on her mainmast, that's the middle mast, her mainsail is furled, and on her mizzen, her aftermast there, she has her crojack furled. This is for visibility so they can see ahead. But you can see the painted gun ports along her hull.
That's interesting, Red, that black hull with the white stripe. And the hull is marked by those black portholes, which resemble gun ports, which were sort of built there to frighten off any potential challengers to the cruising stern.
Right. In the 19th century and also in the 18th century, merchant ships, if they were going foreign, would paint their hulls that way to ward off pirates down in the East Indies.
Oh, no kidding.
That was the reason for that.
And like most of these extraordinary vessels, she has quite a history.
Yes, she does, Natalie. She was one of the lice line ships out of Hamburg, the Flying P lines, and she had a very successful career as a cargo carrier out to Australia and out to Chile, carrying grain from Australia and nitrates from Chile.
Wonderful anachronisms is one of the phrases you hear a lot when you look at one of these tall ships. And it is kind of interesting to sit here and look at the cruising stern and then look at the direction finder antennas, the radar antennas, the satellite navigation antennas on a boat like from another era.
I don't envy these some of these ships, so as we mentioned a little earlier, some of these Russian ships since the break of the Soviet Union are struggling in a number of ways, not the least of which is financially, and we understand that some of them will be selling various trinkets on board to help raise some hard currency as they are here in this port.
Yes, they're having a difficult time with the breakup of the Soviet Union to maintain these vessels and to keep them operating without the central government there to provide the funds. So they're really on their own. The training academies ashore, and these training caddies own these vessels, and it's been very difficult for them.
Also, there's quite a bit of nationalistic pride that exists here in the United States, and especially here in the Boston area that we've been hearing from various groups where these ships are coming in. They're no longer Soviet ships in some cases, but the Tavares, for example, a Ukrainian ship, and people are anxious to refly the colors of their countries now as they regain their original identities.
That's right, Natalie. Earlier on, I mentioned about the Tavares, which was the Gorshfok #1, and I had mentioned that she was a Russian ship. Well, of course, when she first was transferred from Germany to the Soviet Union, she was up in North Europe in the Baltic Fleet, and since then she's been transferred down to the Black Sea Fleet, and now is a ship from Ukraine. So she's under the Ukrainian flag now.
As long as we have Tim Woodhouse of Hood Sails here, let's talk a little bit about those sails, Tim, aboard the cruising stern. You can identify them for us?
Well, Red mentioned earlier of a fabric called Duradon, and it's a much darker fabric, and that's what the and flax, which was an earlier cotton-based fabric, that's what she's setting, and they certainly have a darker color, and they absorb a lot of moisture in wet weather, and they also hold a lot of dirt, as you can see, so they tend to turn dark brown as they age.
Looking at the cruising stern, and she is at the head of another flotilla that includes 6 other vessels: the Sir Francis Drake, the Frederick Chopin, the Nancy, the Black Pearl, the Ark, and the Zvaya, or Zjava. The Zjava 4. Don't see the Eagle has not quite made it to the turnaround point. It's a good shot looking through the spectator fleet that has anchored here off Anthony's Pier 4. As I told you, we were here last night. Natalie did part of the 6 o'clock broadcast from here, and most of these boats were in place last night, and many of them spent the night. There was some thought that they would be moved by the Coast Guard, but I guess they determined there is enough space for the parade of sailboats. Here comes a flyover now. A flyover of U.S. Air Force jet fighter planes. stop the show here for a little bit as everyone's attention was directed overhead as the U.S. Air Force lends its salute to the parade of sail.
Awesome sight.
The overall shot of Boston Harbor. Scene today of Sail Boston 92. Close to 250 vessels from over 30 foreign countries. An extraordinary assembly of some of the greatest sailing vessels in the world.
All right, the first of the flotillas now is getting ready to make that turnaround that we told you about. The Eagle you see there in your picture, getting to the end of the harbor parade route here, will turn around and pass back again in front of these reviewing stands. The first flotilla led by the Eagle, followed by the Krusenstern, led by, leading, I should say, the second flotilla.
Great view of Boston Harbor. Historic Boston Harbor. We're just across the way here. Some of the great clipper ships were built by Donald Mackay. What was it? The Flying Cloud made the trip to San Francisco in 89 days or something like that, which was almost, in those days, considered supersonic speeds.
That was pretty quick. Yeah.
All right, we'll take this moment to take this commercial break, and we'll be back with our coverage of the sail of Boston Parade. I was starstruck there for a minute by these ships.
In art, matters of taste are often subjective. But in life, good taste is well defined. Fancy Feast gourmet cat food. In the gold single-serving can. Exceptionally moist, uniquely delicious. For a gourmet taste to satisfy even the most discriminating connoisseurs. Fancy Feast. Good taste is easy to recognize.
I'll tell you, for years I was faithful to one detergent. Until this guy offered to wash one of my husband's T-shirts in an unbranded detergent and another in liquid surf. I said, fine, go ahead. And, you know, they both look spotless. But then he applied this iron, and it released all of these hidden odors. The surf shirt smelled much cleaner. So now we use that. For surf, it doesn't just look clean. It really is clean.
If you're a homeowner with a high interest rate, refinance your home today before it's too late. Call 800 USA Loan, 800 USA Loan.
You can save real money with the lowest interest rates in years, and at the same time you can help to preserve America's sailing tradition. For each mortgage placed by calling 800 USA Loan now through Tall Ships Week. 800 USA Loan, First Massachusetts Mortgage, will give $100 to be shared by the Courageous Sailing Center and Old Ironsides, the USS Constitution. Call 800 USA Loan.
Call 800 USA Loan from the privacy of your phone. Call 800 USA Loan.
First Massachusetts Mortgage Company, Massachusetts Licensed Mortgage Lender, number ML0295.
800 USA Loan.
We're back with our live coverage of Sail Boston 92 as we look at live pictures of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Eagle, just making the turnaround before starting the trip back out Boston Harbor to her berthing place. Our anchor position is atop Anthony's Pier 4, and joining us at the anchor desk is our host, Mr. Anthony Athanas, the owner of Anthony's Pier 4. Anthony, thank you for your hospitality. It's nice of you to be with us again.
I want to thank you and Natalie for doing this. We've done this before.
Yes, we have.
This is our fourth trip
We
here.
have several times, and I'll tell you,
we ought to be good this time.
Let's hope. It's the best seat in the house. I know how interested you have always been in the harbor and the sea and things nautical. And It's got to be a special treat for you, too.
Especially is, Chet, Natalie, because, as you know, I wasn't born here, and to have a front seat and see our Constitution go by, it's a great thrill for me.
And also, you know, we were talking earlier, vessels from more than 30 different nations coming here, flying their colors. It's a great opportunity for this very ethnic, diverse area of Boston and Massachusetts to kind of go back to their roots and link up again with their history.
Well, our country played a tremendous part in the revelation of the, after the First World War and the Second World War. For an example, Golda Meir of Israel lived in Milwaukee. Masaryk of Czechoslovakia lived in Chicago. The President of Ireland was born in Brooklyn. And the Garibaldi of Italy lived in Manhattan. So United States, we like to feel that they learned something about our democracy, went back there and did democracy. So our country made a good contribution that way.
Good point, Anthony. Doesn't this just, I don't know, just fill you with the whole romance of the sea as you sit here and watch these wonderful, wonderful old sailing vessels come by? What a time in history that we're watching.
Brett, can you identify the vessel we're looking at right now?
She looks like a Baltic trader there. I think it might be the Ark, a Class C vessel there.
She was in the flotilla number 2, which was led by the Krusenstern. We saw going by here just a while ago. Everything seems to be working out just beautifully in terms of timing and the weather. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be a better day, Anthony.
Oh, beautiful day.
Here we may be looking at the Black Pearl. Does that make sense to you, Red, right now on your screen?
Yes, that looks like the Black Pearl there. She's a vessel that's used down at the South Street Seaport. She was originally owned by Barclay Warburton III, who is the founder of the American Sail Training Association. And she's in a trust down there and is used for sail training out of New York.
Not a very large, but certainly a beautifully proportioned vessel, the Black Pearl.
You know, we might mention here, we're talking about the American sail training boats here. We had an opportunity to chat with John Hamilton of the British Sail Training Organization, and I was asking him what the difference was in the way we train our people versus theirs. And he mentioned, Red, that we don't race anymore, that our young people will go out on regattas, but we don't do the racing that some of the other sailing training groups from England and the rest of Europe do, primarily because of an accident a few years ago that kind of squirreled the American attitude about racing.
Well, I think Natalie, the racing is very dangerous, and there's quite a bit of liability to it. And when you start to put cadets aboard various flagged vessels of different nations and go out and do ocean racing, there's quite a bit of liability. So the American Sail Training Association, which I'm sure when David Brink comes aboard later on today, will explain about it. It's a very dangerous work and a lot of liability.
That's the only major difference, though. Our young people learn the very same things about sailing a ship and the bigger issues of courage and discipline and so forth, as do those from other nations. Are we funded differently, though, Red, than other countries?
Yes, we are. It's the foundation. Many foundations around the country have to do private fundraising, and it's difficult in this economy to do that now.
Whereas others are funded by their governments.
That is correct.
You're talking about racing. In 1956 was the first tall ships race ever. And now there are more of these vessels than there were the last time we sat here, Anthony. They keep building them happily. And they're back this time. And we thought, I remember when we sat here, we've said this a couple of times this morning, that we didn't think there'd ever be another opportunity to assemble all of these ships in Boston Harbor again. But here we are. There's a great shot. Well, we don't have it on camera yet, so I'll wait until...
I'm in your way.
No, you're fine right there. You know, one of the things that is so extraordinary about
that looks like the Frederick Chopin.
Is that the Chopin?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's no one coordinating agency that you can call to order up a dozen or two tall ships. Every country had to be contacted separately, every embassy, and there was some tremendous communication and organization that had to go into the planning of Operation Sail and the Sail Boston 92.
Just to interrupt you a second so people know what we're looking at there, Chet. That was the Gloria you saw, which is leading the third flotilla of ships as it comes past here, the Gloria from Colombia. And this was, if you were with us earlier, Red was describing this ship as one of the newer ones that has some of the newer equipment, newer technology on board.
Yes, Natalie, she's has some great subdivision, things like that.
She also, I understand, the Columbia. There you go. As a matter of fact, it just came on the screen. She has a museum of Columbian artifacts below decks, and some people who will have an opportunity to go aboard Gloria, as she is berthed here at the World Trade Center, will have an opportunity to see that.
Yes, Chet. They have a nice museum on board,
and this one, unlike so many of the other ships, was designed specifically as a sail training vessel. Reminiscent of some of the medium clipper ships, I guess, of the 19th century.
Right. She's one of the 5 vessels that the South American countries have built in the last 20 years.
Anthony, would you like to go aboard one of these? Shall we put you on a round-the-world sail? Which one would you like? The Krusenstern, the Denmark?
They're all beautiful.
Have you ever had an opportunity to sail aboard one of these things? One of these?
I sailed from Albania to the United States, and it took us 3.5 weeks just before the First World War.
And that was it.
That was enough, huh?
You had your fill of sailing, huh?
You're content to sit here on the harbor and watch them go by.
You know, Natalie, they make me quite a sailor. I lived on the water in the United States everywhere, in New York and in New Bedford and here, and in Albania I lived on the water. But I must confess, I'm not much of a sailor.
You're an observer like the rest of us. We can sit here and we can look at them and appreciate them and just marvel at their magnificence. Look at that shot. Isn't that pretty?
Yes, Chad, it is. We get a shot of the Gloria full length where we can see the whole hull. She's actually a scaled down Goshfok Eagle design with a high forecastle and a high poop deck, and the waist area midships is very low. They scale the hull design of Eagle and Goshfok down to meet their needs, and they're a real fine design vessel.
Anthony, is this parade of sail good for business or bad for business in your case? I know in some of the restaurants, for example, that were expecting walk-in business, it would be great, but for others where people kind of count on their customers to drive in, some of them have actually closed down. How is it affecting you?
Well, Natalie, if they close a street, you know, that doesn't help business. But nevertheless, it's a lot of fun being here, and this is only a day or two, so it doesn't make any difference to our business in the long run, so we can sacrifice a couple of days.
Well, that's nice of you. And, you know, I think it's important, too, to make note of that many of the businessmen in this area are contributing to this parade of sail in the sense that they are losing business with good grace and humor, as you're just saying here, because they just don't have the customers. People can't get here because various streets are closed. So many folks, from street cleaners to the cab drivers, the truck drivers, the restaurant owners, so many of the merchants of the greater Boston area are very much a part of this parade of sail, and everyone who's enjoying it here, on behalf of them, I say we're grateful to you and thank you.
And Anthony Athenas, thank you for joining us. We'll continue with our live coverage of the parade of sail after we pause for these messages.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you by Purdue Farms. It takes a tough man to make a tender chicken. Showtime. Did you see it on Showtime? And by Coors Extra Gold. No doubt about it, beer is back.
And now, a message from our president.
My fellow Americans, times are tough. People are trying to get more out of every dollar. But there is something that can help. My chickens. Test Show My Purdue chickens give you an average of almost 20% more delicious breast meat than any other bird. So at a time when your dollar is getting less, why not invest in a chicken that gives you more? Thank you and good night.
There's a time to laugh. Oh, there's a time to cry. There are times you can't let pass you by. Did you see it on Showtime? They got the movies no one else can show. Did you see no other channel has them. Anywhere you go, they'll entertain you like no one else does. No, did you see it? Did you see that show? Did you see it on Showtime?
Hey, want to see
taste a couple of beers?
Sure.
You bet. So which do you prefer?
This one. That's the beer.
Here's Budweiser, and this is Coors Extra Gold.
Oh, whoa!
What if I told you Coors Extra Gold was brewed far longer than
I
Bud?
had no idea.
70% longer.
I guess there's surprises all the time.
Slow brewed for that real beer flavor and color, the way beer was meant to be, which may be why 58% of Bud drinkers prefer Coors Extra Gold.
Be 90%.
Coors Extra Gold. If you're missing real taste, beer is back.
Incredible! These are awesome facts.
Sail Boston is closed caption for the hearing impaired with funding provided by McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
We're back with our live coverage of Sail Boston 92, our anchor position at Anthony's Pier 4. We're looking at the Niagara, Class A boat, 198 feet in length, a brig, rather. She'll be berthed at the Boston Fish Pier. She's the only ship of her type which is still in existence from the War of 1812. Built in 1813, completely restored in 1990, Niagara is the flagship of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yes, Chet, she's a wonderful restoration of an original ship that Oliver Hazard Perry in the Battle of Lake Erie came up with. The master of the vessel, Walter Ripka, is an old shipmate of mine. He served as my chief mate aboard the Alyssa. So there's another old shipmate out there who I've sailed with before, Walter Ripka. Who's
And you know, just one other bit of history before we introduce our next guest. Niagara carried the flag, "Don't give up the ship," and it was from this victory that Perry wrote, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours."
That's correct.
And she has the distinction of being the tall ship on the Great Lakes today.
Yes, she's,
the Niagara.
Let's welcome Boston Mayor Ray Flynn, who joins us here at Anthony's Pier 4. Mr. Mayor, welcome. I know you've had an opportunity to get a bird's eye view of the activity here, both from a helicopter, and you've been at several other locations. Give us your impressions.
Well, I guess I've been on the land, air, and sea already here since 6:30 this morning.
That's one of the perks of being the mayor.
I tell you, you know, viewing the tall ships, I'm more concerned about the people moving in and around the city. But
how's that going?
It's going very well. I'll tell you what is a bit of a surprise to me. I've seen more young kids, more children than any time I've ever seen before. This will probably win the prize for most children here, and I think that's really good. If you have a hot dog concession, you're probably going to make a lot of money this day. But just viewing the tall ships and with the helicopter, with the police, and the police are coordinating activities, and I think it's really amazing the kind of family environment that exists here with everybody working so hard, Sail Boston Committee, etc., doing an outstanding job. But, you know, seeing the tall ships coming into the inner harbor of Boston, I think, you know, with all the countries that are represented, you still get goose pimples.
You do.
When the Constitution comes in. And maybe it's because we're Americans, and if you don't mind me saying so, maybe we're proud because of being Bostonians as well.
I think it's very true. We have a very historic harbor, and I said earlier, this is an opportunity for us as we look at these magnificent tall ships and not so tall ships to kind of renew our sense of history here in Boston Harbor and the contributions that this city and this area has made to the history of the United States.
There's no question about it. You know, my father used to work here, my grandfather, everybody who used to work here when they came from the old country. This is where they came, and they worked on the docks of Boston. And to see this kind of splendor and this kind of civic pride that is demonstrated, and I think that's really what this is all about. It's about civic pride. I'll tell you, I've never seen so many people put personal egos aside and forget about who's going to get credit for it. All they're really interested in is making sure that this is a spectacular day for Boston, for the image of Boston, and for the millions of people who are going to be here. So it's a real credit to the coordinated planning, and the people deserve a lot of accolades for making Boston such a wonderful city here. And you know, other cities have their things, but this is what Boston is about. It's about civic pride.
We wrote the book on staging these events.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Mr. Mayor, what do you think about the crowd size? Now, it's pretty difficult for us to judge from here, but you flew around the area in a helicopter. More or less people than we had
It's actually
anticipated?
much more manageable than I thought. People who thought that there was going to be a bit of chaos coming into the city are not finding that to be the case at all. It's pretty orderly. It's moving around very, very well. Still plenty of time for people to come into the city, Public transportation, I'll tell you, people have cooperated fully. All the agencies, the MBTA and the Transportation Department, they've all worked that together, and so there's been a great deal of cooperation. But I'll tell you, it's still the best show in the world here for the price.
And it's free.
You can't beat it. You know, you really can't beat it. What we need now is we want to replicate this in October with the Red Sox in the World Series. Are we on, Jeff?
Sure. I know, you know, there was a little bit of heartache and some controversy over whether or not you were going to allow people to go out to Long Island, and finally that was resolved. And I don't know if you had a report from there.
Yeah, we were down there, and I spoke to Mayor Sheets and the chief down there, Chief Mullen, and some of the civic leaders and the city council down there. But, you know, the people were just superb in terms of their cooperation, their responsibility. Look, it's last time on Long Island you had 50, 60,000 people. You have a few hundred down there today, so people are frustrated because it is a spectacular view. But the decision was made by both the mayors of Quincy and Boston and the chiefs of police on the basis of public safety. And that's what this was all about. You know, we all feel hurt that people weren't able to go on to the island, but, you know, you wouldn't want anybody to go on the island either there and get hurt. So that was the paramount concern. But I'll tell you, they cooperated and they showed real class in this regard.
Mr. Mayor, you've had a good seat today, you said, on air, land, and sea. Byron Pitts has got a pretty good seat himself on the mast there at the Eagle.
Go Bears!
Hi,
Hello,
Byron.
Natalie. I've been literally hanging out for the last 20 minutes or so with a very nice young man, Cadet Third Class Malcolm Mark from nearby Newton. He's been giving me a tour of the boat from here and talking about the sights we see. Malcolm, now you joined the ship June 20th from Nassau. What's it been like for you today and all that you've seen and folks waving as you go by?
Well, I never had such a reception when I was coming up on the tee. And it's a different vantage point and a whole new perspective of seeing Boston. And you see all the beauty of it when you come in from here, and with all the people cheering, it makes it really special.
Sure. You guys work really hard in the course of a day here, but none of the young people seem to mind. I mean, you seem to enjoy it, and I guess today helps to make that work seem worthwhile.
It certainly does, and they really, you know, this is the training vessel for the Coast Guard Academy, and there's a lot of teamwork involved. There's a lot of school spirit that comes across when you see everyone working out here. And everyone's working towards the same goal, and that makes the work really easy. And when you have a reception like this, it makes it all worthwhile.
Sure. Now, I know you want to say hello to some special folks of yours in Newton.
Yes, I'd like to say hi to my grandmother and my grandfather, and I'm sure my parents are out here in a boat somewhere. So wherever you are, if you're watching on a little monitor, hey there.
All right. You know, Chet, now I know we've talked several times back at the station about those moments in Boston. Nelson Mandela, the Boston Marathon. I think for the cadets, the crew, and the VIPs on board ship today, and for myself included, this is one of those moments.
All right, Byron, thank you very much. Back up here at our anchor position at Anthony's Pier 4. Byron certainly had a terrific ride this morning.
I know, right?
Aboard the Eagle from Broad Sound.
I noticed somebody was holding him up, though. Did you notice that?
Mr. Mayor, I know you want to make the rounds. Thanks for stopping by here. And
this is great. For the people who can't be here, this is great opportunity for them to see one of the most spectacular events in the history of the city, if not the entire country.
And you know, we should point out, we were talking about this, unfortunately, off camera, Mr. Mayor, that this is not the only day that the tall ships are going to be here. They're going to be here until Thursday, so there's plenty of opportunity to come into town tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Absolutely. You can come right down here, and you can go right on board those tall ships, and it'd be quite a spectacular event for everybody, particularly for young children and for families.
Indeed. All right, Mr. Mayor, thanks again for joining us. We're looking at the Frederick Chopin, 182 feet in length, captained by Chris Baranowski. Built this year as part of the new generation of tall ships.
Right, Chet. She was built in Poland and has been chartered out by a Scottish sail training group. So there's quite a few Scots aboard, and they're sailing across in this Grand Regatta. She's one of the more modern ones.
She was named after the great 19th century Polish pianist, Frederick Chopin, and built, as you said, in Poland at the Gdansk shipyard.
Transportation Secretary Andrew Card is here representing the Bush administration. I think he is down with our colleague Susan Burke.
at the front of that ship.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, and good morning, Secretary of Transportation Andrew Card, who we just talked to a moment ago and found out was on the Eagle.
That's right. I arrived on the Eagle late yesterday, spent the night there, terrific night, climbed up in the rigging. My wife and I slept in the Admiral's suite and got to sail in on it this morning. So it was a great experience. It's a great ship, and this is a great day for Boston.
What special significance is the fact that this major event was led by the Eagle and the U.S. Coast Guard?
Well, the United States Coast Guard is the pride of America, and our tall ship is the Eagle, America's tall ship. I'm the head of the Department of Transportation, which means I'm also the head of the Coast Guard, so I get to go on board and see the terrific cadets, those young men and women who sail that ship, and they had a terrific sail up from New York over the week, and they had some, I want to say they've got up to 15 knots. They listed 16%, had a great time. The sails were full. Walter Cronkite was on board. He said it was the best experience he's had sailing.
Andy, you've got, we're looking at the common mode of transportation 100 years ago. You're looking at the transportation for the future. You're seeing a major revolution in how transportation functions, aren't you?
We are in the midst of a revolution in transportation right now. The President signed a historic act into law last December called the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act.
You want to put that in English?
ICE-T is what I call it, and it does change the way we think about transportation. But we're also pushing forward a very, very significant maritime reform proposal, the first one in over 50 years, and that's going to make sure that the Port of Boston is revitalized. And you're going to find shipping will be America's business again.
You know, it's very interesting. One of the people at the Boston Historical Society was saying to me not too long ago that, they used to paint these ships 150, 250 years ago, and we aren't painting the magnetic trains or the planes of today's transportation. This, for some reason, has a lasting value artistically as well as functionally, doesn't it?
Well, what we're seeing behind us is symbolic of where America has been, but also why America can move forward. These ships moved commerce. Commerce is what made America great. It's people and their ability to move commerce. The transportation network did that. President Bush is revitalizing that whole commercial network so that in the 21st century, our roads, our bridges, our rail systems, our creative ways to move people, and our shipping and airlines will be very, very competitive. That's what he's committed to, and I'm proud to be part of that team, and it really is going to make a difference.
You miss us up here in Massachusetts, and this is your home state?
I miss Massachusetts. I love Massachusetts. This really is home. It's great to be here.
Okay, Andy, it's great for you to be here with us.
Thank you.
Let's take it back now to Chet and Natalie.
All right, Jim, Susan, and our thanks to you and to Secretary of Transportation Andrew Card. Boy, he had a great ride up, too, Red, aboard the Eagle, aboard your old vessel, and they were talking about, must have had a pretty good breeze there. They were actually heeled over, he said.
Yes, they must have had some good westerly winds there, pushed them right along.
We're looking at the Frederick Chopin as this parade of sail continues, expected to be going on until at least 4 o'clock this afternoon before all of the vessels make their way past the reviewing stand and eventually to their berths, where many of them will be open to the public tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then Thursday, they'll all head up. Not all of them will be involved, but most of the tall ships will be involved in a sail or a race back to Liverpool, England. So there's plenty of opportunity to come in to get a close-up look at the tall ships and even get aboard many of them. They will be open to the public, and again, we would stress, if you are coming in, use public transportation. Dave Brink, we're going to take a break first, and then we'll come back to talk to Dave Brink. All right, let's pause for these messages, and then we'll come back to resume our coverage of Sail Boston 92.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using new Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. New Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
The taste of real lobster. It's amazing what we'll go through to get it.
Little forks, claw crackers,
But McDonald's is making real lobster real easy. Our own summer favorite is back, our delicious lobster sandwich.
Napkins, gloves, poncho.
It's made with 100% real lobster on a fresh bed of lettuce and a special bun. A real value at just $3.99. McDonald's lobster sandwich. All the taste of real lobster without all the fuss.
Enjoy.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Something old is new again. Long's. Rediscover a New England tradition of fine jewelry and giftware. Like Long's 3-diamond Boston ring and 18-karat gold. At Long's, we put quality, value, and memories in every bag.
Here's your advertising idea for Canada Dry.
Canada Dry is less sweet. We use less sweet people.
We do a jingle.
Less sweet, can't be beat, goes with meat.
We invent a character. Lester Sweet. Get it? Less sweet?
Canada Dry Ginger Ale has less sugar than other soft drinks. It's less sweet. What a refreshing idea.
The less sweet taste of Canada Dry. When you're dry as a bone.
Relive the wonder of the magnificent parade of sail. For a 90-minute VHS copy of The Return of the Tall Ships, send a check for $24.95 to WCVB-TV Tall Ships, 5 TV Place, Needham, Massachusetts, 02192. Price includes shipping, handling, and sales tax.
We're back from Anthony's Pier 4 with our coverage of Sail Boston 92. The U.S. flagship Eagle is making her way to her berth at the Black Falcon Pier. Our Byron Pitts is aboard with a very special guest. Byron?
Chet, now, you mentioned there are a number of VIPs on board today. There's one gentleman here who doesn't really need an introduction, Walter Cronkite. Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you doing?
A lover of the sea that's been well documented. Your thoughts on this day?
Well, it's a magnificent day, a wonderful festival of sail for Boston to put on. And, obviously, the people of Boston have turned out. There's hardly room for another boat to anchor out here on the long parade of sail coming in. And every one of these docks, every bit of shore space seems to be filled with spectators. It's quite a marvelous day. To me, one of the real thrills of sailing into the Boston area is the Constitution. To have her come out today to lead this parade in. And as we made the turn up there at Charleston Basin, she was just being warped into her dock. And there is a real vintage representative of the day of sail when she's a real veteran. As you know, half of these ships, although they're beautiful and lovely, they're marvelous training vessels, we're glad to have them afloat. They were all built after World War II. They're not really old vessels.
Sure. Yes, sir. Now, you've been aboard the Eagle since New York.
Yeah.
Your thoughts about the crew? I mean, I've been very impressed by the young men and women aboard. I mean, they seem very dedicated. And
That's a marvelous class of cadets, class of 95, which is the class aboard here right now. A wonderful class and a great bunch of people. I've had the advantage of being on the Eagle several times over the years, and I think this is one of the finest group of cadets I've seen from the Academy, although they're all great. And one of the marvelous things about them is that it's, about a third of the cadets now on board here are women, more women in each class at the Academy, and they carry a full load of duties aboard. They up there in the cross trees on the yards, beating that canvas into form. And, they're down below on the halyards and the sheets doing a full job. They've got a wonderful yeoman aboard here who's a bosun who is about as tough as I've seen them come.
all right, well, much, sir. Chet, now, we're about to dock very shortly. It's been a splendid day for our crew aboard the Eagle. We're wrapping it up now. I can't see, but I hear some Air Force jets flying overhead. So, Chet and Allie, back to you.
All right, Byron, thanks very much. And our thanks to Walter Cronkite of CBS News, who, as Byron said, whose love of the sea is well documented. I don't think there's any place Walter would rather be than on a sailboat. And he had a great ride up to Boston Harbor from New York aboard the Eagle. Joining us now is David Brink, who is co-chairman of the American Sail Training Association. They're headquartered in Newport. Dave's from Bath, Maine, and just returned from OpSail, New York. And he and other members of the American Sail Training Association will have special displays all week long while the tall ships are in Boston. And David, as we say hello to you, we're looking at the Danmark.
Right.
Great vessel.
One of the most famous of all the tall ships, Chet. The big story about Denmark was she was interned in this country in World War II. She was volunteered to our government by the captain who wouldn't take her back to Europe. And she served in service all through the war, training our military at New London, and was really the spark for the impetus to get the Eagle as a war prize and institute her as a sail training program, which, of course, Red knows about.
As we continue to look at the Denmark, Dave, tell us about the American Sail Training Association. Just what do you do?
Well, we're the trade organization for the American tall ships all over the country. There's over 100 of them. They're training probably 350, 400,000 people a year, taking them out in tall ships and not so tall ships, people from all walks of life, young, old, male, female, underprivileged youth, people with special needs, teaching them basically the lessons that people have been learning when they go to sea for centuries, and that is to be self-reliant, to have good responsibility to their shipmates, and of course be good stewards for our planet.
So all of the, or not all, but certainly most of these vessels that we're looking at today are all floating classrooms.
That's correct. In one form or another, be it military, be it fisheries, merchant marine, or even just the general public going out and experiencing what they can learn sailing these ships in one form or another. The big story here is this is education.
Well, how long are these programs, and what's the average cost? And maybe you can briefly tell us how someone would sign on if you were interested in becoming a cadet aboard one of these vessels.
And that is the big story, Chet. You have to appreciate these parades happen very seldomly. In between the individual parades and tall ship festivals, these ships are out there working, whether they have seasoned cadets that are in a particular program or whether they're open to the public. And in many cases, particularly the ASTA ships, are open to the public. And what people need to know is that you can do more than just stand on the pier and look at them. You can actually get aboard a number of these ships. You can go to sea, whether it's for a day, a week, a month. There's all kinds of scholarship programs. There's special needs programs. And all you have to do is contact ASTA, and we'll do our best to put you in touch with the various ships.
How does one contact ASTA, Dave?
The simplest way is to call or write ASTA in Newport, Rhode Island. And the phone number is 401-846-1775.
Before you go, I need you to tell us something about the Project Discovery that ASTA has going on. Maybe Red, I'm sure you know something about this operation as well.
That's right. But I believe David could do a better job on that, Dave.
Discovery is a project that Sail Inc. in Bath, Maine is doing, and I'm the executive director of it. We're in the process of getting ready to build the first American-built square rig, full rig ship since 1899, and her name's to be Discovery. She is to be a educational training ship for people of all walks of life to go out and sail on in educational programs. She'll come into ports all over the country and do educational work, and she'll have a school program that goes into schools all over the country.
Great shot. Look at the cruising stern just going by here again. She just completed her turnaround and is headed for the Black Falcon Pier. Yes. Is that where she'll be berthed as well?
Right, Chet. She's taking in their sails now. If you notice, some of her square sails will be being taken in. She has a wind astern of her. By the time she gets to Black Falcon, she'll have all her sails in her gear, ready to make the approach into the pier.
Dave, you were in New York last weekend for Op Sail on the Hudson River. Any marked differences from what you saw there and what's going on here in Boston Harbor today?
Well, first of all, the big thing was the weather. Second of all, we really have to give great credit to Dusty Rhodes and Don Curtis. Sail Boston has done a phenomenal job in organizing this event. These people started out 2.5, 3 years ago, did not know much about tall ships, had good experience in running different kinds of events, but they've learned a tremendous amount. They've listened to people. A lot of people have given them advice because they would listen, and they've really organized this event. I would say this is probably the best organized event that's happened this year in tall ships on this continent.
Well, everybody here in Boston's happy to hear that. Stay right where you are. We want to go down to the Fish Pier, the site of the official reviewing stand, where Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is standing by, Governor William Weld.
That's right, Chad. Thanks. Jim and I are joined by Governor Weld. And Governor, what a great view behind you with the cruising stern.
The cruising stern's getting a lot of airtime.
You know, there have been so many great lines written. I guess my favorite is, never has a navigational mistake caused such great excitement. What's your reaction today? No hardball questions today. What's your reaction?
This is like one great big party, and I can handle that. I think this is putting Boston and Massachusetts on the map. the international map, which is also fine with me. We're one of only 2 ports where these ships are coming, and it's part of our grand strategy to make Boston the capital of the Atlantic Rim.
And you had an opportunity to get out on the water this morning and do a little tour of the harbor. How do things look to you from there?
They look fabulous. I mean, this is the best organized major event I've seen in a long time. This is going off without a hitch. We placed Lieutenant Governor Salucci in charge of the weather, and he blew a whistle, and the sun came out from behind the cloud just when the first tall ship came into the harbor.
Are you pleased with the way public safety and the transportation plan seems to be working?
Yeah, people tell me that there was less traffic coming in town than there is on a normal weekend morning. So people, not just the people in charge of arrangements, but the public cooperated beautifully. It's not too clogged and no major incidents that I'm aware of, so it's going off smoothly.
One of the tourism officials told me that they bill Boston as a walking city, and never was that more appropriate than today.
Well, you could see the people streaming out here on foot, and it is true. Boston is very manageable. Compared to a place like New York, you know, you can walk from one end of town to another in Boston, and that's, I think, part of our charm and our attraction.
Governor, along those lines, what can we expect this operation to do for the overall economy here in Massachusetts?
Well, obviously, it's bringing in millions of dollars, but I like the symbolic import even more than the dollars and cents. I think it says that we are a world-class city. This is obviously a world-class event by definition. You have 240 ships from 34 countries. So I think it's part of the emergence of Boston as a world-class metropolitan area.
Do you have any concerns over the next couple of days over potential pitfalls, or does everything seem to be in place?
I think this thing has been organized within an inch of its life.
And done very well.
Done very well.
All right, Governor Weld, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day, as we will too. Chet, now back to you.
All right, Susan, Jim, and Governor Weld, thank you very much. Great shot of Boston Harbor and some great statements of satisfaction from the Governor of the Commonwealth and for the Mayor. Looking at the Libertad, David Brink and Red Shannon, Natalie Jacobson here with Chet Curtis at the anchor desk at Pier 4. Good shot of the Libertad now. The weather has turned out just spectacular. The blue skies are beginning to show here after a morning of some concern because it was, well, more clouds than we'd like to see. Libertad is the sail training tall ship for Argentina's Navy.
Yes, Chet, she's a real handsome full-rigged ship. Twin screw vessel built in the early 50s and a very fast sailor. She's been in a lot of transatlantic races and has done very well with the Boston Teapot. I think she's won the Boston Teapot prize 4 or 5 times. She's a very fast and able vessel.
You're right on when you say she's one of the largest. She's at 340 feet and 28,546 square feet of sail. Not all of it out right now, but good part of it anyway.
She carries a fine press of sail. Years back, she used to have green-colored sails, but I noticed this year in the parade they're white.
Interesting. She's about as large as you get in a 3-masted ship before you split the rig and go to a 4-masted bark.
Well, I heard some round of applause down here, and I thought something spectacular was going on. It's just somebody saying hello to a friend going by
Very good.
on one of the the spectators, please. But it was just fascinating to. I said, "What tall ship have we missed here?"
I'd like to see a shot of Gazella.
Can we get Gazella? The Gazella of Philadelphia.
And right behind her is the Rose, the HMS Rose.
Yeah, they're coming up shortly there, the Rose. Gazella is a real fine vessel, one of the oldest wooden vessels in the fleet. She was an old Portuguese salt banker for many years, and now is owned by the group in Philadelphia for sail training. Originally the Gazella Primero, and now the Gazella of Philadelphia.
Interesting, Red, they've spent $1 million on her this year, just this spring, getting ready for this series to make her seaworthy, and they have a great group of volunteers who've done a tremendous job bringing along their sail training program, and they have great hopes for the future.
I think it's a real fine program, and we wish them all the luck in the world.
Right.
A light yellow hull is kind of unusual, too. It makes her stand out.
That's the HMS Rose, and she's a fifth-rate frigate replica of a vessel that actually fought against us in the Revolutionary War. She was particularly active in boycotting all the trade and the piracy in the English eyes that was going down in Newport Harbor. And she's been completely rebuilt. She was built in, I think, the 50s or 60s, completely rebuilt now, and her captain has the interesting distinction of being the smallest captain on the biggest wooden square rig ship, Richard Bailey. And Richard's a very good friend of ours, a very strong sail trainer. And this program is the first large wooden ship to be certified under the Sailing School Vessels Act, able to carry passengers for hire. And Chet, as we were saying, this is one of the ships that if you call up the Rose, you can actually get on this boat and sail for a week or two. The tuition's fairly nominal, running, I believe, about $60 or $70 a day.
You know, I neglected to ask you, I'm sorry, Natalie, earlier when we were talking about sail training and we were talking about young people and floating classrooms, I should point out that not all of these opportunities to sail are limited to young people.
Not at all. One of the things that we found in sailing the Alyssa in Galveston, Texas, and I know it's true of the Rose and the Gazella, the best crews that we've experienced are what we call mixed crews, the youth of all ages, where you have 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds mixed up with middle-aged people, mixed up with people who are in their senior years.
Young 50-year-olds.
That's right. And the most interesting point, I think, is that generally speaking, often in these situations, the people are not related. Therefore, the interactions are very clean. It isn't father and son or mother and daughter. It's a woman who might be in her 50s relating to a 20-year-old, and they have to do so straight up as they meet each other, stand, watch, clean the galley out. There's a lot of tasks that make for a lot of growing in those situations.
Didn't I read it was the Rose that her sails are made of recycled material?
Yes. Right. Rose just had a wonderful experience with DuPont, which has invented this new material which comes out of all kinds of recycled plastics, and they made sailcloth out of it, and North Sails built these sails out of junk, if you will, and it's a brand new set of sails right now.
That's wonderful. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll be right back with our coverage of the Parade of Sail. Sail Boston, 1992.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by Stop and Shop, official sponsor of Sail Boston. Home Quarters, when you've got a job to do, HQ to the rescue. And by Marshalls, where you can save 20 to 60%.
It's back at Stop and Shop. The scratch game called Triple Winner. You can win products and gift certificates, or up to $5,000 instantly. You can also win with the Red Sox. If the player on your card is the player announced, you win up to $10,000. And the $1 for each ticket goes entirely to the Jimmy Fund to help kids with cancer. So play Triple Winner at Stop and Shop. The instant game where everybody wins.
If you buy your home improvement supplies somewhere else, you're getting hosed. HQ to the rescue. At Home Quarters Warehouse, we sell quality home improvement products for less. On July 2nd, 34% less than Somerville on Rust-Oleum gloss enamel, and 20% less on Quikrete fast-setting concrete. At HQ, we guarantee you'll never get soaked paying too much.
HQ to the rescue.
Why do I shop at Marshalls? Let's see, the brand names. They're all brand names, and not just in clothes. There's sheets and towels, and then there's kids' clothes and housewares, and there's always something new every time you go in there. And it's easy to park, and, well, that's not the real reason. The real reason is that feeling you get when you look at the tag, and you see what you'd be paying somewhere else. Yes!
Never, never, never pay full price. Marshall.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
You're looking at the Libertad from Buenos Aires, Argentina. A full-rigged frigate, 340 feet in length, and a beauty she is.
Yes, Chet, she's a real handsome sailor. Real handsome sailor.
Did you mention her clipper bow with the ornate figurehead of a woman there? I remember that from years back when she was here.
Yes, she's has the ornate figure and also a coat of arms of Argentina on the stern.
I'm not sure we can see that.
No,
Sorry I mentioned it.
A little later on.
We'll bring that up again.
She is, though, one of the largest of the vessels in the Tall Ships Parade today, and she's won numerous awards.
There you go. There you can
the...
see that. See that on the bow? You can kind of make that out.
You know, the interesting
With
thing
the
about
flowing
the
robe.
figurehead is that from time immemorial, it's been thought of as the eyes of the ship, and has always protected the ships, looking out ahead and seeing what's out in front of it. And all kinds of myth and characters have been portrayed on the bows of ships.
There's a lot of superstition that goes along with sailing, isn't there? I can understand why.
Well, sailors are quite superstitious and very tradition-bound. Change only comes out of necessity, right, Red?
Yes, it certainly is.
Red, were there some superstitions aboard the Eagle that you can tell us about when you served for 12 years?
Well, we had a lot of superstitions. There was sailing on certain days. We had a schedule to keep, so we even had to sail a few times on Friday the 13th. Although one thing we always had a problem with, every St. Patrick's Day, we were always at sea, leaving the shipyard in Baltimore, going down to the entrance of the Chesapeake. For 8 years, we never had a St. Patrick's Day ashore, so it was quite a difficult time.
That's real bad luck.
That is bad luck indeed, especially for a fellow named Shannon.
That's right.
I don't know. You look pretty lucky to me, Red. Argentina's Libertad.
Well, one of the old adages of the sea is that you shouldn't whistle aboard. It's bad luck because it brings very strong winds. But you often see when people are becalmed, a little tune will come up. And the other thing I think, Red, is scratching the backstays. Isn't that one?
Yes, scratching the masts there.
Right. There's a lot of little...
what did that do? To bring wind, you mean?
Brings wind.
Brings wind. Whistle a little tune like David said.
Were you becalmed often when you were aboard the Eagle?
A few times we've had what we call Irishman's hurricanes.
What was your longest time of no wind?
Well, we made a trip in 1977 to Europe, and we had an Azorian high that stretched from Greenland and Iceland all the way to the Azores, and we had light easterly winds with a swell, and for 8 days we motored into it. We were going to Hamburg, and finally we got out of this Azorian high and picked up some winds and had a nice sail up the English Channel. But 8 days of motoring was not too conducive for cadet training.
All right, our reporter David Ropeek is motoring in Boston Harbor aboard the Valiant Lady. David?
Terry?
David Ropeek aboard the Valiant Lady. David, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, Chester, we can. We're aboard the Valiant Lady. We're, 2 or 3 miles off Deer Island just behind us. We're way out where the flotillas are forming up and beginning their parade. And as we come about a little bit and head into a boat to talk to some people, I don't know whether you can make out, but across the way from us and all the way down, miles and miles, it seems, all the way to Nahat. This place is just thick with pleasure boats, and everyone's been honking their horns as the boats go by and having quite a time, including these people here. If my cameraman can get a shot at Bradwell on the Walter Marie II, which has been anchored. This is real. We're finally on there, Joel. Let me hop out of the way. Let's see. What do you think of the show?
Beautiful show today. Never going to see anything like this again for a long time.
How come you're not out lobstering?
We're giving the lobsters a chance to regroup, and we'll go get them tomorrow.
Let me ask another young lady here on the back of the boat. What do you think of the show so far?
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah? Do you think he would have had a chance of working today, or was this going to be where the boat had to be?
This had to be where the boat be.
Any problem with staying out this long?
No. Love it.
Any favorites?
Oh, I don't know. Chile.
The Chilean boat, the Esmeralda. Yeah, it was beautiful.
There's a pretty Afro one coming down there, too. Next to the Constitution.
Next to the Constitution, one person says with a tear in her eye.
From way back. I'm a loyalist.
A loyalist from way back. God bless you. Thank you very much, folks. Enjoy the day. You too. There are boats like this. There are small boats. There are people fishing as they watch the show go by. There are yachts of 150 feet in length. A lot of these people are really out on working or pleasure craft. Not too many of the big charter boats. Most of the boats that are out here seem to be pleasure craft. And they're seeing quite a spectacular show. Some of these boats are coming by with their sails already out, this far out, before they've even made the turn into President Road, firing their cannons, many of them are. And from where we can see in the staging area, which is actually in the other direction, there are boats literally off Revere waiting in line. The Amerigo Vespucci and the Tavarish, the last ones to lead flotillas in, are waiting patiently for their turn in line. It's quite a show from this vantage point. And I have to add one reflection that has struck me when I first came to Boston some years ago and read up a little bit on the history. I saw some old pictures of what the harbor looked like. And it was thick with these masted schooners, and it was a very romantic-looking thing. And I think this is as close as any of us is ever going to get to seeing what the harbor really looked like when Boston was first forming into the city that it's now become. Back to you, Chet and Nat.
All right, David, well said. Our Sail Boston 92 coverage continues, and this great, magnificent parade of sail, kind of a vision of a world now vanished, and a remarkably appropriate tribute for a nation that was settled from the sea. David, we were talking earlier this morning, shortly after we went on the air, that if anything, there has been a resurgence of interest in these tall ships. A few years ago, we thought there wouldn't be many of them, or maybe just a handful by 1992. In fact, we have more of them now.
Right.
To what do you attribute this resurgence in interest in building of new tall ships?
Well, I think in terms of the public mind, it is specifically events like this. In one sense, this is where a lot of the so-called action is. This is where the contact with the American public is. And it's not just the American public, it's happened all over the world. And as we said before, whereas the training's going on day in, day out, year-round, this is where the public gets to see these beautiful vessels and experience them and go on board in many cases and see them on television, even if they're in the middle of the country. And I think that experience is what's propelled a lot of the interest in tall ships. What we've experienced from our own standpoint in ASTA is it's actually that people are getting aboard and they're having tremendous life-changing experiences. We find that most people in our society, when they have this outward-bound type of experience on a tall ship, really go through some major changes of their personality for the good. They become more responsible, they become better people to work with, and that's why we find a lot of corporations using tall ships for their corporate training programs.
Really?
We find school programs like Vision Quest, and you'll see their ships coming up today, the Bill of Rights in the New Way, where they're working with adjudicated youth, and rather than sticking kids in jail at $20-some thousand a year, they're finding for a lot less money they can put them on ships and have them learn to be crew and be responsible and go out and have responsible lives. And that's when we were talking before about the youth of all ages, we found probably in our program with the Alyssa that, in my opinion, probably the group that grew the most was what I would call the 35 to 45-year-old women. Those women had a chance to excel, and they did so. They were great aloft. They worked hard. They generally took orders quicker and better than the men did. And I think they had a tremendous growth experience out of that. So I think it's the combination of the public view and the actual experiential activity that's going on board the ships that's building, that's creating the demand to build more ships.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned that about the building of character and all of that. It was fun in preparing for this broadcast to read about the Indrak that I mentioned before, and the sailing master in 1968 says, well, this all began 10 years ago when a retired Royal Dutch Navy captain, H.M. Jutta, recognized a problem among some young people of his country. They were becoming delinquent, drug-addicted, wandering spirits. Rotterdam's reputation as the drug capital of Europe is due in large part to these teenagers. So he decided that he would take these restless youth and put them on a ship and allow them to grow up. And it's interesting, that's still the same philosophy as you're describing right now among young people.
Well, the big thing is that the reality is if we can build the ships, and we need a lot more ships in this world, they're a great investment. They last for 50, 70 years. They take thousands of people out and give them a real meaningful experience. They're good value. And when we look at a ship like the one we're building, $7 million to build Discovery, we used to say when we were campaigning to raise money to restore Alyssa, that was the price of about one 4-lane highway overpass.
Are you actually building? The ship's not being built yet, is she?
We're about a year away from starting construction.
You have plans, and you know what she's going to do?
We know what she's going to be.
Now you need money.
We need money. We're raising money.
You used, as we're looking at the Denmark, you used a phrase I think that a lot of people can identify with, the outward-bound kind of experience aboard these tall ships. It's not a soft life. I mean, if you're looking for a, for a vacation cruise, you don't want to sign up for one of these things. Maybe You can tell us something about
Well, a
that.
typical day we're on a 3-watch system, so you're on 4 hours, and then you're off 8 hours. So during that 4-hour period of time, you're standing watch, you're on deck, you're steering the boat, you're lookout, you're checking the bilges, you're ready for sail changes, any activity that goes on. Plus, during the day, you also have a work party, and that means taking care of the housekeeping of the vessel. So that means working in the galley with the cooks, cleaning up. It means scrubbing decks, polishing brass. There's a whole host of activities, a lot of which people have said to me, you couldn't pay me to do this, but I'll pay to do it because it's on this beautiful ship, and I'm having the time of my life.
Sounds like what we women do at home every day.
That's right.
But you're not rocking and rolling as you're doing it. At least you're standing still.
Thanks, Dad. That's right. I forgot that advantage.
And Natalie, one of the big experiences that we're seeing in particularly in American sail training is we've got an awful lot of female captains coming up through the ranks, and it's not unusual to see, for example, on Westward or Corwith Kramer of the Sail Education Association, a female captain and a male cook. And I know Rafe Parker, who's their director, talked about the experience the National Science Foundation teachers had, just amazed at this reversal of roles.
David Brink of the American Sail Training Association. We'll be right back to resume our live coverage of Sail Boston 92. But first, let's pause for these messages.
For 35 years, Midas has talked about hardware, mufflers, tailpipes, brakes. Now we want to talk to you about software. This kind of software. Children who every year by the thousands are seriously or fatally injured simply because they weren't in one of these. Well, we want to help protect them by offering these car seats at our wholesale cost. Look, we know you care about your child's future. Well, here's a way to help secure it.
When your child outgrows our seat, get $46.25 off your next Midas service.
Somehow, people have gotten the idea the new Toyota Paseo is a wildly exciting, sporty coupe. The Paseo is a practical, sensible car. Okay, so it has some muscle. And a low starting price could be a big turn-on. And sure, you're going to be instantly popular. But that's no reason to do something impulsive. Think it over. The all-new Paseo. A very practical car. From Toyota.
Did I put it on?
You put it on. Oh, I put it on.
This is Off-Skin-tastic, a repellent from the makers of Off.
I don't think I've got it on.
You've got it on. Oh, I've got it on.
Off-Skin-tastic keeps bugs from biting and feels great.
Doesn't feel like I've got anything on.
You've got it on. Oh, I've got it on.
Off-Skin-tastic even smells good.
Are you sure I've got it on?
Are you being chewed alive by mosquitoes?
No.
Then you've got it on.
Off-Skin-tastic feels so good, you'll forget you've got it on.
Oh, I've got it on.
Join News Center 5, your leader in political coverage for the Democratic National Convention. As Bill Clinton takes the floor in New York, what surprises can we expect? In this unconventional campaign, will Gore make the difference? What influence will Tsongas have? And how will this party affect Bush and Barreau? Natalie Jacobson, Kirby Perkins, and Mike Goldfein keep you up to the minute with live reports from the Big Apple. Coverage begins Sunday at 6 with reports all week at noon, 6, and 11. The 92 vote on News Center 5.
We're back with our live coverage of Sail Boston 92. You're looking at a great shot of the 249-foot three-masted bark Gloria from Cartagena, Colombia. The men are in the yards, and
is that not the Gloria? I don't think it is.
It's not the Gloria.
There she is.
There's Gloria.
There's Gloria right there.
Sorry, we have the Gloria. The men were in the yards, and just as they passed by our anchor position at Pier 4, they were singing. Let's see if we can hear them.
I'm sorry you can't hear that. We can hear it with our ears, but I guess not with the microphones. It's quite an impressive picture, certainly. As you can see, the men All men, I don't know, are there women on that ship also, David? Do you know?
I don't think so. I think that's
so.
an all-male crew.
All decked out in red and standing there singing in a salute to all of the people along the shore here.
They're doing two. I mean, they're dressing the yards, which means they're standing on top of the yards, and then on top of that, they're singing to us. It's quite spectacular.
It's just great.
There's a great shot of it. You can see the
Gloria going to her berth. I believe she's going to be right here at Commonwealth Pier, near the World Trade Center. And as we said, many of these tall ships will be available for public boarding later in the week. And a reminder that tonight at 6:30 on Channel 5, we'll have a 90-minute special highlighting the Parade of Sail and all of our coverage, which began at 9 o'clock this morning and will continue through 4 o'clock this afternoon. 132 crew members aboard the Gloria, and she glides slowly into her berth.
And one of the fun things for these crews, the cadets, for the people who are aboard these ships is meeting other people from other countries. Had an opportunity to read some wonderful stories written by these people, you know, as they talk with reporters at the various ports of call. And that's the one thing they keep saying is this is one of the best things for them is meeting folks from other places, other countries, and looking forward to seeing them again as they move to the next port. This might be a nice time to say hello to Daisy Nell from the museum, Peabody Museum of Salem. She's an educator. She's an expert on the age of sail. Hi. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. What a great thrill this has got to be for you, someone like yourself who has spent so much time studying, reading, talking,
sailing.
Part of this whole thing, sailing.
Sailing, right.
Yourself.
I sailed in yesterday on the schooner Adventure from Gloucester, 122 feet and no engine, and a great day of sailing.
You had a good day for it, did you not?
Absolutely wonderful. It was a exciting sail. It was about 8 hours of exciting.
From where did you come, Gloucester?
Gloucester.
No kidding, 8 hours to come down here from there.
Well, we sailed around a bit. We had some interesting winds. We had just looking out and seeing all the ships out there and the small boats coming in. It was just great, and it's such a piece of history. And some of those vessels are living history, like the schooner Adventure and Constitution, vessels like that. Built in my hometown of Essex, Massachusetts, by the way, the schooner Adventure.
What got your interest peaked in the sea and all of this history of these old ships?
Well, I grew up in Essex, which is used to be the shipbuilding capital of the Northeast. And I didn't actually appreciate that until a little later on. I got interested in music. I'm a musician, a singer of sea songs, sea shanties.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, we'll get you going on. Yeah, sure.
Huh?
We'll get you going a little later. I can teach you the chorus in the break. For a while, as a kid, I lived next door to the Warburtons. You mentioned Barclay Warburton earlier as the person who got the Asta going, the Black Pearl. And
what are we looking at here, David?
Oh, look at that.
The Concordia.
The Canadian flagship.
No, I think that's Kaliakra, isn't it? That's Kaliakra.
Is it?
I believe so. It's the Bulgarian vessel Kaliakra, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, let's see if we can...
Daisy, can you recognize that?
Actually, no, I've got
I think Concordia's in the next flotilla, and this is Kaliakra. She's Bulgarian. She was built, I believe, in Poland, in Gdansk. And there's a whole series of these vessels that are very much the same that are here today, and we'll point them out as we go along.
What a sight.
Daisy, give us a sense of what these sailors went through, you know, when they traveled around Cape Horn and other faraway places, the hardships, the food, the health. What was life like?
Well, you've touched on all the subjects. The food in some of these ships was very interesting. Try to imagine packing up food for a 3 or 4 year voyage if you were on a whaling ship, for example. Water in a
I have
wooden
trouble with a weekend
cask.
myself.
Some of the sailors used to have races with the cockroaches, and if your cockroach won, you might get an extra biscuit. It was tough times. The cook was sometimes considered your best friend and your worst enemy. But the downtime when the sails were set and all the work was done, they faced an awful lot of having to rely on their resources, which is why these crews became interdependent, and it was a very early on lesson in multiculturalism and interdependence and learning how to get along, which is obviously the reason why these cadets are learning so much now on these tall ships that have been made in the last few years or since World War II.
Living with adversity.
living with adversity and relying on yourself and learning what you can do when put to the test.
And it wasn't so great if somebody got sick in those days, was it?
No, it certainly wasn't. Sometimes the ship's carpenter was also the doctor. They didn't have a special member of the crew who was a doctor, and you'd be lucky if you could find some medicine. A lot of them, captains would buy a chest of medicine in the chandlery, a ship store, with numbers on them. And if you got sick, you'd just go to a little list that said if you have a headache, give them 2 teaspoonfuls of number 10, and if you'd run out of number 10, you'd give them 2 of number 5, and hope for your best.
You're looking at the Mir here, I believe.
Yes, the Mir, Natalie, a Class A vessel, 361 feet in length, a square rigger from St. Petersburg, Russia.
She's a sister ship to Darmojizi, the Polish vessel.
One of the recent ones, too, just built the Darmojizi, which we'll see a little later. It was built in 1987. Mir, we've heard that name, certainly, in reference to things Russian, because it's the name of the Russian space station, and it means peace.
Right.
She has a white hull, 3-masted, square-rigged ship, and like the Darmojizi, Mir has an unusually flat transom, which is, I guess, a little bit unusual for vessels.
Not one of the most handsome transoms in the world, but it comes out of the modern Polish tradition. All their vessels, we just saw Kaliakra go by, a much smaller vessel, but much the same hull design.
This tall ship is used as a sail training vessel for the merchant Navy officers and seamen from the Commonwealth of Independent States.
And this is her first voyage to the United States, taking part in this grand regatta of the celebration of Columbus, the 500th anniversary of Columbus's voyage.
You know, this is a tremendous accomplishment that any of these former Soviet vessels got here this year. There isn't hard currency over there. There's real expenses in running a vessel this large, and a lot of credit goes to all kinds of people who have helped. Howard Slotnick, who I think is going to be on the program later, has helped. They got 20 tons of food donated to Krusenstern only last week. Another one of the vessels didn't have fuel and wasn't going to be able to get to Boston. All of a sudden, boom, contributions came up and there was fuel for the ships. This is a very difficult thing in their soft economies, their fledgling economies, to be able to bring these vessels out and bring them all the way over here.
And it's a credit to the people of the United States who rallied around these young men and women who were aboard these ships and said, okay, you know, let's forget the past and some of our unhappiness, and raised some money, got together some food and other supplies that they needed to complete their voyage.
And it's not over yet. There may be a great need for help to get these vessels back home, so the task isn't finished yet.
In fact, we still don't know exactly what happened to the Sedov, which did not show up in the berthing place, or rather in the anchorage last night in Broad Sound, and didn't really. We didn't find out where she was until about 8 or 9 o'clock this morning.
The interesting thing, if we could find out from the Coast Guard, I know the Coast Guard knows the story. If we could get them to communicate to us, we could spread the word out.
We'll just grab one of those young men.
Yeah.
No
the Mir.
We'll get the scoop.
From the Commonwealth of Independent
In the
States.
meantime, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back as we continue with our parade of sail.
Static can put you in an awkward position.
It'll stop you.
Static can make you look stuck up.
It'll stop you.
And static can be openly embarrassing.
It'll stop you. Yeah.
The more you move, the more static can build up. But you can stop static cling with Bounce. Bounce leaves clothes virtually static-free.
It won't stop you.
Bounce stops static before static stops you.
Car and Driver has named it to its 10 best list 4 years in a row. Now, there's a Mitsubishi Eclipse you can lease for just $500 down and as little as $149 a month. But hurry, this Eclipse will soon disappear. Mitsubishi, The word is getting around.
Well, I thought college kids didn't need sleep. You need coffee.
I got that.
Freeze-dried? Welcome to Coffee 101. See, mine's darker. It's decaffeinated Folgers crystals from mountain-grown beans.
Moral classes ended yesterday.
Mine's still darker. Taste.
This is good.
Now you're talking.
Hey, I am, aren't I?
Decaffeinated Folgers crystals, so dark and rich. Shouldn't you switch?
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
Stand by. Formally.
Okay, we're back with our coverage of Operation Sail of Sail Boston 92. I keep saying Op Sail. That was the last time around.
Right.
Now it's Sail Boston 92, and we're joined by Howard Slotnick, a New York businessman, a leader in the tall ship regatta planning. He's the former director of Op Sail 92 in New York.
That's why you keep saying Op Sail. You've got Mr. Slotnick sitting over there. Twice directed that.
I know you weren't involved in planning last weekend's event in New York, but you were very much involved in the effort to raise food and money for the crews of the Russian ships. Tell us about that. When did their problem first come to your attention, and how did you go about organizing some help?
Well, actually, I sailed on the Cruiser in 1974, and I was the director of operations in 1976. We were over in England trying to get the ships to come to New York. It was really a first. What happened was this time around, I was in San Juan. I had helped them put their event together, and I met my old friend, Captain Kolometsky, who was the captain of the Cruiser. About 11 o'clock the first evening that I was down there, he had just gotten in, and we were talking in his cabin. And he said to me that, you know, things have changed so drastically in Russia today. They really left. He left Russia many months ago. He was in the Canary Islands when he heard about this event. And his feeling was he had to come back. And when I said, well, why did you have to come back? Was 1976, a long time ago. He said, well, this ship really was in the forefront of perestroika. So when we came to New York in 1976, you were the enemy. America was our enemy. We had been taught that for all the years. All the cadets had been taught that. All the officers had been. And lo and behold, we got to America, we got to New York, and we found out America was our friends. He said, because of that, these cadets that are on board these ships never forgot being in New York. They never forgot how America treated them. These cadets today are the leaders in Russia. And that one trip has stayed with me. And I left the Canary Islands. We have no currency on board, very little currency. And I felt that somewhere, someone is going to come in and help us.
That's a remarkable story. And there you were, Johnny on the spot.
Well, this is really in the spur of the tall ship events of an Operation Sail. And I took it upon myself. I made a phone call to a friend of mine in New York, another businessman, a lawyer in New York, Norman Liss, who was involved in the community. By the time I got back from San Juan to New York, we had people breaking the doors down to give us food.
Howard, let me interrupt you just a moment. We're looking at the Concordia, the flagship of Canada, one of the newest boats built in 1991 in the shipyards of Gdansk.
And Chet, as we're watching that ship, let's just whip down to Susan Warnick and Dick Albert, who are on not Long Island, Castle Island, with a group of spectators who are watching. They should have a great view right now of the Concordia.
Oh, yes. We've been watching the tall ships come in, and the crowd is thickening here. There's no question about it. It's finally getting warmer. People are finally smiling at me this morning. I can't believe it.
We were a little concerned for Dickie's safety for a while, Chet and Natalie, but no, it's a beautiful estimate. 110,000 people, the latest crowd estimate about a half hour ago.
Actually,
people from all over the world.
That's right. I counted 108,836 myself. So people, there's a lot of local people, but there's people who've come in from all sections of this country. Virginia, you're from
Tampa, Florida.
Tampa, Florida. Is that a Florida accent?
No, it's a Georgia accent. You would do that, wouldn't you?
So you came up from Florida, and what brings you up here?
We're traveling in our motorhome, and we read about the tall ships several months ago in our newspaper and decided this should be our first destination.
So we're visiting our daughter-in-law's family on Cape Cod.
Uh-huh.
And the mother brought us over today to do all the tall ships.
So what do you think of it?
Beautiful. We love it.
Gotcha.
I tell you, it is nothing more spectacular than this. Can you, did you read the souvenir book? You know
Yes.
some of the names?
Yes. No, don't
No.
ask me that.
Well, you are having a good time.
I'm
and
having a great time.
I'm glad you came.
Beautiful day and wonderful people. Everybody is so cordial and nice, and we've had a wonderful time.
Were you worried about the people in Boston? Had you heard any bad things about us?
No, I had not really.
Good.
No.
Well, that's good news.
We've traveled the United States, and we find wonderful people everywhere we go.
Well, it takes one to know one.
Well, you're welcome here, and there's several more days to go, you know.
Yeah.
Lots of things happen. You're going to watch the fireworks on Sunday
I
night?
don't know. We'll get back into that. It's a little trip.
All right.
But
Susan,
we've
you
had
have...
a great time. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great time, absolutely. There are also, of course, thousands and thousands of local Boston area people. You, sir, are from Medford, did you tell me?
Mass, yes, I am.
What time did you have to get here this morning?
I got here about 9:30, just in time to see Old Ironside lead the parade.
Is it thrilling?
Really, it was quite a sight that kind of make you a little misty. Really enjoyed it.
Well, that's great. I hope you have a wonderful time.
Thank you
We're going to
very
move over here to you. Are you watching the boats? Yeah? He's watching the boats. I've been watching him all morning.
Hi.
Where are you from?
Concord, New Hampshire.
And all the way down from Concord. What time did you have to get here today?
Oh, well, we took a bus down that left from Concord around 8 o'clock and got here around 9:30.
What's been the best part?
Oh, these ships. They're just gorgeous. Just incredible. We haven't seen ships like that since the bicentennial.
No, I don't think that ships like this go through the Merrimack up in New Hampshire. Am I right about that?
That's right.
Well, have a great day. Thank you very much. Now, what about, can we get you over here? Come on over here, because I want to talk to you, because I know you've been watching these ships, haven't you?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, where are you from?
Canton.
Canton, Massachusetts?
Yeah.
What's the best part been for you?
When the Christopher Columbus's ship came.
And did you hear the big cannons?
Yep.
Do you think that someday you might like to sail on one of these ships?
Yeah.
Did you tell your mother that?
No.
No, well, maybe we'll break it to her a little later, okay? You have a great time. And let me get you in here. What's your name?
Mike.
Mike, where are you from?
East Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
What time did you get here today?
Around 8.
You excited? What's the best part?
The ships.
The ships. That's what everybody's saying, the ships. But I'll tell you something else. One of the best parts here today are the people, right?
Absolutely.
The people.
The people.
Absolutely. The people from South Boston and Medford and East Boston, as well as Florida and Ireland and England, and they've just been...
From Ireland,
From
right?
Ireland, yeah. Where's the Ireland group? Come on over. Where are the folks from Ireland?
You're from Boston, we thought.
You're from Ireland.
Yeah, living in Germany, in Munich. So I come all the way from Munich to get here.
To see this?
Yeah, I got my friend here from London, Maggie, as well.
And when did you get here?
About a week ago. We've been on the Cape, now we're here.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Oh, it's great. I've been in the mountains the last year and a half. I got to the ocean.
What do you think of Boston?
I love Boston. I've been coming here all the time, so I really like it. I like Cape Cod, Boston. It's great.
And the Bostonians have been pretty good to you?
Yeah, they've been really good to me, especially because I'm Irish.
So you found one or two friends?
Absolutely. That's why I come back here. A lot of friends of mine are living here, so I come back to visit them.
That's great. I hope you have a terrific time. And what about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Norwood, Mass.
And what's your name?
My name is Margaret Oliverio.
Margaret, so what do you think of all this?
I think it's great, and I really want to commend the Massport because it's everyone is just so orderly, and the buses and the people, and they're really very nice, and no one shoves and pushes, and it's really amazing.
Well, I don't know if you have any relatives who work for Massport, but whether you do or you don't, what you just said is absolutely true. We have been absolutely amazed. We said 110,000 people, and there really have been no problems. There are not even any long lines at the Porta-Johnies, and I think that's remarkable.
That is incredible, with 110,000 people. Yes, it's been very orderly, and people are smiling and having a good time, and it's getting better and better weather-wise. I think there may even be more people coming out this afternoon. There's about another 3 to 4 hours of the tall ships coming in.
And that won't be long enough. But we're going to be here all afternoon, so hopefully we'll be back to you shortly with some more fun folks and a fun, wonderful afternoon. Chet, Natalie?
All right, Susan and Dick, thanks very much. Dickie, that forecast worked out just as you assured us it would. We were talking with Howard Slotnick, a New York businessman and leader in the tall ship regatta planning, and Howard was telling us remarkable stories about the Russian ships, the Mir, the Sedov, the Krusenstern.
What are we looking at here, first of all? Howard, can you tell?
Yeah, that's the Mir that's coming in.
Okay.
Okay. Now, wait a minute.
I believe changes very quickly.
That's the Danmark going.
All right, we'll put our spotters on this and get one in the.
Well, you know, the difficulty is we can see the boats just for people watching our television coverage here. We have this wonderful view of all of these boats. Now, when you try to translate what your eyes see behind you to what we're seeing on this little screen, sometimes can make the identification a little difficult.
Well, that beautiful royal blue hulled boat with red trim is the Concordia, is the flagship of Canada, which we can see right now. That one we get.
That one I can get. Thank you for the sale.
Indeed, yeah. Howard, just pick up on that story. Telling us, we all know about the problems in what was the Soviet Union, now the Commonwealth of Independent States, and some of these vessels, these men and women who are aboard have no idea how they're going to be paid, if they're going to be paid, where they're going to eat, where the food is coming from, and you were just about to get to the story, get to the part of the story where you were able to get several tons of food for these people.
Well, by the time I got back from San Juan, and after the phone call to Norman List to put your thinking cap on, we've got to do something for our friends, and they are our friends, and it had to be done with friendship. He already had the ball rolling. We had donations of food from places as diverse as the Hunts Point Market, which is the wholesale food and produce market in New York. The association jumped in. A lady by the name of Myra Gordon, who was the executive director, took it on herself and got 10 tons of produce. The B'nai B'rith International got involved, which is really a sign of the end of the Cold War. Since in 1976, we had a bomb threat against the Tavarish and the Krusenstern by one of the militant Jewish organizations. So I'm particularly proud that in 15 years, the world has really come around, and I think that's a great indication. A lot of other people came in to give you just some indication of what we did end up with. Ralston Purina sent us 12,000 boxes of cereal. Wow. The Russians had never seen cold breakfast cereal. They thought it was great. 10 tons of produce. 30 cases from Paul Newman's company of lemonade and pasta and sauces. A ton of dairy products, a ton of canned meats, which of course is a staple on board. They don't need refrigeration. A ton of bakery products, a company down in New York called Zaro's Bakeries.
So are they pretty well set now, the Russian boats, for the journey back?
Well, we have more food coming here.
You do?
We're going to make sure that they have enough. I felt like I was a longshoreman for the weekend, backing trucks up to the gangway.
But that's wonderful, though, all these companies that came and helped.
It's cold hard in New York has turned out again.
We'll be back to talk more with Howard Slotnick and to continue our live coverage of Sail Boston 92. Now stay tuned for these messages.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today. The new advanced Formula Mobile 1. And by New England Telephone, part of the NYNEX family.
The taste of real lobster. It's amazing what we'll go through to get it.
Little forks, claw crackers.
But McDonald's is making real lobster real easy. Our own summer favorite is back. Our delicious lobster sandwich.
Napkins, gloves, poncho.
It's made with 100% real lobster on a fresh bed of lettuce and a special bun. A real value at just $3.99. McDonald's lobster sandwich. All the taste of real lobster without all the fuss.
Enjoy.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using new Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. New Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
Choosing the best answering machine is now a simple process of elimination. Introducing call answering from New England Telephone. It picks up where answering machines leave off. Nothing to fix or clutter the house. All you need is your phone. To order, call 1-800-499-5200. We're the one for you, New England. New England Telephone, part of the NYNEX family.
Here's the advertising idea for Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. Cranberries and the less sweet taste of ginger ale together. The taste is magic. Magic is wrong. A riddle. What's less sweet, refreshing, and red all over?
New Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. With less sugar than most leading soft drinks, it's less sweet. What a refreshing idea.
We shoot the entire commercial in cranberry red. Pretty refreshing, huh?
We're back with our coverage of the Parade of Sail here. Sail Boston 1992, these magnificent sailing ships representing another era, but also a time of today. While we go through telling you some of the stories of what we know of was life aboard these ships many years ago, we're also reminded that most of these square riggers are sail training ships for their various countries. You're looking there at the Polish ship, Dar Młodzieży. How'd I do, Chet?
That's not bad, Natalie. She's out of Gdynia, Poland, a Class A vessel and a new one. Dar Młodzieży, by the way, translates to gift of youth. And she was so christened because the financing of the ship's construction was largely funded by contributions from the youth of Poland, built in 1982 as a replacement for Dar Pomorza, which was here in Boston Harbor. But Dar Pomorza has since been retired. She's now a floating museum ship in Gdansk, I believe.
That's correct, Chet. The Dar Młodzieży is the original of the 6 vessels that are now of the same class. 5 of these vessels were built for the Soviet Union from the Dar Młodzieży design, and they're operating in the various independent states in the old Soviet Union now. The Mir, the Palata, Druzhba, which I sailed on 2 years ago, and 2 other vessels.
Kherson? Is that how you say that? Kherson?
Kherson.
Zedja.
Kherson's there.
The Gdansk shipbuilders seem to have a penchant for designing these unusually flat transoms on these ships, Red.
Right. They actually have an extra deck. If you look at the waterline up to the main deck, it's an extra deck on there. They have a main deck which is down below and then a spa deck above. That main deck is, the interior is where 144 cadets live in 12-man berthing areas. They have 12 little forecastle areas aboard the ship with 12 people each in them, and they're really modern sail training vessels with dedicated classrooms, berthing areas, and extra navigation positions up forward and aft. Real fine vessels.
357 feet in length, and she carries a crew of 167. You know, Red, one of the things that interested me in listening to some of the spectators that we heard talking with David Ropeek, with Susan and Dick Albert, of all of the things that have happened here this morning and all of these vessels from 30 different countries, a number of these people mentioned the thing that gave them the biggest tug was seeing old Ironsides being tugged out and coming back in to lead the parade of tall ships. I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah, well, it is, and I thought Mayor Flynn put it right, too, that maybe we take an extra, we get an extra goosebump or two because we're from the Boston area. Daisy Nell Coffin is with us from the Peabody Museum of Salem, and we were talking earlier about some life at sea for the men. How about the role of women, how that has changed?
Well,
there was a time when there certainly weren't women as sailors.
There were. I mean, even, when I was a little girl, I remember my grandmother sailed on a schooner, believe it or not. And she used to worry about what kind of undergarment she was going to wear when she climbed the rigging. And
well, that was a concern.
It was a concern. Nowadays, these cadets, when I was working on a schooner, you just wear what you wear. But times have changed. In the old days, of course, a lot of women didn't go to sea, and they stayed home and took care of things on land. And there's a great old story of a skipper's wife who was staying on land, taking care of the kids and the farm, and when he came back and they went down to the dock to see him off, and one of his mates said, well, you didn't even kiss her goodbye. And he said, well, I'm only going to be gone a year.
So, everything's relative, right?
Exactly.
But what a difference now, for as many of these ships, as you know, have cadets who are women.
Captains who are women.
Really?
Sure.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, sure. As Andy said, or David, rather, David said in named one ship, I can't think of it right now, but they had a woman captain and a male cook.
Oh, I thought he was kidding.
No, no.
Don't look so surprised,
He was
Chet.
not. I'm not surprised at all. I think it's a long
And they all
time
do the
coming.
dishes.
You know, one of the things I just wanted to mention about the Polish vessel Darmo Jerzy, I would be remiss as an American of Polish extraction if I didn't. It was built, we said, in the Gdansk shipyard, and that is the birthplace not only of these wonderful tall ships, but it is the birthplace of the Solidarity movement. That's the shipyard where Lech Wałęsa worked.
Yes.
It used to be called the Lenin shipyard. It is now simply called the Gdansk shipyard, and there is a monument outside that shipyard, and I had the pleasure of visiting that spot a few years ago to the men of Solidarity who were killed in the uprising and who began the movement that eventually led to the collapse of communism in Poland and elsewhere in Eastern Europe.
We talked about the hardships aboard these ships years ago and how some people, you got sick, and if you were very sick, you didn't come back. There weren't doctors on board, and certainly you had to contend with so much more than you have to today, just because you didn't have the equipment that you had, and you didn't have the medical supplies and so forth. And one of the ways, I suppose, that people survived was keeping their sense of humor, and I know you're familiar with the sea shanties, the songs that were sung on those boats.
The songs sung down below in the forecastle were a different variety. They had instruments that would accompany them. People played, of course, a lot more instruments at home than they do nowadays. So the instruments that would go to sea, they might take a concertina or a fiddle, something compact, something that hopefully wouldn't rot or rust, and they would sing to pass away the long hours when they were off watch. If they were working on deck, the sea shanties are actually the work songs, the songs that accompanied the hard work at the pumps, or working at the capstan to raise the anchor or to load on cargo, raising and lowering sails, of course. Those were the actual work songs, unaccompanied, and there's nothing like the sound of voices at that.
I'm going to see if I can get you to do an a cappella here, but first we have to go to this commercial break. We'll be right back.
Oh, no.
Fire away.
Which beer do you think is brewed longer?
This one overall has better flavor. The darker one.
Bingo. Coors Extra Gold is brewed far longer than Bud.
Seriously? Than Budweiser?
70% longer than Bud.
And you know what? I can taste it.
Slow brewed for that real beer flavor and color, the way beer was meant to be, which may be why 58% of Bud drinkers prefer Coors Extra Gold.
I'll make it 59 and 60.
Coors Extra Gold. If you're missing real taste, beer is back.
The gold, baby. The name says it all.
The problem with mixed nuts is you never get enough of your favorite nuts. That's why there's new Fisher Favorites. Everyday nuts transformed into delectable treats. So Fisher Favorites are all favorites.
No, that's my favorite.
Pecans, almonds, peanuts, lightly coated with luscious flavors. Praline, toffee, honey glaze, plus large whole cashews.
My favorite.
New Fisher Favorites.
Your favorite.
Do yourself a favorite, Fisher Favorites.
Relive all the majesty and pageantry of the magnificent parade of sail into Boston Harbor. The Return of the Tall Ships. A 90-minute video highlighting the tall ship extravaganza can be yours for just $24.95. To order your VHS copy, send a check payable to WCVB-TV Tall Ships, 5 TV Place, Needham, Massachusetts, 02192. The $24.95 price includes shipping, handling, and sales tax.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
Chet Curtis and Natalie Jacobson with News Center 5's coverage of the operation of the Parade of Tall Ships. I still want to say op sail. Sail Boston 92. We're looking at the Juan Sebastian del Cano from our camera on Long Island.
Home port, Cadiz, Spain. Total crew 163. She's 370 feet long, Class A vessel, as you might have guessed. And you can count them, four-masted topsail schooner.
She is a beauty.
Yes,
she's boy.
Yes,
what
she
a
is.
sight.
She's been around a long time. She was designed by the famous yacht designer Camper and Nicholson of the United Kingdom. Her sister ship is the Esmeralda of Chile. which is a barkentine, but she's rigged as a topsail schooner. If you notice, she has fore and aft sails, gaff, rigs on all 4 masts, 4 main, mizzen, and spanker.
All right, Red, we're going to take a moment here and go down to the Fish Pier, which is the site of the official reviewing stand. Susan Burke and Jim Boyd standing by.
Okay, thank you, Chet. With us now is Pat Moscaratello, who's the president of the Greater Boston Convention and Tourist Bureau. And Pat, from every indication today, is an absolute success. Is it time yet to light up that victory cigar?
Oh, it's been spectacular. It's been great. It's bigger, more majestic, more beautiful, I think, than anybody had anticipated or expected.
Pat, I know that not only do you have stars in your eyes, but you also have dollar signs. This whole project was expected to bring in about $450 million to the local economy. Is it going to live up to expectations? Are the hotels all booked? We had heard that they were.
Yes, we've had a great week kickoff for the weekend. So beginning on Thursday night, people started arriving. People from literally all around the country and the world. And even last night, we had a captain who came in with a ship from Berlin and last minute decided to join the parade. And we had to scurry around to find him and his family a room. But that's what this is all about. I think, you know, Boston is a great city. It's a city of festivals, and this is probably one of the biggest and best we've ever had.
And you're leading the bandwagon to try and make it an international city, are you not?
And I think just this parade of sail is a great example of that. We have people from 35 countries around the world. We have 25 of the 30 Class A ships in the world that are here. And we're turning this, what was a 1 or 2 day festival, into a week-long festival. And I think that's what's going to be so unique about it and so terrific in terms of spreading the word around the country and literally around the world what Boston has to offer.
Is this starting now to set a trend? Does it build a momentum that you can pick up on and continue to use this?
I think so. We heard earlier when the U.S. Constitution passed this by that she'll be 200 years old in 1997. So I think Thursday morning when the ships pull out of port, we should start working on a big 200th birthday celebration in 1997 for the Constitution. Bring everybody back, and all those people around the country and around the world who didn't get a chance to come to this one, we'll bring them back in 1997.
5 years lead time and an open invitation to everyone around the world.
That's it. It takes about 5 years to put an event like this together.
And in the meantime, you've got World Cup soccer to look forward to in '94. Is that
That's
good? That's
right.
your next big event? I mean, as we look forward, the next declared event is what, World Cup soccer?
World Cup soccer, which will be starts in June of 1994. We'll have 6 games. We have a quarterfinal game and a qualifying round, as well as 4 opening round games. So, and that is really another world-class event. And that's what these special events are turning out to be, to show an opportunity to showcase Boston. People in New England, people on the eastern seaboard sort of know what Boston's about, but this is an opportunity to see Boston in its totality.
And the residual effect is to bring more tourists into to Boston in the downtimes when there aren't as many things happening?
That's right. It's exactly what this is. So we'll end up turning the city into a 4-season city of festivals, activity, conventions, meetings, and tourism. And I think we can do it because, I mean, we have so many different things to offer here, from culture to history to entertainment to food to sports. I mean, that's basically what the city's about.
Sell this city.
That's it. Well,
hopefully a turning point for the New England economy,
and
heading in the right direction.
Very much so, because of the economic impact. I mean, $400 million, as Susan said, and I think we're going to do it. I mean, because we're already seeing this happen in terms of our shops, our restaurants, the hotels. You know, people are feeling a great deal of pride as how this event is going off and what's been happening. And I think that just gets everybody else excited about it. There's a great sense in the air of pride and people saying Boston can host events like this, these world-class events.
Pat Moscaratello, thank you for joining us. We'll let you go back to work now.
Thank you.
Chet Ned.
Thanks, Susan.
All right, thank you very much. Susan,
Watching
Jim?
2 ships go by us look very similar now, the Darmajeji and the Mir.
Let's
see what we are going to...
The Mir is coming back with her...
That's a Libertad right out there.
All right, the Libertad is coming behind us. You'll see her in just a couple of seconds. The Mir, by the way, when we were talking with Howard Slotnick earlier about all of the problems some of the Russian boats had, the Mir is one that didn't have any fuel. And she was almost going to stay in port in New York because she had no way of making it to Boston. But thanks to the good work of a lot of people in New York.
Well, we said, you know, it goes right along with this whole main theme, Chet, that we've asked the various people who deal with these ships all the time, what is this really all about? And it's really a giant diplomatic mission, you know, for the various ports of call, as well as for the people who are coming in, the cadets, the ships, the countries they represent. And there couldn't be a better city to do it in than Boston.
You bet. One of the several of the Class A, the biggest of the tall ships, will be docking at the Black Falcon Pier, which is not too far from where we are. And our reporter, Steve Sprasia, is there.
Well, Chet, by the time this is over, 11 different vessels will be docking here at Black Falcon. The Eagle pulled in here about 40 minutes ago, followed a few minutes ago by the vessel, the Cruising Stern. They're just finishing tying up the lines to her right now. But you may, when you come down here tomorrow, when this is open to the general public, you may be a bit confused. A number of different lists have been published throughout the local papers and guidebooks and so forth, listing the 11 different vessels are going to be here. But as one Massport official told us earlier this morning, the thing was changed about 50 times. And so what is listed on the official program is not necessarily what you will see here. So if you were coming down expecting a certain vessel, you're not going to find it necessarily. However, in an effort to try and help folks, they have put signs along with the vessels are going to be berthing. As I look up towards the end of the reserve channel, I can see yet another vessel coming by here. Eventually, about 3,000 sailors will be swarming through this area here. They'll have 95 different interpreters. The sailors will be using this as sort of their base of operation. We'll be telling you more about it throughout the day. Reporting live from the Black Falcon Terminal, I'm Steve Sprasia. Chet and Nat.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Back at our anchor position here at Anthony's Pier 4 as Sail Boston 92 continues. Estimated it'll be 4 o'clock, maybe even a little later, before all of the vessels pass by the reviewing stand and pass by our vantage point before finally making their way to their various berthing spots, where many of them will be available to the public for boarding in the next couple of days.
We might add that everything's going just as it was planned, isn't it, Red? And what a tribute that is to the Sail Boston people who coordinated all of this. And I know you worked hard with them over these many months.
Fantastic job. This is Pride of Baltimore. You can see the black and cream-colored hull there. Pride of Baltimore coming up.
Earlier this morning, we had a pretty good breeze. He's kind of died down right now, which must make maneuvering for these flotillas just a little bit easier.
Right, Chet. It makes it a lot easier, and they still can carry sail on the upbound run and then the downbound run in the inner harbor.
Can you recognize this ship for us here, Red?
Yes, that's
from Oman.
From Oman, Shabab, Oman. She's a barkentine. Originally built up in Scotland, called the Robert Falcon Scott, used for training up there. And then the Sultan of Oman bought the vessel, refurbished her as a training ship for his military people in his country.
And like a few other of the tall ships in this regatta, Shahab Oman has been named in honor of her nation's youth.
That's right, Chet. It's a very good youth training vessel, and it sails quite a bit around the Arabian Sea there and Red Sea.
Have you been on some of these ships, Daisy? Some of these?
Yes, in fact, I've done concerts on board, singing sea shanties and folksal songs on board the schooner Ernestina, which is coming back now from her turnaround, on the Spirit of Massachusetts and the Eagle and the Bonhomme Richard, which isn't here this year. Quite a few of these. Constitution, of course, on the turnaround. I've been on board a few years on that for their turnaround, singing the songs and doing some historical role-playing, that kind of thing.
Good for you.
All right, we'll be back to continue our coverage of Sail Boston 92, but first we're going to pause for these messages. Stay with us.
Throughout history, few have mastered the art of painting it. Even fewer have mastered the art of growing it. Tree-ripened fruit, copied by many, originated by Stop and Shop. Larger, incredibly flavorful because they're left on the tree longer. Tree-ripened fruit on exhibit now at Stop and Shop.
Ah, feeling squeezed, paying more than you should for home improvement?
HQ to the rescue.
At home headquarters warehouse. We sell quality home improvement products for less. On July 2nd, 27% less than Grossman's on this Waterpik shower massage. And 26% less on a Wood 6-outlet coax surge protector. At HQ, we guarantee you'll never feel the squeeze of paying too much.
HQ to the rescue. People say my Purdue birds are perfect. What do they know? Fact is, they could be even better. That's why I created Fit and Easy, a line of ready-to-cook chicken, oven stuffer, and turkey that's tender, juicy, and delicious. And they come with no skin and no bones. So there's practically no work. They even have their own recipes. Easier, versatile, and good for you, too. Even I can't find a bone to pick with that.
So, why do I shop at Marshall's? Well, no one changes clothes or moods as fast as a teenager. At least my teenager. I mean, as soon as I know what's in, it's out. So at Marshall's, she finds the in name she wants in my budget, thank you very much. And a selection that changes as often as she does. Look, I can't help you with the moods, but when it comes to the clothes, take my advice.
Never, never, never pay full price. Marshall.
These wonderful sailing vessels from more than 30 countries continue to make their way through Boston Harbor and past the reviewing stand at the Fish Pier. And in just a moment, we'll have a good look at the Pride of Baltimore 2.
You got it right there, don't you?
Where tops...
Right on the right side of your screen.
Yep,
there she is full.
All right. It's a pretty boat, Red, and a relatively new one.
Yes, she's a new vessel. The previous Pride went down in 1987, was sailed under off the Atlantic there, and the loss of life. But the city of Baltimore rebuilt a new vessel and is used to represent the city of Baltimore around the world. She's a very, very safely built vessel.
You know, it's interesting you point that out about such a recent accident. I think there's a tendency to think that, you know, the danger was from a bygone era for these ships. And today, with all of the modern technology and all the rescue efforts that we might have today, that you wouldn't have the kind of accidents that the Pride of Baltimore had, Pride of Baltimore 1.
That's right, Natalie.
But it's still dangerous.
It's still dangerous, and you have to be very, very careful out there and have the greatest respect for the elements when you're at sea. You have to be very, very vigilant.
As I recall, Red, the original Pride of Baltimore sank in a squall in the Bermuda Triangle, but it was more than just a squall. It was one of those microbursts or downdrafts of energy that has actually caused a couple of airplane accidents.
Yes, they got into a very severe line squall. They had quite a bit of canvas up there, and the survivors figure it was a microburst.
And that was something that came and went in under 20 minutes.
That's right.
Yeah, unpredictable.
Unbelievable.
Not much you could have done about it. There's nothing they could have done about it. It was just one of those...
One of the survivors said, you know, that they were in the midst of this horrible storm, and then within seconds, they saw sunshine and calm seas all of a sudden.
Right.
That's a Baltimore clipper, the Pride of Baltimore.
Yes.
The raked masts.
Right. The idea of the raked masts in a lot of our colonial vessels, they weren't to make the vessel go faster, but the top of the mast is right over the cargo hatch. And this is how they got the cargo out. They used their mast as rigging booms. The line, if you drop a plumb line down from the top of the mast, it'll be right over the center of the cargo hatches. That's why the Chesapeake Bay Bug-Eyes and the Baltimore Clippers and many of our working ships during the colonial era had raked masts.
The Harvey Gamage has raked masts.
That's right.
In the parade as well.
Where'd you learn to sail, Daisy?
Well, I learned in Manchester, Massachusetts, when I was a kid growing up. And then a few years ago, I used to work on a schooner, as a big wooden schooner. So I learned the ropes, as they say.
Yeah, it's a beautiful...
Literally.
It's a beautiful ship that's familiar to Captain Shannon. The Gorge Fock we're looking at there.
Yes, we've raced against Gorge Fock many times in Eagle. She's a sister ship of Eagle. She's Gorge Fock number 2, built at Blumenvoss in Hamburg in 1958 for the West German Navy. And very familiar with that vessel. Anytime we were close together when I was in Eagle, we were always racing.
And the original Gorge Fock 1 is now the Tavarish, right?
That's correct, Natalie. Gorge Fock number 1 was built in 1933 at Blumenvoss Yard in Hamburg and is still operating in the Ukraine right now. She's called the Tavarish.
which have the Eagle, the Tavares, the Sagres II, and the Murcia, all
sister ships.
Gorge Fock is leading the flotilla number 8 of 19 flotillas.
That's right.
In total, that began at a little after 9 o'clock this morning when the Constitution and the Eagle led the parade of tall ships from the anchorage in Broad Sound, just at the mouth of Boston Harbor.
So there's still plenty of ships for you to see. If you're thinking about coming out here today, please do come. You'll have a wonderful afternoon. The weather couldn't be better. There are many flotillas left to come.
And it's pretty obvious that people have heeded the advice of law enforcement and public safety authorities and have taken public transportation.
It's the only way.
It's the only way to come. There are plenty of shuttle buses that are running around the waterfront areas. The shuttle buses are free. Others you can get on for a pretty minimal cost. And you don't have to worry about finding a place to park. As a matter of fact, you can't drive in here anyway because most of the streets and roads that surround the harbor are closed to vehicular traffic.
Also this afternoon now, Steve, some of these tall ships that have gone by us are now in their berths so that you can have a close-up look right there off the pier. I'm not sure exactly which ones are allowing people on and not, so I won't name any unless I make a mistake, but you can certainly get up close and see them.
Many of them are, and we were talking the other day, we had lunch with Captain Shannon and with John Hamilton of the British Sail Training Association, and there used to be that they would allow people to really go all through these vessels, including tours below decks, but...
of course, a few people had to spoil it for everybody.
Well, as John Hamilton said, some people refer to it as souvenir hunting.
Right.
We call it theft, but that became a problem. People would be taking things and...
Yes, this Gorge Fock out in front of you there on the screen, German sail training vessel. Sister ship to Eagle and Sagres in Tavares.
I'm just thrilled they were able to come in here under sail. One of these, I can't remember which year it was, that we covered one of these tall ship events, and the weather was such that there were no sails up. And it makes such a difference.
Oh, it sure does.
Oh, indeed. There was some concern about that this morning, but gee, it turned out just beautifully. The Gorge Fock identified by that figurehead of an albatross.
Yes, and also if you notice up in the forecastle area, that's the forepart of the vessel, she has a dark brown stripe just below her forecastle, and then it runs around the poop deck area back aft. And that's how you can tell one of the 5 sisters, but Gorge Fock with the German Condor forward and the brown stripe just below the forecastle deck and on the poop deck.
And you can't see them, at least we can on the monitor we have here, but her 3 masts are yellow.
Yes, a spar color yellow, and she's rigged out just like Eagle and Sagres and Tavares.
I'm not sure. I would think, Red, that these vessels in the flotillas now must be using a little auxiliary power, because there hardly seems there's enough breeze, even with all of that sail.
They have to use
move them along at 5
Daisy was telling me that
Right.
they're not allowed, ships are not allowed in parades of sail without...
It sounds like a conflict in terms, but you can't be in this parade unless you have power. You absolutely must use it, because it's...
Sure.
If people don't realize how cumbersome some of these vessels are, they can't just stop. You know, they need to be able to get out of harm's way if necessary.
Yes, for safety, the Coast Guard is required that all the vessels have internal power.
You know, you're talking about the economic benefits to this area, Red. I think it was you who was telling me there was a cruise line that was almost bankrupt, the AC Cruise Lines, and the ship, the Circio, I think it's called. And then along came this event, and that company benefited greatly, that company being the company that owns the one ship, as far as I can understand, and got some charters here and managed to salvage itself that way. So there are a number of people who are benefiting from this Operation Sail.
Yes.
Sail Boston.
Right, the commercial marine industry in the Boston area is benefiting quite a bit, but also they're doing a lot of pro bono work. The towboat companies, the pilots, and some of the cruise lines are doing a lot of pro bono work for Sail Boston.
Pro bono, a euphemism for free. That's very nice.
That's right.
No, it's terrific. We were talking, there were a couple of lobstermen who went out, volunteered to go out into Broad Sound, and they stayed there because there's always a possibility that some anchor line is going to get fouled in the lobster pots, and they know where the pots are, and they with their smaller boats can maneuver around. And I don't know if they needed any help this morning, but at least several of the lobstermen went out there and offered their services, which, you know, I'm sure was the captains of these large vessels were very grateful that they were standing by.
Hats off to Bill Robinson and his crew out there with the lobster fishermen.
Yes.
Thank you for your help.
You know, in this Gorge Fock flotilla is a 140-foot brigantine called the Soren Larsen. We'll get a ship as we watch some of the sailors climbing up into the yards, but I want to get a shot a little later of the Soren Larsen. If you're a moviegoer especially, you'll be interested to know that this particular brigantine was restored in 1978, and she's a movie star of sorts. She was in The French Lieutenant's Woman and In Search of Maria Celeste. We'll get a look at the Soren Larsen a little later, Class B boat.
Boy, if I had to climb those ropes, I'd have to remember never to look down.
Well, those rattlers what you climb on, Natalie, are fairly safe.
I'm sure. I stay away from the edge of this roof. That's how bad off I am.
Of course, it must be a little more comforting for the cadets, too, and in a very calm harbor right now, too. At least those things aren't tilting one way or listing one way or the other. As we look at some beautiful pictures, we'll pause for these messages and then come right back to resume our coverage in Sail Boston 92.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by Toyota, reminding you to always buckle up, and by Miller Lite, official sponsor of Sail Boston.
I love what you do for me.
A lot of people are singing the same song because it's time for the Love a Toyota sales event. And Toyota dealers are dealing on everything, like Camry, ranked one of the top 10 cars in initial quality, Corolla, and trucks with factory-to-dealer incentives, and Celicas with extra value option package savings. There couldn't be a better time to sing.
I love what you do for me. I love what you do for me. I love what you do for me.
So visit your Toyota dealer, and if you can't sing, whistle or hum.
Come on. Come on. Let me show you where it's at. Come on. Let me show you where it's at. Come on.
From the top to the bottom to everything in between, Miller Lite is brewed from the start to be the one great tasting beer that's less filling. It's everything you want a beer to be.
Miller Lite, I like it like that.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using new Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. New advanced formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
We're back with our coverage of the Parade of Sail. You're looking here at pictures of the Esmeralda from Chile.
The Esmeralda is a sister ship of the Juan Sebastian del Ocano. She's a...
Oh, look at that.
Barkentine rig. You notice all the cadets are manning the bowsprit and jib boom there.
That is magnificent. Now, is that the bow of the Esmeralda? Or we switch pictures here?
We're on. It still looks like the Chileano there.
Which one is it?
Should be the Esmeralda there.
Still the Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, right. She has a long forecastle deck there.
Wow, is that magnificent?
Right. And she's a Barkentine there.
Wouldn't want to do that in 12 to 15-foot swells, Red, huh?
No, no.
The Esmeralda from Chile, four-masted topsail schooner, carries a crew of some 244. She's over 370 feet long. A Class A tall ship.
She was, Natalie, she was built in Spain in the 50s and built by the Spanish government. Her original name was Don Juan of Austria after the old Habsburg Empire there. And she was used as a Spanish naval training vessel, and a fire broke out in a shipyard period and almost totally wiped her out. She was purchased by the Chilean government, brought back to Chile, and refurbished, and is now their naval training vessel for the Chilean Navy.
School ship,
And interestingly, when Esmeralda left Valparaiso in March, she will have logged nearly 18,000 nautical miles before heading home this September.
Right, she'll have 2 summers. She left in the summertime down in Chile and is up here in New England the summer up here.
And there you can note on our screen, you can see Esmeralda at Pier 1 in Charlestown. So one of the vessels that most likely will be open for public viewing.
David Ropig is out at Long Island, one of our camera positions. David?
We are at the somewhat controversial Long Island, which belongs to the city of Boston. For those of you who haven't followed the controversy, it belongs to the city of Boston, but to get to it, you have to go through to the city of Quincy. And the city of Quincy had requested of Boston, hey, can our people go out and use Long Island to watch the tall ships, because the view here is splendid. Well, Boston said Long Island is too dangerous. No, it's closed. You can't go, and none of our people will go either. Well, let me get out of the way here. There's an awful lot of people over there on Long Island who the mayor of Boston said weren't going to be allowed on Long Island. We were not told of any sort of agreement that would let them get out on Long Island. We were told by the city directly, the city of Boston, that none of its workers or friends of the mayor or anybody else were going to be allowed on Long Island. Only the people at the shelter for the homeless who have to work out here were going to be allowed out there. But I'm not much at counting crowds. There's a lot more people out there who are just watching boats than are just working at Long Island Hospital. No. Around in the other direction, there's the hospital up on the hill. There are an awful lot of people right down below the hospital. There are no boats there, which would suggest that they've come over by land. The land route is controlled by the city of Boston. Perhaps the deal's been worked out and those folks are from Quincy and enjoying the day on the safe part of the island, by the way. It's that end of the island where the seawall was collapsing and where there are a number of dangerous structures, and there was no question, according to both the Quincy mayor and Mayor Flynn of Boston, that that was unsafe. But this area, I've been on it several times in the past week covering the controversy, is relatively safe. That's the area Quincy wanted to use. And I don't know whether those folks are from Quincy or Boston or wherever, but they had to get through a Boston City checkpoint to get to Long Island, and they've done so successfully. Now I will report to you that their view doesn't turn out to be all that spectacular, because it turns out that this is the anchorage for the large charter boats that have several hundred people on them per boat, and they have most of the view blocked off. So as ships go by from here, they will be able to see the masts and the sails, but not the body of the ship. But that's more than they might have seen had they been stuck in Squantum or in the city of Boston or wherever they've come from. And so we will have to follow this story as the day progresses when we finally get onto land to find out how it is that they came to be in a place that everybody said they weren't supposed to be. Back to you, Chet and Nat.
All right, David, some interesting questions. And when Boston Mayor Ray Flynn was with us here at the anchor desk an hour or so ago, he reiterated that the agreement, at least in his opinion, that the agreement struck between Mayor Flynn, between the mayor of Quincy and the mayor of Boston was holding, and that no one would be allowed on Long Island to view the tall ships parade.
Although he was aware there were a few hundred people out there, and it didn't seem overly concerned.
Yeah, we're just wondering how they got there when there were supposed to be some checkpoints. But anyway, everything is going along beautifully as the parade of sail continues in Boston Harbor.
What a pretty picture.
Just hundreds and hundreds of spectator boats and tens of thousands of people lining pedestrians who are walking along Northern Avenue, coming in to find a place along the Boston Harbor shores here to get a better look at the tall ships. Most of them will not be open to board today, because it'll be late in the afternoon by the time they get into their berthing areas and tie up, and then they have to tidy up. So it'll be, it won't be until tomorrow that we'll be able to go aboard some of these vessels for those of you who are interested in doing that.
But you can, as you said, Chet, get a good look at them as they come into their berths there. It's just a terrific place to be able to see and talk with some of the folks, some of the people on board the ships. You know, the next time there's going to be a parade of sail of this magnitude, as I'm told, is the year 2000, and there's a great deal of bartering going on among the ports of the world here. Who will get all the tall ships as we turn 2000?
There's a tremendous effort involved to put this all together, not only to secure the agreement from the various governments involved to get their tall ships here, but also a tremendous effort on the part of the city, the state, and federal agencies to take care of coordinating not only the boat traffic, but the pedestrian traffic, to make some accommodation for the possibility of injuries, for placing these hundreds and hundreds of porta potties around the harbor. I mean, little things that you wouldn't think of. Telephones, public telephones, as we look at the Esmeralda. One interesting thing I think is worth acknowledging, Sprint has made provisions for all of the sailors from the foreign ships to make 1 3-minute call home. Each of the sailors will have an opportunity to do that.
Another example of the corporations pitching in here.
I think that's terrific.
A combination of old and new technology. It's a perfect example of
Really?
some of the oldest technology and some of the newest.
Good point. The whole effort to pull this thing off has been going on for about 4 years here, led by the Sail Boston folks, most notably Dusty Rhodes, and hopefully she and some of the people she's been working with over these many years will join us this afternoon, because as Red knows, who's been working closely with Sail Boston, the stories are just incredible. I mean, there was no one place you called and say, hi, we're going to have a parade of sail. Would you like to come? You had to write
send me a dozen tall ships.
Right. You had to write to each individual country and sail training organization, and then they followed it up with personal trips around the world to convince the various captains to come here and to do this thing. It was an extraordinary feat. And then I might add, there was a considerable diplomatic effort right here at home to pull all of the factions, state and local, together to pitch in, because there was a time 3-4 years ago when people said, what, tall ships? Come on, not going to happen. And suddenly, you know, it all was going to happen, and there was a scramble. And typically I think of this city, as we have seen so many times when we've done these mega events, it happens, it works, and people do pull together. Speaking of Sail Boston people, I see one Sail Boston hat over there. We're going to pull over here. Say hello.
One prominent Sail Boston person, but you're right. It's a tremendous organizational effort, and I know, and we'll hear from Natalie said from some of the Sail Boston organizers that even once they had the agreements with the various governments, there's still a great concern that maybe they won't show up. Some of these agreements were signed, sealed, and delivered, you know, a couple of years ago.
Red, we're going to put you on the phone in a few minutes. Go see if you can find some of your Coast Guard buddies and find out what happened to the set-off. Speaking of not showing up, we weren't sure the set-off would be here this morning. Maybe you can, we'll put your reporter cap on. Go see what you can dig up for us.
Well, we'll see what we can do there.
You know, there's also, you're talking about, there's always some criticism of events like this, and someone will always say, you know, big deal, what about so what, the tall ships, they were here, I had a look at them. But it's not always that you get a look at them. I'm reminded of a quote that Tony Chamberlain, who writes an outdoors column in the Boston Globe, he made note of various cynics, some cynics who might criticize an event like this, and Tony Chamberlain said this weekend's visit of the tall ships will be over-promoted, over-reported, and it might be a politically incorrect pain in the mizzen, but I wouldn't miss it for anything.
Good way to put it.
I thought so, too. The parade of sail continues. We have 19 flotillas in total. They're on number 9 right now, and as I have mentioned a couple of times, it'll be 4 o'clock or somewhat after 4 this afternoon by the time all of the ships have made their way past the reviewing stand at the Boston Fish Pier and tie up at their various berths throughout Boston Harbor. Some of the bigger vessels, the Class A vessels, will be at the Black Falcon Pier. There's some here at Commonwealth Pier, adjacent to Anthony's Pier 4 near the World Trade Center. And just virtually every foot of dock space along the harbor is being utilized this weekend.
If we see the Chilean ship Esmeralda again moving slowly up the inner harbor there with their cadets manning the bowsprit and also manning some of the yards up there.
Just for those of you folks who are just joining us or recently joining us, as we move to 1 o'clock here, our broadcast will be carried nationally, and we will at that time, for the benefit of the rest of the country joining in and for the benefit of you folks here in our New England area who may be joining us, recap some of what you might have missed earlier this morning. So stay with us as we continue our coverage. We're about halfway through the flotillas right now. A leading vessel, a tall ship, a Class A vessel leading each flotilla, and there are anywhere from 4 to about 7 ships in each one of them.
This is an extraordinary assemblage of vessels in Boston Harbor. For many of the ships, it is their maiden voyage to Boston. Some of them are new, some of them have been around here before and in operations past.
Right, Chet. It's amazing the amount of new vessels with this Grand Regatta that's come across the ocean as compared to 1980. A larger force of vessels and many, many new ones.
There are lots of, not every ship that you're looking at on your television screen here is a so-called tall ship. but clearly the tall ships are the stars of the show for this Sail Boston Regatta, which actually began months and months ago in Genoa, Italy.
Right, Chet. They started off in the springtime in Genoa and sailed through the Mediterranean up to Lisbon. Then they raced from Cadiz down to the Canaries, and the Canaries to San Juan, and then onward.
And then into New York, and then in company, all of the boats cruised to Boston Harbor.
We're about to take a break here as we move toward our 1 o'clock position. I want to say thank you to Daisy Nell Coffin for being with us here from the Peabody Museum of Salem and sharing your stories. I didn't get you to sing me a little... I
didn't get you to sing either, so
well, you'd never
time.
get me to sing.
We'll be back to continue our live coverage. First, these messages.
Wonderful. It actually protects better than a thick maxi. You wouldn't think so, but it does. It's always Ultra Plus. It's incredible that something so thin can protect so much better. Compared to leading thick maxis, Always Ultra's much better at holding wetness inside. And even with twice as much liquid, its special lock-away core helps trap wetness better than most pads, 5 times thicker. Even when I need the most protection, I can trust it. Always Ultra convinced me that a maxi does not have to be thick to protect. I found what I like. I won't use anything else.
Always Ultra Plus with wings. Protection that's not just thinner, it's better.
Taste it, Grandpa.
He never would have tried this with his old adhesive.
Fix-It-Dent holds stronger than any other adhesive. It even stands up to the hottest liquids. For the strongest hold you can get, Fix-It-Dent and forget it.
Did I put it on?
You put it on. Oh, I put it on.
This is Off-Skin-tastic, a repellent from the makers of Off.
I don't think I've got it on.
You've got it on. Well, I've got it on.
Off-Skin-tastic keeps bugs from biting and feels great.
Doesn't feel like I've got anything on.
You've got it on. Well, I've got it on.
Off-Skin-tastic even smells good.
Are you sure I've got it on?
Are you being chewed alive by mosquitoes?
No.
Then you've got it on.
Off-Skin-tastic feels so good, you'll forget you've got it on.
Well, I've got it on.
Sail Boston is closed captioned for the hearing impaired with funding provided by McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today. Return of the Tall Ships. A salute to Christopher Columbus and the Age of Discovery. Reporting live from the Boston waterfront, Chet Curtis and Natalie Jacobson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to those of you just joining us from around the country in New England. We have been on the air here from atop Anthony's Pier 4 in Boston Harbor since 9 o'clock and have seen about half of the flotillas go by here. If you have just joined us, though, we've put together a little synopsis of some of the things that you've missed.
You're watching the Parade of Sail live from Boston Harbor. We have tall ships representing more than 30 countries, nearly 250 ships, an incredible sight. Again, I'm Chet Curtis. A special welcome to our viewers and the Arts and Entertainment Network who are just joining us. We're broadcasting our special coverage of the tall ships from the roof of Anthony's Pier 4 along Boston Harbor. And we certainly have one of the best views in the house, and it's a great view that you will have as well. We're looking at the Esmeralda, but let's recap some of the events for you. The actual Parade of Sail got underway this morning when the Constitution, Old Ironsides, the oldest commissioned warship in the United States Navy, was tugged from her berth in Charlestown out to the mouth of Boston Harbor, where she led the parade of tall ships back into the harbor. And there's Old Ironsides.
Right, she's giving a 19-gun salute to the governor of Massachusetts there.
And as we learned, it's a 21-gun salute only if the President of the United States is here.
This occurred a little after 10 o'clock this morning. For those of you along the A&E network who have just joined us, the Constitution, the symbolic hostess, if you will, of Sail Boston 92, and she led the first flotilla, which was led by the United States Coast Guard bark Eagle.
quite a sight here. And the weather has been terrific. Good afternoon, Natalie Jacobson, Chet Curtis, a number of people. Weather's been terrific, and the winds have been just right. Actually, we were a little concerned initially that the winds might be from the wrong direction here to allow the ships to come in under sail, but we have had a great treat here in that they have, almost all of them have come in under full sail, at least partial sail.
Actually, until just a few moments ago, we were virtually becalmed here, at least at our anchor desk. All of a sudden, the winds have come up and the papers began flying around. Let's do a little more recapping for you as we have a look at some videotape from earlier this morning of the bark Eagle as she made her way through Boston Harbor and then was turned around at the end of the harbor for the journey back to her berth. Many of the vessels will remain in the port of Boston until Thursday, and they will be available for public viewing.
Yes, Chet, you can see the Eagle there with the Coast Guard identification stripe. She's one of the 5 sisters of that class. Gorschfock of Germany, the Sagres of Portugal, the Mercier of Romania, and the Tavarish of the Ukraine.
The Eagle, all Coast Guard ships called cutters, but this one is and remains a bark.
It's getting a little help from the tugboats to get turned around here.
The Eagle normally sails about 3-4 months a year in the summertime, running some 3 classes or cruises known as phases for the cadets.
This ship that's on now is Esmeralda, and she's the Chilean representative to this great creative sail.
This is the live picture you're looking at now is the Esmeralda, just past the official reviewing stand.
And let us reintroduce to David Brink, who is here at the anchor desk with us, who's the co-chairman of the American Sail Training Association, and Captain Red Shannon, the captain of the Sea Cloud. And former sailmaster of the Eagle.
Yes, right. Who spent 33 years in the United States Coast Guard and a dozen of those years aboard the Eagle.
And an Irishman from Boston.
Yes, and an Irishman from Boston. And we had another well-known sailor joining us at the desk this morning, Dennis Conner, the America's Cup captain, who's identified not so much with the tall ships, but with the more speedy, as we referred to this morning, the Indy 500 type sailboats that some of which we have here in the harbor as well.
In fact, he's racing at this moment off the coast of Newport.
Dennis Conner had to leave us earlier this morning. However, just before he went, we talked a little bit about sailboats and beauty.
These boats are magnificent. Their presence is, I think, an awe for everyone. And just seeing these people here and bringing the public awareness of yachting and sailing, it's great for everybody. It has a synergistic effect on all of sailing.
Now, those of us who live here in Boston are used to just juxtaposing the old and the new, and we're doing it again today here in this parade of sail. We're watching these old ships that represent a time long ago when the square riggers were used primarily to carry cargo. Today, they're used to train young men and women. I'm sorry, Red?
Yes, that's the Sagres you have up ahead of you there. We can see on the screen. And she's, you can see the Portuguese crosses of Christ on her square sails there, the red crosses of Christ.
David, tell us a little more about the sail training and what goes on here, what we try and teach these young people.
Well, Natalie, the big thing that we see here is the spectacle of these ships coming through the harbor. But the real work that they do day in, day out around the world is teaching young people and not so young people, the youth of all ages as we call them, the importance, like that. You're right, the importance of going to sea and the lessons that can be learned there. That is to be a better person both at sea and ashore, to work well with your shipmates and the people that you work with in your regular life, and then of course to be responsible for our ocean planet. And it is important to remember that this is an ocean planet, about 3/4 of which is covered by water, and we have a great responsibility to keep it clean and safe.
Many of the countries who have sail training associations, sail training programs, use these programs as training ground for their future diplomats.
Right.
Royalty, members of royalty, they'll send their young kids on these ships to teach them discipline primarily.
I think the interesting thing is all the way from the upper echelons to the very lowest, we go all the way down to programs that teach educated youth how to get back on the right track. So the big point is sail training can affect everyone's life. Young, old, male, female, rich, poor. whether they're American or Russian. There's a great commonality of value here.
We're looking at the Sagres II, the flagship of Portugal, and some of the cadets manning the yards, as the saying goes. Sagres is the name of a rocky point of land that juts out off the southwest coast of Portugal. And she is one of the vessels that you see and almost participates in virtually all of these parades of sail all around the world, Red.
Right. The Portuguese were great navigators, and you mentioned Sagres Point. That's where Prince Henry the Navigator had his observatory and sent his Portuguese mariners all around the world. Sagres has been under different ownership. She was originally the Albert Leo Schlagetter of Germany, built at Blumenbos and Hamburg. She was then taken over by the Brazilian government called the Guanabara. When Sagres #1 was too old and tired, she received the new vessel Sagres #2.
One of the terrific parts of this whole event, aside first and foremost from the ships, are all of the people who have come here. Hundreds of thousands of people lining the parade route in the water, in pleasure crafts, along the shore, along the piers. And we have our cameras staked out all along this area. And after we take this commercial break, we'll come back and check in with the owner of Cheers, who is among the spectators here this afternoon. We'll be right back.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by the less sweet taste of Canada Dry and by Mitsubishi. The word is getting around.
Here's the advertising idea for Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. A blues thing.
Cranberry in my ginger ale is not too sweet, oh yeah.
Cranny, the cranberry bird. And he says, not too tweet. Tweet?
New Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. With less sugar than most leading soft drinks, it's less sweet. What a refreshing idea.
We do a blind taste test. Do I detect cranberry in this ginger ale?
Car and Driver has named it to its 10 best list 4 years in a row. Now, there's a Mitsubishi Eclipse you can lease for just $500 down and as little as $149 a month. But hurry, this Eclipse will soon disappear. Mitsubishi, the word is getting around.
This is about driving, so it's about your car. This is about loving to drive, so it's about choosing the right gasoline. This is about quality, so it's about Sunoco. This is about excitement, so it's about Ultra 94. This is about performance, so it's about advanced detergency in every grade. This is about wanting it all and getting it all. So like we said, this is about Sunoco.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
You're watching live pictures here from Boston Harbor as the Parade of Sail continues through the harbor. The flotillas come through here. You see the Portuguese ship, the Sagres, coming through now. They come through, make a turnaround, and pass by our reviewing stand again.
I can't imagine there's anybody in America who has not seen the television program Cheers. Well, as you know, Cheers is an establishment that is located on Beacon Hill in Boston. The owner of Cheers is Tom Kershaw. He happens to be with News Center 5 Susan Burke at the official reviewing stand at the Boston Fish Pier.
That's right, Chet. Good afternoon. Jim and I are joined by Tom Kershaw. This T-shirt says it all here. Cheers. Although it's really the Bull and Finch Pub.
Bull and Finch Pub, the inspiration for the setting of the TV show Cheers.
That's right. And Tom, not only do you own that restaurant, but you have a slew of other titles. You're chairman of the
Greater Boston
Convention and Visitors Bureau, and president of the
Massachusetts Restaurant Association.
That's correct. So you have a truly vested interest in making sure that this is a success. Now, tell me, you got the call yesterday saying it has begun and it's working, didn't you?
I was finishing up the day on Friday, and I got a call from one of my people at about 5 o'clock, and they said the buying frenzy started about noon, and we can't keep the T-shirts on the carts where they're moving, and we're printing. We're printing now 24 hours a day. We've ordered another 10,000 shirts today, blanks, so that we'll be printing all weekend to keep up with the demand.
When you talk about the other parts of this particular event, what can you compare it to? The tall ships here, Is it maybe, say, a Boston Marathon? Is it bigger than a Boston Marathon?
There is nothing to compare to this particular event. There's never been an event like this in the history of New England. But if we were to consider an annual event, the Boston Marathon would be a similar kind of thing. But that's only a 1 day, 2.5, 3 hour, 4 hour event. This is going to be here for 6 days. People are going to have an opportunity not only to see this wonderful parade, but then to see these ships at dock. And I think that there'll be there'll be boats cruising around this harbor all week. People will be relaxed because they don't have to do it immediately, and they're going to enjoy our wonderful city.
What does that mean from a business standpoint as they enjoy the wonderful
They're
city?
going to go to our restaurants, they're going to go, they're staying in our hotels, and even if they're staying with friends, they'll be buying things in the shops and just touring Boston, enjoying it. This is a magnificent time of year. We have a wonderful city. We invite everybody to come to Boston this week. And
stop by the Bull and Finch.
Well, if you want to stop by the Bull and Finch pub, that's fine. But I, as my role as spokesman for the city, I'd say come to Boston and enjoy our hospitality.
All right, Tom Kershaw, thanks for joining us. Chetnut, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you are looking at live pictures here in Boston Harbor as the flotillas of the tall ships make their way up through the harbor and past the hundreds of thousands of people who are gathered here to see them. And you know, the word tall ship is something of a misnomer. Red and David can verify here. The first sailing race, first major regatta, it was kind of coined at that time to indicate basically any sailboat with a tall mast. Am I right? Or close to that.
We often talk about tall ships and not so tall ships to include everybody, and the ships that are small, the Class B and the Class C ships, they're just as important as the big international Class A's. They're doing a lot of training.
And the A's, B's, and C's are designated or distinguished by their length. 170 feet and over is an A, 100 to 170 feet a B, and under 100 so-called Class C boat.
As you can probably tell from those live pictures in Boston Harbor, the breeze has picked up a little bit here since, in the last half hour.
Right, Chet. The front has gone through, and she's blowing a good stiff breeze out of the northwest there, so it should be good sailing.
Does this make it easier or more difficult to maneuver in formation into Boston Harbor for the turnaround and then back out? What would you say, Red?
Well, it'll make it a little more difficult for the turnaround, but they'll be able to handle it. They have plenty of tug assistance up there.
That ship we just left was the Captain Miranda, and this here is the Juan Sebastian del Cano.
Right. Spain's very famous topsail schooner. She's really a sister ship to the Esmeralda, which went by just a little while ago. A slight difference in rig, but two magnificent vessels, about 360 feet long. Very proud symbols for their country.
And the Del Cano, we're told, one of the few training ships ever to sail entirely around the world.
Around the world, yep.
They did a round-the-world voyage in commemoration of Magellan's voyage around the world. And, of course, the second in command was Juan Sebastian del Cano. When Magellan was killed in the Ladrone Islands in the South Pacific, Juan Sebastian del Cano took over command of the expedition on the first circumnavigation of the world.
And she remains the active sail training vessel for the Spanish Navy.
For those of you who are just joining us and who may be somewhat unfamiliar with Boston Harbor, it's a rather large and historic harbor. Some 50 square miles, and it's dotted with 30 islands, which together cover about 1,200 acres of land. It is at the mouth of this harbor, in an area called Broad Sound, that all of these vessels, nearly 250 of them anchored overnight, formed up in 19 flotillas for the parade of sail into Boston Harbor this morning, which began just a little after 9 o'clock.
Now you will notice some of these magnificent ships are square rigged. It's obvious to you, those that are. And some are not. I wonder if you two sailing gentlemen here, you sailors, can tell us what that means when you're on the high seas, how that makes a difference in sailing, if it does.
Well, the big point is that square-rigged sailing ships were really meant to go downwind, to follow the trade winds around the planet, make very long voyages, and generally with the wind abaft the mainmast. And in this instance, the ship that we're seeing here is an example of that. You can see the sails are full, the wind is behind the ship, or at least it's on its beam, and she doesn't go to weather. It takes about 60 degrees off the bow or the direction the ship's going before the wind gets behind it and pushes rather than poles. And a fore and aft ship, a traditional schooner, for example, of which we have many fine examples here, are much more weatherly. They can go into the wind. They tack back and forth. Very good for coastal work. Very good for carrying smaller cargoes. But when we look back at the square rig ships of yesteryear, they were really big cargo bulk carriers coursing around the planet.
As you look at this view from Castle Island in Boston Harbor, we'll take a break. We'll return to resume our coverage of Sail Boston 92 in just a minute.
Taste of real lobster. It's amazing what we'll go through to get it.
Little forks, claw crackers.
But McDonald's is making real lobster real easy. Our own summer favorite is back, our delicious lobster sandwich.
Napkins, gloves, poncho.
It's made with 100% real lobster on a fresh bed of lettuce and a special bun. A real value at just $3.99. McDonald's lobster sandwich. All the taste of real lobster without all the fuss.
Enjoy.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
If you buy your home improvement supplies somewhere else, you're getting hosed.
HQ to the rescue.
At Home Quarters Warehouse, we sell quality home improvement products for less. On July 2nd, 34% less than Somerville on Rust-Oleum gloss enamel, and 20% less on Quikrete fast-setting concrete. At HQ, we guarantee you'll never get soaked paying too much.
HQ to the rescue.
It's here, Ultra Downy. It's ultra concentrated for ultra softness.
Wow, all that softness in a little bottle.
A little does a lot, like my Ultra detergent.
Now you don't need a big capful, just a tiny capful of Ultra Downy. It has an extra softener for the extra softness you can see, and Downy freshness.
Now you can get the best softness from a little bottle. So why mess with big ones?
So much softness, so little Ultra Downy.
Good things do come in small packages.
You're looking at live pictures from Boston Harbor. Sail Boston 92 continues. Chet Curtis, Natalie Jacobson, Captain Red Shannon here at our anchor position at Anthony's Pier 4 along the harbor.
Also, U.S. Secretary of Transportation Andrew Card joins us from the Bush administration. Welcome back home.
It's good to be home.
Former Massachusetts representative. What a day.
This is a spectacular day, but you know, it's not only a good day for Boston. This is a great day for America because this is America's celebration of the quincentenary of Christopher Columbus' voyage to America. And we see the diversity that is here in Boston, and it reflects the diversity all across America. And this whole spectacular celebration is centered around commerce. And commerce is really what has made America great, and that's why it's thrilling to be the Secretary of Transportation, because we're in the commerce business. And I'm also proud to say that this event would not have been possible had it not been for the Coast Guard. Coast Guard did a spectacular job of making sure all of these great ships could come into the harbor and we could see them, and there would be lots of small vessels around that also could view those ships.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Secretary. The Coast Guard has been magnificent, and this is not something that they got involved in the last couple of days.
Oh,
It's been in the planning stages for several years. So we're looking at the Portuguese flagship, the Sagres II.
Sagres II of Portugal.
This event, this Sail Boston event, this parade of sail, is part of a regatta that has been in the making, as you know, Mr. Secretary, for about 8 years now, is specifically to celebrate this 500th anniversary of Columbus's crossing. And these ships started in April, I believe. Is that right, Captain? Started in April in Lisbon, Portugal, and made their way, actually Genoa. Started in Genoa, then to Portugal, then to Cadiz, Spain, Canary Islands, on to Puerto Rico, to New York, and this is the last stop, Boston. And then on Thursday, they will all go back to Liverpool, England. But while they are in this port, this event, and so many others associated with it for the next week are taking place. They're berthing here. They're expecting some 3 million people to come through here and see these ships as they berth, and we'll be able to board, actually, some of the ships throughout the week.
Well, it really is exciting, and You know, the young men and women who are crewing these ships are also a story in themselves. They're terrific leaders, and they have a great camaraderie, not just with their shipmates, but also with all of the other cadets and midshipmen that are on the other ships. And I got to be in New York City last week when they came into New York City, and the spirit of the cadets and the midshipmen was contagious. You couldn't help but catch it.
As you know, many countries use these sail training ships to train their future diplomats. What do you think? Should we send young Republicans and Democrats on board a ship for a year?
I think the Coast Guard cutter Eagle has a few true Republicans and diplomats on it right now.
Should we make required reading?
You had a great opportunity to sail up from New York, Mr. Secretary, on the Eagle.
Well, I got to spend the night on the Eagle. My wife and I spent the night on the Eagle and then sailed in with her this morning. And, you know, it was impressive to watch those young men and women go up into the rigging, and I had a chance to go up into the rigging. It was very...
Did you really?
I couldn't convince my wife to do it, but I got up there.
You know,
a long way up.
It's also a great opportunity for those of us from Boston and from the surrounding area, and matter of fact, across the country, to remind ourselves of the history of this historic harbor, where the clipper ships were built, not too many hundred yards from where we're sitting right now.
You know, right behind us, an awful lot of ships were built. The USS Constitution is berthed right behind us. This is really kind of what America's all about, right in this Boston harbor. Commerce started here. The great clipper ships made their way around the world to pick up those goods over in the Far East and bring them to markets on the East Coast. So there's a great seafaring tradition in Massachusetts.
That last picture, the Juan Sebastian del Cano from Chile.
And, you know, just to follow up on that, Mr. Secretary, colonial American shipping grew so fast that by 1775, a third of all of the vessels engaged in British trade were American-built, and many of them here on the East Coast.
Well, that's a good segue, because President Bush put forward a maritime reform package just in the last few weeks, and we're going to hope Congress will pass that, and that'll make sure American maritime industry is back on its feet, and you'll see more flags on on bottoms of ships.
There you are, Mr. Secretary. See, you're one of those fellas there climbing down the rig there. You know, I said the Juan Sebastian. I said the Juan Sebastian from Chile. Of course, I meant from Spain.
That's a great shot. It's always a spectacular picture to see one of these tall ships with the sails out and the young men, the cadets, manning the yards. Many of these, the tallest of the tall ships, will be berthed at a place in Boston Harbor called the Black Falcon Pier. We have a reporter standing by there. Let's go to Steve Sprasia.
Well, Chet, thousands of people have already begun pouring onto the Black Falcon terminal pier. Technically, it is not open to the public, but the public seem to find its way onto the pier, so Massport is going to let them enjoy the majesty of the tall ships. Among those enjoying the majesty of the ships, like the Cruisenstern, which is from Russia, are two young ladies with me right now, 17-year-old Karina and her friend, 18-year-old Elena. What is it about this particular vessel that attracts you?
I guess this is very nice to see our guys from Russia, and I missed a lot my land, and it's very nice to hear Russian language here.
Now, both Karina and Elena are from Siberia.
Right.
Are you hoping to meet some of the men who make up the crew of this vessel?
I can't imagine that I can meet some of Russians here, but we did. We met them here, and it is so exciting to see our guys here. It's a great show. It's a great trip. I'm happy to see that, and I can imagine how they're happy to trip such a way. Well, it's really nice here.
What do you talk about? What do you have in common, besides, obviously, the country and the language? When you talk to the sailors, what did you say to them?
What did I say? Oh, guys, you are lucky, I said to them. And I asked them, how are they? And they were surprised to hear Russian here in America, in Boston. And I'm happy that I've met them here.
All right, Elena and Katerina, who is here looking at the Cruisenstern, one of the many vessels that are here. The conditions on this vessel a little bit different than you might think, a little bit less than romantic. A couple of our photographers were on board the vessel, Skip Peabody and John Baynard, and they were telling us that, or rather Art Donahue, I should say, they were telling us that the crew gets a glass of sour milk and some hardtack-type bread to eat. The lavatory facility is also rather primitive. It is not the kind of romantic thing that you might think about. When you come down here, you can talk to some of these folks who are on the ships. There are interpreters, about 95 of them, who'll be help guiding the sailors around the city of Boston. As for the ships themselves, as we say, Black Falcon is not supposed to be open to the public today, but it is right now. technically, starting tomorrow, Sunday through Wednesday, this pier will be open to the public from 12 until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. So come on down. Chet and Nat?
All right, Steve, thank you very much. I wonder if your two guests know just how critical the situation was aboard the Russian boats. In New York, some of them were out of food, they were out of fuel, they were out of other supplies, but thanks to people like Howard Slotnick, who marshaled a number of other Americans, called friends at various corporations, and was able to put together the necessary supplies to get these boats to be able to move up to the Boston area and then on back home. And there'll be more food coming aboard here, I'm told, as well.
We're sitting here on top of Anthony's Pier 4, right on Boston Harbor. A terrific view. We've got a number of our cameras here to bring you that very same view. Secretary of Transportation Andrew Card is here, and I know you have to be pleased with the way this day has gone.
Well, it's gone very, very well. The weather was perfect, and the movement of all of the vessels has gone about as perfectly as you could, and the commentary that you're providing is also spectacular.
That's right. I wanted to give
America to be part of this.
I'm glad I gave you time to say that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to introduce on my left Don Curtis of Conventures, the Director of Marine Operations for Sail Boston, who has been intimately involved with putting this whole operation together for what seems like most of your life, Don, I know, but it has only been 4 years.
That's right. I can't believe it's finally here after 4 long years.
Well, you must be pleased at the way things are coming so far, at the way everything is unfolding.
I am. It's you know, been terrific. Obviously, it's not exactly like clockwork, but we're quite thrilled, and especially with the weather, it's really been a perfect day out there. I really think everything is proceeding along just as pretty much as we'd planned.
Some of you folks who have joined us late here, we've talked about how this all came about, and if anybody can talk about that, certainly it's Don. This has been some 4 years in the making. As I mentioned, the regatta was planned about 8 or 9 years ago to redo Columbus's voyage across the ocean. And then some folks here, notably Dusty Rhodes, whom Don works for at Conventures, created to Sail Boston. And it was not easy, was it, Don, to get all of these ships to come here? There's no one place where you can call and say, hi, we're having a tall ships parade. Would you like to come?
That's right.
Tell us how you got them to come. What was the pitch?
Well, it was very difficult. Obviously, you first have to, I mean, there's a couple of things you have to do at the beginning, and first represent that we're very capable of hosting an event of this magnitude. And then also demonstrate that we're capable of raising the necessary funds and demonstrate that we have the hospitality to offer to all the tall ships. So I think we started out 4 years ago in 1988 and wrote a master plan and just kept developing it and developing it. Obviously, Dusty and I didn't know anything really about organizing a tall ship event, and fortunately got a lot of advice and good words from a number of organizations, nationally, internationally, and local.
I know you went and visited some of these countries and the captains personally.
Mm-hmm. We had to, 1990, I guess we went to Sail Amsterdam in Amsterdam, and we were obviously down in San Juan and in New York, and met with the captains on a number of other occasions when there wasn't actually a tall ship event happening.
All right, Don, we'll be back to resume our conversation and to continue our coverage of Sail Boston 92. But first, let's pause for these messages.
Sail Boston, brought to you in part by Lexus Luxury Automobiles, the result of a relentless pursuit of perfection, and by your local Midas muffler and brake dealers. Nobody beats Midas, nobody.
A laser is so precise, even the Lexus ES300 sports sedan is bound to trip one of the beams. After all, you have to get out sometime.
When a muffler goes, some people look for a cheap replacement. They think it costs less. They're wrong. Fact is, they can get a guaranteed quality Midas muffler for the same price, for less. Fact is, Midas will meet or beat anybody's price. Fact is, you get a great deal at Midas. We'll show you how in writing. So when somebody says they have a cheaper muffler than Midas, they're right. When they say they cost less, fact is, they're wrong. Don't believe anybody ever beats Midas.
Throughout history, few have mastered the art of painting it.
Even fewer have mastered the art of growing it. Tree-ripened fruit, copied by many, originated by Stop and Shop. Larger, incredibly flavorful because they're left on the tree longer. Tree-ripened fruit on exhibit now at Stop and Shop.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
Aside from the good people who have put this whole thing together, if anybody can get an ulcer over an event like this, it's the weather guy. All week long, people are bugging him, you know, what's the weather going to be like? We can't move the event inside. Dick Albert, our intrepid meteorologist at WCVB in Boston, is out at Castle Island with a group of some happy
Well, I'll tell you, Natalie, I feel good. You know, as the song goes, it is really cleared up here. It is just absolutely gorgeous. It's not too cold. It's not too warm. It's just right. The wind started out pretty strong early this morning from the northwest. They've changed. Now they're from the south, and later on they're going to turn around to the west again. Forecasting in Boston is not easy.
No, but I will be the one to say it, Dick, that you did call this exactly.
Well, thank you very much,
After the
Susan.
last 3
I do
days, you called
appreciate
this exactly. And the people here certainly appreciate it. As Dick mentioned, we're on Castle Island in South Boston, and the people here have been thrilled this entire afternoon. Who are you?
My name's Bob Pasinski.
And where are you from, Bob?
I'm from Hingham, Mass.
Now, what time did you get here today?
Well, we get up about 4 o'clock, drove to South Boston, got to South Boston about 5 o'clock, had breakfast at Gate of Heaven Rectory, guests of Father Finn, and we showed up down here, I guess, around 6 o'clock, and this has been tremendous, well organized. The crowds have been wonderful, friendly, weather's perfect, thank you, Dick. Wind shifted around to the east so the boats could sail in.
It is pretty amazing. 110,000 people here at last count on Castle Island, and there truly have been no problems.
No, they're all our best friends.
I wish we could get a shot of, well, we will later on,
show people.
of the castle part of it, the fortress portion of this island where you see the people lining up.
Lined up for days.
Lined up, and it goes around there, at least 110,000. You know, I don't know how they get that actual count, Susan.
You said you counted them, Dickie. That's what you told us before.
Earlier it was 108, and
they count the legs.
Tell me your name, and where are you from?
Diane Kaczynski from Hingham. I'm with Bob.
Oh, how nice. You have the same last name and everything. Must be nice for you. And are these your kids?
No.
These, now I know. Dan's an old friend.
Oh, thank you, Susan. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Ann Flynn. Where you are from?
Quincy.
Of course. And these guys are with you. Yeah. Tell me what you think of all this.
I think it's very good. I think the wind has been okay, and it's been a great day.
Just exciting, huh, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think about spending some time on one of these boats? Would you like to do that, sail around the world?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, we'll see what we can work out for you. I hope you have a great time.
Susan, I just got to go over here just for a second because this lady said, I've been standing here since 6 o'clock this morning. You're not going to interview me? So get out of here. Who are you?
Oh, I don't believe this.
My name is Louise Iva Coley. I'm from Quincy, Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Anything else you want to know, Dickie?
Oh, you're having a good time. That's what I want to know.
I'm having a great time, and these ships are beautiful. Really beautiful. And this is my husband, Tony.
All right.
And my daughter, Gail.
Okay, we got the whole family here. I'll tell you that. I'm glad you got your moment. Okay.
Well, we can't say enough how wonderful the people have been. Of course, it's a tremendous, spectacular view. We're here. We're just actually a couple hundred feet from these tall ships as they pass right by.
Actually, we see them before Chet and Natalie do.
And it's been exciting, and it's been wonderful. It's, what can we say? This is Boston. This is Boston.
And this is what it's all about. And the forecast for the next couple of hours is little change. What you see is what you get. So, Nat and Chet, we certainly lucked out today.
No, we didn't luck out, Dickie. We knew it was going to be like that because you said so.
All right.
We're here with Don Curtis, the Director of Marine Operations for Sail Boston 92. Don, earlier this morning there was some concern that the largest of the tall ships, the set-off from the Commonwealth of Independent States, was missing I understand she's been located. Any idea what happened?
She's located, and she has formed up for the parade, but we had a restless night wondering where she was. She wasn't answering any radio calls, and as I heard you say earlier, she was AWOL for all intents and purposes.
Kind of hard to imagine a missing 400-foot boat.
We actually almost sent a helicopter up to, go try to find her someplace, because we had a lot of anxious people that were looking forward to her arriving into the anchorage.
Well, for the benefit of our audience now, a number of people today, when these boats finally finish the parade of sail and tie up at various berths at Boston Harbor, they will not be open to the public, but they will tomorrow. Can you give us briefly what that's going to be like for the next couple of days?
Actually, there are a couple that may be open this afternoon, but for the most part, the vessels will be open between noon and 5 from Sunday to Wednesday. Obviously, the times of open viewing is up to the discretion of the captains, but we have sort of requested that they are all open from 12 to 5 each day. Most of them will be open for more hours than that, and of course the piers are open from first thing in the morning until 11 o'clock at night in most of the berthing locations. So
there's our AWOL ship, Don.
There is the set-off, Don, the one that we were looking for.
There it is.
Well, we're happy to say that everything is okay. We'll tell you more about the set-up. I know that you have to run along. Don Curtis, the Director of Marine Operations. It's usually at this time the interviewer will say Don Curtis, no relation to Chet Curtis, but this time I'm happy to say there is a relation. This is my daughter, and I couldn't be more proud.
That's probably the toughest interview Pop I ever did. Right. All right, we'll be back with more on the set-off right after this.
Something old is new again. Long's rediscover a New England tradition of fine jewelry and giftware. Like Long's 3-diamond Boston ring and 18-karat gold. At Long's, we put quality, value, and memories in every bag.
You've driven these streets 1,000 times. But tonight, there's something different. Tonight, you're using Exxon 93 Supreme gasoline for a cleaner engine, smooth acceleration, and a full 93 octane.
Let the tiger set you free.
Rely on Exxon Supreme.
Rely on the tiger.
Somehow, people have gotten the idea the new Toyota Paseo is a wildly exciting, sporty coupe. The Paseo is a practical, sensible car. Okay, so it has some muscle. And a low starting price could be a big turn-on. And sure, you're going to be instantly popular. That's no reason to do something impulsive. Think it over. The all-new Paseo. A very practical car. From Toyota.
Relive the wonder of the magnificent parade of sail. For a 90-minute VHS copy of The Return of the Tall Ships, send a check for $24.95 to WCVB-TV Tall Ships, 5 TV Place, Needham, Massachusetts, 02192. Price includes shipping, handling, and sales tax.
Welcome back. You are watching live pictures from Boston Harbor as the von Humboldt, the Alexander von Humboldt from Germany, makes her way down the harbor. She's a Class A ship, 205 feet long, 3-masted square-rigged bark. She carries a crew of about 60 people. She was originally christened as a light ship way back in 1906. The Alexander von Humboldt was rebuilt and reconstructed in '88 into a 3-masted windjammer by Professor Manfred Hovener. She was named for a famous German naturalist and world traveler who assisted in the founding of Berlin University. Her masting and rigger, as Red can tell you, are the Polish style, masts in one piece without the dubbings.
That's correct, Nancy. That's correct.
That's okay, George. It's Natalie. That's all right.
Natalie. No, the Alexander von Humboldt is an old lightship. She was at Kiel, the Kiel lightship for the entrance to Kiel Harbor many, many years ago.
Unusual to have green sails, Red.
Well, Beck's Bear is the sponsor. Over in Europe, Beck's Bear has green labels and green beer bottles.
But that's unusual, though. You know, there are sponsors throughout this parade of sail, and throughout, as we were speaking earlier, Red, but logos generally aren't put on a ship, just so that, well, for obvious reasons.
Right. Well, the idea is it is a German sail training vessel, and Beck's is a sponsor and is deeply involved in the promotion of the vessel. They have an all-volunteer crew and all-volunteer trainees aboard. She's a real fine vessel, rugged vessel, being an ex-lightship.
And like most of these tall ships that you're seeing here today, she is a sail training vessel. She's a sail training vessel, of course, in this case, for the country of Germany. Joining us today, too, is Bill Barton of the Peabody Museum. He's director of exhibitions at the Salem Museum. Peabody Museum in Salem gets a little confusing here in Massachusetts. And Bill, you were one time aboard the Regina Maris, a sail training vessel, not in this parade, but we've seen her come through here a couple times before.
Yes, actually, I was aboard her for the 1980 Tall Ships Parade here, and I spent some time as a crew member on board in the late 70s and 80s, sailing both down in the Caribbean on some uncharted banks, doing research on humpback whales and following them on their migrations, aboard the ship all the way up into Arctic waters to the icebergs.
What an experience for you.
It was really terrific.
We keep talking about the sail training being character building. Did you find it was for you?
I think that's a perfect word for it. Actually, one of the things that really draws a crew together usually is your first storm on board and everybody having to pull together. It really brings a team together, and you realize that you have to live in your own 150 or 200-foot world together.
You better get along with whoever's next door, because he's 6 inches away. How was the Peabody Museum founded?
The Peabody Museum was founded by a group of Salem sea captains that had done a number of things. They had to have sailed around the Cape of Good Hope or Cape Horn on a ship, and they founded the museum in 1799 and have been collecting nautical instruments and related materials since then.
And you've been involved with them for how long? How did you get involved?
Well, actually, after my time doing some sail training, I volunteered briefly at the museum, got my foot in the door that way, and I've been working there now for about 5 or 6 years.
You brought some instruments with
I
you?
brought a couple of items along. One, many of the cadets out here would be learning navigation. I brought a Hadley's quadrant with me.
Set that right here, we get a picture of it.
This is typical of kind of a mid-1800s device for taking sights of the sun, moon, and stars. You can get an angle between the object and the horizon by moving the arm along here, sighting through to look at the horizon, reflecting the celestial object in the mirrors to get it from above. And many of the cadets out here are using slightly more modern instruments known as sextants to learn the same art.
But interesting, too, I've been told by the folks associated with sail training that they are, even in these modern days, this modern day and with some of the more modern vessels, are asked to use some of the older equipment because it's just a better way to learn.
When your electronics fail or things go wrong, you always have this to revert to. It's always going to be there. I also brought along, as you may know, the port of Boston was home port and one of the ports where many clipper ships were built.
Let me interrupt you just one second to identify the ship that our viewers are watching here. This is the Russian ship, the Set-Off, which is the largest of the tall ships here in the parade today, and is the one that we told you earlier was missing for a little while, but she's back. It'll be interesting to find out what the true story is behind what happened to her. The Set-Off is 385 feet long. She's a four-masted bark. She carries a crew of about 193. She'll be berthed here in Boston at the Black Falcon Cruise Terminal. Have you ever been aboard her, Red?
Yes, I have. She's an old German ship. She originally was the Magdalena Winnen of the Winnen lines out of Bremerhaven. She's a real fine vessel, and she also was renamed the Commodore Johansen after World War II, and then the Soviet government received her after the war. She was a cargo vessel for many, many years to Australia and out to Chile, carrying bulk cargoes.
And as we've mentioned, Red, with the change in the former Soviet Union, you know, there is some dispute among some of the countries now that we're part of the Soviet Union as to who owns what ship and what flag ought to be flying. There is a contingent of Latvians who believe this ship belongs to Latvia and ought to be flying a Latvian flag.
That's right, Natalie. She was home ported in a Latvian port, the same as the Krusenstern out of Riga, Latvia. And they're quite concerned about that. These were used as fishery training vessels, and they were working out of Latvian ports before the breakup of the Soviet Union.
She can travel pretty quickly, can't she, for one of these tall ships? 13,
Yes.
14 knots, and isn't she stronger than some of the others?
Yes, she's the largest sailing vessel in the world. Her hull speed will get up around 14 to 15 knots.
And how about this for a number? 4,100 square meters of sail, which
Right,
is
that's
fully
a lot
rigged.
of canvas up there.
She is entering the tall ship race here, North Sea race for the first time, or she did rather, in 1986. We've got a great shot of her there. And as we said, we're just so grateful that Mother Nature cooperated here and gave us the right winds to allow these beautiful ships to come in here under sail. Look at that. Who's that up there, Ed?
Well, one of the hands up there checking the gear out on the yard there. He's working out on the foot ropes, hanging his belly over the yard, probably checking some loose gear up there.
Can you relate to that, Bill?
Yes, there's nothing more thrilling than your first time aloft. The first time I went off on a ship, my knees were shaking considerably.
Thrilling, that's an interesting word. I might have chosen something else.
But by the end of the time, you become fairly adept. Actually, we used to watch for good sunsets, and if you saw one from the deck, you could run halfway up the rigging, see it a second time, and scurry a little further and catch the sun setting a third time over the horizon.
I'm beginning to understand about this character building business. I'm getting it. All right, we'll continue with our coverage of the Parade of Sail, Sail Boston 1992, right after these commercials.
Return of the Tall Ships is brought to you in part by Showtime. Did you see it on Showtime? And by Coors Extra Gold. No doubt about it, beer is back.
There's a time to laugh. Oh, there's a time to cry. There are times you can't let pass you by. Did you see it on Showtime? They got the movies no one else can show. Did you see it? No other channel has them. Anywhere you go, they'll entertain you like no one else does. No, did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see that show? Did you see it on Showtime?
Want to taste a couple of pints?
Yeah, we'll give you a taste. I'll have 1 pint.
So, which one did you prefer?
I prefer that one.
This one then. You picked Coors Extra Gold over Bud.
That's the one I fancy.
Did you know 65% of British beer drinkers prefer Coors Extra Gold?
I'm surprised 35% liked Bud.
Extra Gold is brewed 70% longer than Bud. 70% slow brewed for that real beer flavor and color. The way beer was meant to be. The Brits agree.
It's jolly good, isn't it?
Coors Extra Gold. If you're missing real taste, beer is back.
It's a man's beer.
Live coverage of Sail Boston, Return of the Tall Ships, continues.
It has turned into an absolutely gorgeous day in Boston after a cloudy start and just a little bit of concern about the weather, but right now it just couldn't be more perfect. There's enough of a breeze to allow the beautiful tall ships to rig full sails in most cases, and yet the wind is not stiff enough to cause any concern, and here we are. It's just great.
We're told there are a couple million people out here in the greater Boston area. A couple million people out here watching the tall ships and taking part in all of the festivities that accompany this. And we're happy to welcome our viewers on the Arts and Entertainment Channel who have joined us this afternoon, as well as our viewers here in New England.
What you're looking at there is the bow of Her Majesty's ship Active, a British frigate here, one of the gray hulls that's in port for Sail Boston 92. She'll be open to the public later on in the week. One of the vessels that took part in Operation Desert Storm in the Gulf, Her Majesty's ship Active. There's also a Coast Guard vessel here from Canada. There's also, I think, a Greek vessel in port, a military
Greek training ship.
I know the organizers tried desperately to see if they couldn't get a commitment for an aircraft carrier here, but just couldn't, it wasn't to be.
I think scheduled operations with the Navy now, the aircraft carriers are busy around the world.
Everyone certainly understand that.
Right.
It's a remarkable organizational effort anyway, to bring 240 ships, more than 30 countries represented, and virtually all of the tall ships that exist in the world.
Right. We had a good gathering here today of Class A vessels and Class B, and especially Class C vessels. Poor Class C vessels don't get too much publicity in the papers, but they're really the foundation of this grand regatta is the Class C vessels under 100 feet. They've had some tough sailing across the ocean, a lot of cold meals and wet bunks.
Really. But they're beautiful nonetheless. But as you say, Red, the tall ships are the stars, and the smaller vessels just are understandably overshadowed by these magnificent Class A or so-called Class A vessels.
Right.
And you know, Bill, as we look out over Boston Harbor, it's hard not to think about Donald McKay, one of the world's most famous shipbuilders, who built the clipper ships right here in East Boston. I think they called it the Age of Prosperity back then.
Yes, actually, his yard was over in East Boston, sort of near the Maverick Tea Station. And out of that yard, he launched about 30 clipper ships. And that trade really started because of the desire for tea in this country out of China. So they tried to build the fastest ship that could get the tea back here in the freshest form. But what really drove the building of the clipper ships was the gold rush in California in 1849, and then that was quickly followed by the gold rush in Australia.
You're talking about the construction of the clipper ships. There were a number of influences that obliged America to build better ships, and one was our geographical position, which forced us to make very long voyages, and our lack of naval protection meant we had to design ships that were fast enough that they could show their stern to the enemy.
Right. They had to be faster than the British ships of the line.
Actually, that period in the 1850s saw probably the greatest advances ever in this country in ship design.
It's a good shot of the set-off right there in Boston Harbor, leading the, let's see, the 13th flotilla. We have a total of 19 flotillas here today. This is number 13, head by the Russian ship Set-Off.
And as we look at the set-off and this magnificent view of Boston Harbor, let's go to the reviewing stand area at the Boston Fish Pier. Jim Boyd and Susan Burke.
Okay, thank you, Chad. With us now is Louis Lobato, who is the president, if you will, the chairman of the Grand Regatta, Columbus. And this is a very, very big event for you, isn't it? It's something you've been working on for quite some time.
Yes, I'm presiding the technical committee and the international committee to organize this regatta. We started in 83, 84 to organize this great regatta. We contacted nearly 800 ships. We had 400 preliminary entrants, and we started with 200 ships from Cadiz, from Spain, having had 2 feeding races, starting one from Genoa, another from Lisbon. And here we have certainly one of the greatest days of the greatest sailing event of the century here in Boston, with the closing parade of sail before we cross the Atlantic to the old Europe, having commemorated the arrival of Columbus in the New World.
On the subject of Columbus, you know, I can't help, I think these ships are so magnificent. They're so big, so much bigger than the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. And certainly, you know, the sailors back then would have been so scruffy looking compared to some of these terrific looking sailors today. I'm wondering what you would think in light of all of that, that Christopher Columbus would say about this event.
Well, I must say, I personally and my friends, we thought that the voyage of Christopher Columbus to America in creating the new world, I must say, you see, 500 years later, we are commemorating this great event at sea, but such a commemoration is not looking to the past. We are looking forward to the future, for the future generations, for the young people, and for the nations like America and our nations, Portugal, Spain, and Italy, and England, and so on, so that young people we like to go to the sea, and so we keep our liking for the seafaring and creating maybe new discoveries on other subjects like marine biology, ecology, coastal conservation, things like that. This is the great challenge for the 21st year.
That's a wonderful point. Do you envision another event like this?
Well, I think in my lifetime, I don't think so, because this is already my 5th organization since 1956, because I was one of the founders of the tall ship races that started after the war from England to Lisbon, exactly to promote the spirit of adventure and to provide the young people with a challenge of feeling the responsibility of being at sea, you see. And this is, I think, the important thing, that lesson that we take out of this event, when we have a participation of more than 7,000 young people aboard these ships. And this is the important thing.
I hate to interrupt you, but we've got to get back to our anchor.
All right.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Chetnut, back to you.
All right, there was an interesting statistic I hadn't heard until now. More than 7,000 young men and women cadets aboard the ships participating in Sail Boston 92. We'll be back to continue our live coverage. First, let's pause for these messages.
Why do I shop at Marshall's? Let's see, the brand names. They're all brand names, and not just in clothes. There's sheets and towels, and then there's kids' clothes and housewares, and there's always something new every time you go in there. And it's easy to park, and, well, that's not the real reason. The real reason is that feeling you get when you look at the tag and you see what you'd be paying somewhere else. Yes.
Never, never, never pay full price. Marshall.
People say my Purdue birds are perfect. What do they know? Fact is, they could be even better. That's why I created Fit and Easy, a line of ready-to-cook chicken, oven stuffer, and turkey that's tender, juicy, and delicious. And they come with no skin and no bones. So there's practically no work. They even have their own recipes. Easier, versatile, and good for you, too. Even I can't find a bone to pick with that.
Morning breath.
Once you're married, you get used to it.
Deep down, you know it's a problem.
I don't smell anything.
Lucky you.
Morning breath. If I had it, they'd tell me.
Ignoring morning breath won't make it go away. Scope will. Its 2 powerful ingredients kill 90% of the bacteria that cause morning breath.
Was my morning breath really a big problem? Oh.
There's no denying it's a problem. Kiss morning breath goodbye with Scope.
Welcome back to our coverage of Sail Boston.
Another look at the magnificent tall ship, the Sedov.
Right, Chet. Sedov was a very fine vessel. She was named after a